My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. Alright, this is video of Ontario police stalking. These are demons stalking with light. Remember, they're walking around with multiple shadows. And the form for criminal summoning is that they're looking for something, they're investigating something. That's why they're around. And engineer light, they're doing the same thing using a helicopter flying in circles over me. And they've been engaged in surrounding with their vehicles, which is stalking with light. These are demons that are worshiping. How can I help you?
Coming or going from here?
You guys have been over here
10,
around while I've been laying here for a while.
Have you seen anybody over here by the restaurant?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
They've been standing around, walking around, pacing. And the moment that I get up right now, that's when they start moving their vehicles, which is pacing. This is stalking with light. This is mental illness. And these are demons that are, again, obsessed with being around. This is not law enforcement. They're monitoring. This is Gloria's Cochinas. The entity is engaging in what is pacing around, stalking with light, while they are finding a means to be around in these uniforms, engage in something associated with what their duties are expected to be as police who are gang stalking. This is psychopathic. Jonathan Burnett and his partner engaged in stalking with light at 60 North Fern, pacing around with their flashlights looking for a suspect. They were monitoring their demons in engineer light. The entity's doing the same thing by gang stalking by helicopter. They're doing so using vehicles with the Ontario Police logo on it, wearing uniforms, a county issued vehicle. This is criminal activity while doing so. And this is a demon that is stalking in the path, and they're monitoring with the people of the state. And they are absolutely engaged in what is worshiping me. This is the reality of what they're engaged in. All right. This is in engineer light. This demon comes over and asks me, oh, have you seen anybody after I wake up and move? They're monitoring me in my sleep. These are demons. Okay. The entities engage in stalking and surrounding with helicopters. So they're engaging in an iteration of searching for somebody while they're, and remember who they're searching for, the people of the state who are demons monitoring. This is where the fake sun rises. This is where the entity is stalking with impossible light while demons of the Ontario Police are across the street molesting my person with light while I'm sitting over here. This is another iteration of the same pattern of conduct. License 1644205. This is entirely demonic, and this is evidence of the incompetence of the Ontario Police Department, who are full of demons, who are gang stalking. So the entities engage in surveillance. Typically, the people of the state engage in what is pacing. So I wake up and the entity is surrounding with the Ontario Police Department. This is terrorism, and their focal point, the same pattern of conduct is underway right now. This is criminal summoning. This is vehicle 1024. And these are psychopaths that are bearing weapons and representing a corrupt agency that's engaged in stalking and repeated acts of kidnapping. License 1591758, vehicle 1024. The entities engaging in, this is the same pattern of conduct. The specific environment, nothing but surveillance is happening in an environment that has nothing to do with the engineered light, okay? This is what you're focusing on, and this is what the federal government is disbanding the demon-possessed and corrupt agency for. All right, this is an unlawful threat to your life. The entity's engaging in the same criminal pattern of conduct. This demon comes and asks me questions while I get up. Look at his, this is monitoring. That's impossible light activity while you have perpendicular shadows, okay? The tone of voice, the entity that's not physically addressing you, keeping their back to you, is not less of a threat. This is all a threat to an American citizen that's being targeted.
Get out of the street.
I'm crossing the street.
Go ahead.
Is something happening? License 1697701, vehicle 1120. I'm crossing the street. Did something happen?
Get out of the street.
That's a demon whose get out of the street is audible activity. And again, this is the entity that's engaging in what is criminal summoning while they're focusing on Gloria's Cochinas, which closes at 10 o'clock in the evening. They've been here for a prolonged period. The moment that I wake up is when they move that vehicle. That was light activity. And the demon comes and asks me a question. Oh, did you see anybody? That's, again, monitoring while they are where that documenting. So asking the question is a form for, oh, we're looking for something else. That's what the point of this is supposed to appear as. It's actually appearing as what it is. This is P.O.C. The people of the state are engaging in the same thing all night long while they are engaged in pacing on in relevant position while the entity is engaged, remember, daily, nightly stalking by helicopter, staring at what is Gloria's Cochinas for a demon that are the people of the state who are monitoring with them, stalking with light with them, gang stalking me with them. And get out of the street is, first of all, audible activity of somebody that's bearing weapons, a psychopath that is threatening my life, acting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder, as a demon that is wearing a police uniform, that is feigning engaging in something related to a job of a police officer, which has nothing to do with gang stalking. That's a psychopath. And he's monitoring. That's all he's doing. So let me break that down. And get out of the street is also some form of exercise of authority. And if I don't, what are you going to do? You're going to arrest me because I'm interfering with an That's a psychopath. License plate, monitoring with the police, 7G00471. They're gang stalking together. This is what S. Patty committed kidnapping upon. When you're engaged in what is interfering, this is what Jason Knighton and Lester Keys engaged in kidnapping on, and claiming that you're engaged in an investigation, and all they're doing is monitoring. Okay? They are surrounding me, which is a threat, while they're monitoring. Demons are monitoring you in your sleep. Demons are monitoring what it is that you're doing. And the moment that I wake up is when this demon walks over toward me and asks me if I've observed anything, while they're sitting around staring at Gloria's Cochinas, which is a closed down establishment. And they are doing so with regard to the people of the state who are gang stalking with them. Demons stalking with light under a fake sun and at night under a fake moon. Stalking them on amplified audible activity. Demons. Stalking using helicopters as the same department. Demons. This is not legitimate law enforcement. It's the same criminal pattern of conduct. License plate vehicle 1120. Here's my shadow right here in front of me. Okay. Here's my shadow behind me. Here's another shadow elongated in the lawn. Here's another one over here. They're monitoring. They're wearing guns and badges. They're sitting around like psychopaths staring at a building when these are demons who are very hostile. Let me let you know what else they're hostile about. You know who's going to federal prison? And I put it on X and I put it on YouTube and I provide a body of evidence proving that the demon possessed are monitoring. C. Torres, L. Martinez, B. Hook, Nathan Morgan, C. Hazelwood, Owens, L. Edwards, A. Casada, and Alex Escobar, who are gang stalking just like they are in engineered light. No sunlight is going to create you have multiple shadows that are upright on this vehicle. You're looking at the shadow of the vehicles behind. Impossible light activity. Has nothing to do with these lights over here. You're looking at the environment while they are gang stalking with demons who are the people of the state, who are always stalking with light, who are always obsessing, stalking in bathrooms, while the entity maintains all manner of the same pattern of conduct. Impossible light activity inside of the bathrooms. This is what you're paying attention to, because this is why this department is getting disbanded and they're going to federal prison. License 16976341120 is the vehicle. These are gang members. These are all gang members. And they're engaged in what is an unlawful threat. Psychopaths do so. And the feds are watching. You're watching the Ontario Police Department engage in what is federal group stalking and monitoring. This is a psychological torture tactic. And it's also the outward demonstration of mental illness. Very highly malicious conduct. And they're waiting for a demon, who are the people of the state, who they play cops and robbers with. Under a fake sun, by the way, that sets and rises in alignment to me on Euclid Avenue. They're gang stalking right now, and they're doing so in the engineered environment. Your shadow does not surround yourself, and it doesn't appear. Here's another shadow right here, elongated across the street. It doesn't appear upright on the side of the vehicles. This is gang stalking. This is the same P.O.C. stalking with light. And the demons that wear the Ontario police uniforms, those are the ones that are doing so pursuant to a pattern of conduct. This is how obsessed with me the demon possessed are. The demon possessed include the Ontario Police Department, who use helicopters to engage in the pattern of conduct. As I've documented, multiple police departments, including Ontario Police, who had the audacity to commit kidnappings, which is why they're being disbanded. This is not an investigation. This is criminal summoning. This is a malicious iteration of psychopaths who are demon possessed, gang members who wear police uniforms, who are mentally incompetent and corrupt. They commit kidnappings. They commit murder. They engage in false witness. This is Tracy Banks and Eric Corey Spencer's co-defendants. They committed kidnappings together. They engaged in defaming my character. That is lying. And this is in the same way that they lie on my character, making allegations that are false and malicious. They're acting like they're engaged in an investigation. They're not. They're stalking, and they're centered around me. And these demons came up and, I got an idea. She's asleep right now. Let's go stand around her. This is an investigation. We're looking at something else, that's psychological torture, stalking somebody, not talking to them, not addressing them, doing though in the specific environment. This is P.O.C. Hi, did something happen? Huh? You're trying to figure it out? So staring at the empty building? No sirens, no nothing, huh? You guys just pulled up on the building and just stand around looking at it with all your vehicles? When nothing happened? No gunshots, no nothing, huh? Just curious. Because you guys been standing around with your vehicles and stuff around me, and I was just curious what happened. Don't know? It's a demon that's just stalking. This is the same bank. Hold on, engineer light, okay? This is not the product of standing under a light. This is also U.S. Bank, where the fake sun is over me at 7 in the morning, and over Alex Escobar, who's going to federal prison for gang stalking. And so Corey Watson is also gang stalking at the same bank, 333 North Euclid Avenue, at 9 in the morning, where the entity's stalking me with a fake sun over my head at all hours, 7, 9, and 12:53 on video, over my head, which is impossible. The sun's not going to be at one address all day long. One person that's documenting that. And also the entity engages in terrorism by flying in circles over me by helicopter, which is the same department, not engaged in law enforcement, stalking. Just staring at a building, the building where I am situated, in engineer light, where the fake sun is also rising in the morning. Okay, nothing happened. What's happening is that I'm here, and this is criminal summoning. And the entity that's engaging in what is criminal summoning of what? Of who? The people of the state, who are gang stalking with them. Okay, this is public corruption. This is the removal of Paul Leon. This is what the Ontario International Airport, that's gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department, Sharon, stalking in the path, doing so in the specific environment. There's no train. There's no train. They're monitoring. They're monitoring. That's psychopathic behavior. Their mental illness is what you are witnessing the evidence of while the entity sounds train activity. Union Pacific train, I just want to be clear, there is no train where you're going to hear it at that volume. And Union Pacific, by the way, here's my shadow way over here. They're possible light activity. These are demons. They are monitoring mentally ill, severely. License 1567617, vehicle 1896, and they're monitoring while you're hearing train activity. A psychopath engages in this. A psychopath puts on a uniform and acts like they're being a police officer, acting like they're not stalking one person. This is what the people of the state are doing in grocery stores. This is what the people of the state are doing at every hotel that I'm remaining in. This is what the entity is doing. Remember, while LAPD is gang stalking me under a fake sun over Alvarado Gardens from sunrise until sunset, the Ontario police are feigning being a police department, not stalking one person, while the fake sun remains on the street right now where they're surrounding me with light. This is what the fake sun is accomplishing over me all day long. At nightfall, they're stalking with light. This is demonic activity that you're witnessing. And these are the mentally incompetent who are being disbanded as a department, and you're going to federal prison. This is an unlawful threat. They're aiming light in the direction where my body is positioned on the opposite side of this building. License plate. Jason Knighton's going to federal prison, 1680793. Knighton's going to federal prison. When you're pulling over the people of the state gang stalking, that's criminal summoning. All right, Lester Keys. And not only that, not only was he not engaged in an investigation after people of the state already pulled off in January 2020, this demon engaged in what is an assault and battery. And then claiming that it was because of an interruption of an ongoing investigation, while he just makes up reasons as to why he committed a kidnapping, which is not questioned. The entities surrounding what is a closed down building. License plate 1680783, vehicle 1107. These are the demons that are keeping my vagina under surveillance all day long. Gang stalking at the Starbucks, which is right over here, where the entity has the fake sun from sunrise until sunset centered around me. This is the demons who are monitoring with stalking with light at nightfall. You're not ignoring the specific environment. Here's my shadow up right on a tree. Here's multiple shadows behind me, two of them right here. While you are staring at a building, you're a psychopath. The entity is amplifying train activity. There's no train that you're going to hear. There's no train that's going to be at that volume. And the entity is doing so in the engineer light. They're doing so while they're positioned. They're doing so in the specific environment, under all circumstances, monitoring. You are looking at malice. That's the evidence of mental illness by the demons who are gang stalking. And this is evidence of the actual obsession of the Ontario police. Their obsession is based on their condition, demon possession. The demon possessed are conspiring murder. This is exactly the same circumstances, which is an unlawful threat to the life of an American citizen whom they are targeting. All right, they're doing so while the entity is all you need. All right, the entity is engaging this P.O.C. with the people of the state with helicopter activity. The entity sounds helicopter activity and engineer light, crossing path, ongoing activity. That's impossible light activity while the entity is stalking with the people of the state. Okay, the entity is doing so while the entity is also engaging in stalking while my shadow is appearing at a distance over here while the Ontario police are stalking, flying in circles. And this is supposed to be, again, the entity that's engaging in what is the same pattern of conduct. You see his shadow appearing on that curb? That's impossible light. And this is demonic pacing. And the entity is gang stalking with license SN664 handicap. And his shadows, again, perpendicular. You're looking at the light activity. And then you're looking at my shadows appearing on the bush right here. My shadows, two of them right over here. And this is in the dark. That has nothing to do with what is the street lamps. These are demons who are stalking. And the entity is documented engaging in this several occasions in the specific environment where the fake sun rises. This is under the corruption of Gavin Newsom. All right, every gang stalking police department in the city of Ontario, in the state of California that's engaging in the same pattern of conduct under Gavin Newsom, the corruption of Paul Leon and Mike LORENZ and Alan D. WAPNER, while the airport is stalking the entire city of Ontario, sharing in the criminal pattern of conduct with the entity using helicopter under the fake sun, at nightfall the fake moon that's over me, and engineered light that has nothing to do with artificial light, nothing to do with sunlight. The entity starts stalking by helicopter with regard to my camera stopping, I resuming it, and you're looking at what is never an investigation every other time when they're flying in circles over the Starbucks. After I'm documenting them monitoring me in the bathroom, they're not engaging in a search, they're not looking for anybody, they're monitoring, and they engage in harassment and terrorism as they are monitoring evidence against them. The entity just surrounded around the bathroom while they are gang stalking me. This is federal stalking under Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. The entity is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct and utilizing the helicopter. They're all going to federal prison. This is a gang of demons that are going to federal prison. That sure does look a lot like the two demons, Hazelwood and Owens. The two demons that don't know the definition of trespass. The two. Alrighty, I am resuming audio documentation while the entity is monitoring, capturing substantial video of demons who are stalking, the demons who are the Ontario police who are always stalking while I'm showing you the people of the state. The entity is currently flying over my head by helicopter, just like they are every other location under the fake sun on the same street, while they are, again, this is the entity that's engaging in what is witnessing psychopaths, in other words, that are caught, engage in an ongoing festival, campaign, if you will, a spectacular show with regard to their unsuccessful endeavor in targeting in the first place, okay? So the entity added helicopter activity while they're all psychopaths monitoring me, staring at Gloria's Cochinas, which is a closed down establishment, while they're aiming light. This is the objective of demons that are monitoring, and they're doing so in a ridiculously psychotic manner. They're standing around, they were monitoring the whole time while I was asleep, and the moment that I wake up, you have a demon that comes up and asks me, I captured this on video, you just listen to it. The entity adds helicopter activity, which is regarding the ongoing corroborating evidence of nothing other than targeting. The Ontario police aren't engaged in law enforcement, they're engaged in surveillance, and they're engaged in the satanic system of monitoring. Again, this is vehicle 1896 with license 1567617. The entity is engaging in what is stalking while they are monitoring as a corrupt agency, and I did capture. This is indeed Owens and Hazelwood who are present stalking in the path, especially while they are doing so with the entity. I want to be clear, the entity is targeting flying in circles around me on the sidewalk. They're not flying around the building. They're not concentrating flight around the building where they're all concentrating their light. Remember, it's around me, and it's all in engineer light, and the entity is stalking by helicopter, flying in circles around me. I documented the same thing, by the way, at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. The people of the state, this was a Latino male. He is stalking in the path. The moment that vehicle begins moving, and the entity did so while they're monitoring on my device. So my vehicle, my device stopped recording. I immediately resumed recording when I noticed it. While in between that momentary pause, a demon in a blue vehicle and engineer light in the dark was already stalking in the adjacent parking lot, engaging in surveillance with the people monitoring. All right, and so this is at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's 3:31 in the morning, and he crosses the street while he is then at the same time moving. That's light activity, relevant positioning, monitoring me in concert with the demon on the ground and the demon in the helicopter. They are together engaging in activity, monitoring with the Ontario police who are maintaining stoic presence and engineer light with stalking with lights of Ontario Police Department vehicles. That's an unlawful threat, okay? That's the entity that is gang stalking in real time. The entity is engaging in what is moving by helicopter as I'm moving around to the front section of Gloria's Cochinas. This is not different. This is the same pattern of conduct. The entity has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10 or 11 demons while they're surrounding Gloria's Cochinas in the specific environment, stalking by helicopter and stalking with Ontario Police Department uniforms. And this is what Mike Lorenz is engaged in the criminal expenditure of resources on. Paul Leon's engaged in the criminal expenditure of resources on stalking me. All right, this is why they're engaged in what is criminal defamation with Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, while they're engaged in criminal defamation with Tracy Banks, while they're engaged in criminal defamation with Ocean of Starbucks, while they are engaged in what is criminal defamation with the OVITT Family Community Library, all of those aforesaid venues where the entity is stalking in the specific environment that defies nature, adding the helicopter activity, which, by the way, the helicopter is focused on me, while they are all psychopaths looking at a building and I'm the person that they're stalking. This is the outward demonstration of mental illness, while the demons are engaging in the identical conduct that I'm documenting on video all over the internet on an ongoing basis, and psychopaths think that it's a good idea to engage in it as an American citizen documents it in order to prove corruption. All right, they're monitoring with the people of the state who are crossing path. And let me show you again the demons that are flying over my head by helicopter. This is the entity that is in your face, engaging in what is an unlawful threat. This is what American citizens are subject to: terrorism by the police who commit kidnapping, who threaten and haunt them as demons, and who do so by wearing police uniforms and do so very maliciously. This is duplicitous conduct, trying to make it appear as though they're engaged in an investigation when they're engaged in stalking, but it doesn't even appear as an investigation. The entity is engaging in the same pattern of conduct as stalking while I'm inside of the OVITT Family Community Library by helicopter, flying in for 20 minutes in a circle over my head by helicopter, while the fake sun that's still at that venue on the same street, by the way, from morning until evening, from sunrise until entry, even at 10 o'clock at the OVITT Family Community Library, there's no investigation. The entity just combined its stalking presence, its ongoing, maniacal, obsessed, unhinged methods of stalking me with helicopter, with a bunch of demons in vehicles with license plates and vehicle numbers. This entire department is being disbanded, and this is, by the way, retaliatory conduct because their partner, C. Torres, is gang stalking just like they are right now. He's going to federal prison. He's under the fake sun at Starbucks, by the way, at 2:44 p.m. while they're committing kidnapping as a corrupt agency at 7:15 in the morning. This is the body of evidence that's combined on the record, and they're also engaged in a body of evidence of stalking me by helicopter at Woodside Senior Apartments where they committed kidnapping, and there's no investigation of those old people under the fake sun that's rising and setting, while they're keeping that fake sun over Tracy Banks' apartment over the top of my head, while they're stalking in a helicopter, while that fake sun is showing the evidence of targeting, which is, again, what they're doing now. Where it is that I'm walking, you'll see them flying in circles over me. Taking another picture right now. They're flying in circles over me while I'm moving from the back of Gloria's Cochinas. Now I'm on Euclid Avenue. This is where the entity is concentrating helicopter activity. This is not an investigation. It's the same exact stalking conduct by demons that are hostile, because I put a list of demons that are going to federal prison, and so are these demons. They're all going to federal prison. This is the entity that's, again, entirely psychopathic. It's 3:35 a.m. You'll see that uploaded. This is going on X, and it's also going on what is the YouTube channel with regard to exposing, targeting domestic terrorists who are corrupt law enforcement agencies engaging in surveillance. And they are trying to, this is the purpose of this is, disguising surveillance as law enforcement, and it doesn't even look the same. It doesn't behave the same. It's nothing alike whatsoever. This is the entity that engaged in kidnapping. S. Patty's going to federal prison. So is A. Morris. So is Corporal Kemp. So is Jason Dumont stalking at the Starbucks at 6 in the morning. That same Starbucks that's present at 6 in the evening at 507 North Euclid Avenue, where this Ontario Police Department is stalking me by helicopter, by the way, as I document them, stalking on the roads and the highways, license 1644205. And another demon they're surrounding on the entire perimeter. So that's E Street, along Euclid Avenue, and D Street, and along the backside of what is the Gloria's Cochinas, where they're aiming light into the building. They're not engaging in an investigation. And as the entity started the helicopter activity, the moment that my phone stopped recording visually. All right, while they're monitoring my device, they're aware of that. And they engage in what is flying in circles over me, as opposed to focusing on the building that these demons, the Ontario police, are staring at while they're monitoring. These are demons that are monitoring. Remember, demons are stalking you. Demon-possessed people are stalking you while they're ostensibly strangers, and they're not strangers. This is why the fake sun is present.
The entity is engaging in what is stalking by helicopter and by demons using county-issued vehicles under the engineer light, which is monitoring that's happening right now. Staring and wearing a uniform in the same specific environment is the pattern of conduct. The entity is always assuming that you are going to provide them some unmerited basis of legitimacy because they're wearing these uniforms and they're monitoring just like the people of the state. Walking around an engineer light inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, monitoring in the bathroom while the entity is stalking with helicopter at that OVITT Family Community Library, which is on the same street, from morning until evening, calling it police training when you're stalking under a fake sun that's remaining over me on the same street where it's also setting at that same address in the evening. The unpersuasive and unintelligent illusion, and this is an illusion, an unpersuasive one, of what is law enforcement. While the entity is stalking by helicopter, this is again the Ontario Police that is waving goodbye. This is a salutation because they know they're being disbanded. And there's psychopaths that engage in this as an ode regarding the fact that they know that they're being disbanded and they know that they're being exposed. What do psychopaths do, however? This is speaking to the national security threat. Psychopaths will engage in more violence. You're understanding the position of the ordinary target individual. The unlawful threat that psychopaths like the Ontario Police pose. See, Hazelwood and Owens are here gang stalking. Those two demons are on video. Those are the two. Hazelwood is the short, thick one. Owens is standing right by him. They're gang stalking with the rest of these gang members, and they're going to federal prison with all of them as well. But I want to be clear, the two that I've already documented, gang stalking pursuant to criminal summoning as well, they're present gang stalking. Those are just two doofuses whose names I know, who I documented lying on camera, talking about they have camera footage, and that the property owner of the government building called about in the middle of the night about me being on the camera while I'm on public property, which is the sidewalk outside of that venue. And that's also because of that camera footage that they had of me committing a quote-unquote trespass. That's why, and it's occurring in the specific environment where you're engaged in nothing but criminal summoning. But this is what the entity that commits kidnapping pursuant to surveillance, not law enforcement, presents while they're engaging in what is kidnapping, which is what Owens and Hazelwood committed. Okay? Now, the demons are engaging in what is stalking with ongoing activity creation, and they're engaged in federal stalking on the venue of the internet, and they're doing so pursuant to what is hostility to all that evidence. This is the reality, and this is telling you, exposing the truth about what's wrong with psychopaths who are engaging in criminal activity, public corruption, and you having the audacity to expose it. The entity's engaging in showing you what is the same exact pattern of conduct right now. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct now with the entity adding on the helicopter activity, which was equally illegitimate and obvious before the helicopter activity. When you heard the train activity, you know that they're monitoring. When you see the possible light activity, you know that they're monitoring, including when you see the Ontario Police Department, you know that they're monitoring. That's how heavily documented the entity is. And this is criminal activity that Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are a part of. They are monitoring right now. They're threatening right now with this agency that has committed kidnappings and committed criminal defamation with the corrupt medical field, with the corrupt people of the state, including Eric Corey Spencer, and the people of the state that are in court, aiding in what is the criminally defamatory acts of the Ontario Police who commit kidnappings and then use their criminal activity to try to manufacture a criminal record or mental illness while they're gang stalking with the people of the state. This is public corruption. They're monitoring together, and these are all demons. What's driving on south on Euclid Avenue, this is demonic pacing, and they're doing so while the demons of the Ontario Police have a demon flying in circles. That's demonic pacing, and the demons are surrounding in multiple Ontario Police vehicles. This is all manner of what is an express and implied threat by the demon-possessed that are engaged in criminal monitoring, gang stalking, and all elements are present. Merchants, the building, the business is pacing. The monitoring. Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue. The Ontario Downtown Luxury Apartments at 320 North Euclid Avenue. Gloria's Cochinas at 401 North Euclid Avenue. The U.S. Bank at 333 North Euclid Avenue. 415 North Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring. The entity is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct at I'm letting you know, first of all, what are the surrounding venues, but the entity is engaged in gang stalking with all of the people of the state. They're doing so on the roads and the highways. They're engaged in federal stalking right now, and they're doing so with the intent to obstruct justice, while they're also monitoring on the venue of the internet, okay? The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct and is doing so with regard to knowledge of everything that's published on the internet, and this is corroborating everything that's on the internet, and it is exactly why the entity is going to federal prison. And the list of demons engaging in kidnapping as of 2025 and gang stalking under a fake sun. This is speaking to the criminal activity of demons that are under a fake sun, acting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder. This is why you're engaging in the duplicitous conduct of stalking an American citizen in the most terrorizing manner, like every other documented terrorist in the state of California, corrupt law enforcement agencies, which includes Kern County. Kern County Sheriff is stalking me under the fake sun in Bakersfield, where there's no sun at the same time on Euclid Avenue, where the entity is stalking me under a fake sun at the same time of year, while the entity is concentrating helicopter activity. That's audible activity. That's an unlawful threat, while they are monitoring and targeting somebody that knows what they're doing and that is documenting it. That's also the unlawful intrusion and a case against the state, the government. And this is what Gavin Newsom is presiding over. He's aware that the Ontario Police, that Kern County Sheriff, are engaged in surveillance in the state of California because Gavin Newsom's engaged in criminal surveillance. So is Paul Leon and every other gang stalking mayor. The mayor in Bakersfield, the mayor in Los Angeles, the mayor in the mayor in Los Angeles, Karen Bass, the mayor in what is San Bernardino, the mayor in Rialto, the mayor in Pomona, the mayor in what is Walnut, the mayor in Hesperia, California, where the entity is keeping the fake sun and yet rising and setting it on Euclid Avenue in alignment to wherever I'm at. The demons are gang stalking where there's no investigation at Economy Inn, where the fake sun is documented at 716 in the Ontario International Airport, are gang stalking right along with them, stalking in the path with commercial planes while that fake sun is rising and setting, while the entity is engaging in the exact same thing, and they're not acting like they're engaging in any investigation, nor is there any investigation in this specific environment. It's criminal surveillance and terrorism, the hallmark of targeting in the state of California, where demons are doing so in a whole illusion of an environment. And that illusion is not only shattered, you watch them expose their mental illness while they engage in this very criminal activity, which is also going on the internet. And it is why the list of demons, including Hazelwood and Owens, who are here participating in this act of terrorism, they're going to federal prison, and so are the demons that are acting with them, okay? The entity had another vehicle at Starbucks at the East Street and Euclid Avenue. That vehicle moved. While I started walking around the vehicle, that vehicle moved, but that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vehicles, and the entity has over 10 demons that are sitting around aiming light onto Gloria's Cochinas. And remember, they're engaged in gang stalking. The people of the state are monitoring with them. These are psychopaths and delusional ones who are under a fake sun, who are already exposed as targeting me specifically, who are engaging in this on behalf of Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks, who are doing so while the federal government is watching how state surveillance is underway by corrupt law enforcement agencies. Because this is what they do. They're mentally ill, they make up information, they make up a defendant, and they engage in what is criminal conduct with the people of the state. It's cops and robbers. They're engaging in monitoring with the entity that's engaging in what is targeting as the people of the state, third parties, and as the corrupt state actors, the Ontario Police. Okay? It is currently 3:44 a.m. The entity engaged in, there's no gunfire, there are no sirens, there is nothing that happens. That's why I was sleeping. While the entity, I wake up and the entity is surrounding by the Ontario Police Department, who is stalking at all times and hours. All they did was add a flurry, a group of demons wearing Ontario Police uniforms and using vehicles as a means of communicating a threat. These are demons that are very much hostile to my documentation that's on the internet. This has nothing to do with law enforcement. All they're doing is another iteration of criminal summoning, and this is based on the hostility to my evidence. This is why the demon is following me in helicopter as I'm walking around Gloria's Cochinas. And also, this is what the entity is doing every other day at every other venue, where no sun is going to rise and set over a library on one street. No sun is going to rise and set over a hotel on the same street, by the way. No sun is going to rise and set over the elderly, over Woodside Senior Apartments, but that's what I documented. Also, where they're engaged in kidnapping. And who are they engaged in kidnapping with? The people of the state, whom they claim to be relying upon in order to establish that they're engaging in an investigation. The people of the state that are demons gang stalking, meaning the demon-possessed people of the state, they play criminal. The demon-possessed state, the gang stalking police officers, they play the officers. They're playing cops, they play the cops and robbers. Okay? But the reality is they're engaged in monitoring me. They engage in what is criminal summoning, engage in what is arrest under the fake sun and an engineered light. That's documented on the record. They're engaging in this right now in the absence of any defendants as well. The defendants are the people of the state that are driving on Euclid Avenue. The entity itself, the Ontario Police, wanted to participate, so they surrounded the building where I'm at. They are aiming light. This is psychopathic behavior. The stalking with light conduct is what the demon-possessed doing are under a fake sun. That's stalking with light. So they're doing it at nightfall while my shadow's surrounding me. What is the helicopter activity? Monitoring. the impossible light activity, you're looking at what the entity is doing, stalking somebody and psychologically torturing them, and they're doing it on the internet while this is going right up. And this is speaking to why the gang members that committed kidnapping in 2025 are going exactly where they are. The entity that committed kidnapping in 2022, which is S. Patty and Arnold, they're going to federal prison. The entity that committed, and the demons that are kidnapping with Shannon Dykes' San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, federal prison. And this is disbanding the demons that commit kidnapping of the Upland Police Department while they are stalking with a whole fake son that cannot be remaining over, for example, what is the OVITT family community, like pick a venue, any venue, because the entity is stalking and the body of evidence is showing a stationary light source over me, which is showing what is surveillance by that department, the Ontario Police, who are currently using a helicopter the moment that my video camera stopped recording and has continuously engaged in what is stalking you by flying in circles over me, which they're doing everywhere under the documentation of what is a fake sun, proving that all of the environment is used for surveillance as well. This is a very unpersuasive and by the way, an identical pattern of conduct. While psychopaths are just aiming, okay, we're going to aim light at Gloria's Cochinas, while they're monitoring me, the purpose is me. The focal point is me. This is why the demons are stalking in the same way that they are every other day, stalking by helicopter. Every single last venue. All right. This is, again, federal prison for the gang stalkers that are engaged in this very conduct. Gang stalking under a fake sun is that which the terrorist organization commits in furtherance of murder. This is the entity's criminal pattern of conduct, license 9PND642. The entity is engaged in what is monitoring on the roads and the highways as a corrupt department that's engaging in criminal surveillance. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe 8 vehicles while they're engaging in surveillance. And this is the criminal use of resources by the corrupt mayor, by the corrupt governor, by the corrupt local government that shares in that pattern of conduct. The entity is targeting, as you will look at the body of evidence, of the entity that's targeting with the Ontario International Airport, that is again engaged in targeting by flights that are not taken off from the airport while they are aiding in the elements of monitoring as demons together. The entity is engaging in what is arriving pursuant to criminal summoning, and the entity is creeping around me in the middle of the night. No sirens. The entity is engaging in what is monitoring me in my sleep. This is what demons do, by the way. And this is the practice of witchcraft. Also, not law enforcement. They're doing so in the specific environment. The specific environment is never superseded, not even by demons that put on, like it's Halloween every day, they put on police uniforms. The specific environment is always superseding what is, again, manufactured information that's supposed to be the surface level analysis, assessment of what is actually going on. They're engaged in what is monitoring and harassment and psychological torture of the person, that is myself, whom they're gang stalking and who has proven it. Gang stalking is occurring by corrupt police departments by what is supposed to appear as some sort of execution of their duty. They're relying on the people of the state to play criminal. They're relying on the people of the state to summon them. They're relying on the people of the state to also maintain the elements of monitoring. And they're all doing that under a fake sun during the day that's rising and setting, as I've also shown. And that fake sun remains over me. And the entity is also doing it amongst what is engineered light. And this is where the entity is stalking like they are every other moment, using helicopter in the same exact specific environment. The demons are doing so while you heard amplified train, Union Pacific, there's no Metrolink train, none of that. The entity is engaging in that P.O.C. with the people of the state right now, okay? This is P.O.C. It is currently 3:50 a.m. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and I want to be clear specifically, all they're doing is standing around monitoring, and this is, again, a very passive-aggressive conduct, psychopathic behavior. Demons that actually want to blow your head off, and the ways in which they're able to express aggression is surrounding you. Numerosity. This is how demons are operating, by numerosity, by aiming light. This is the significance of monitoring. It's a show of aggression, and they're also doing so with, again, the most terrorizing means of stalking somebody that demons could conjure up, which I use as a body of evidence to show you a pattern of conduct of targeting, also in a specific environment, by stalking with helicopters, okay? The ordinary target individual has a right to not be targeted by corrupt law enforcement agencies who are acting in furtherance of committing murder. That's why they're engaging in psychological torture as corrupt police. That's why they're engaged in targeting you, which is also proven in the environment. This is where the fake sun is rising in the morning, and this is where the people of the state are stalking with that entity that includes the Ontario Police, who are on the same roads and highways, crossing paths as demons, monitoring one person in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder, while they also have a documented pattern of making up information as to why they're putting their hands on the target individual, crimes that the target individual did not commit, mental illness that the target individual does not suffer from, while the sun does not rise and set over any American citizen, but it is documented rising and setting over the targeted individual, where the demons of the Ontario Police are gang stalking. And that's exactly what's happening on September 4th, 2025. It's currently 3 3:51 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that's been engaged. I want to be clear. No preceding event. I'm sound asleep, where the entity is stalking every night. This is not different. So the entity engaged in another iteration of the same. This is a show of aggression. Look at my documentation. It's very aggressive with regard to the campaign to disband the Ontario Police, and this is why. They are being disbanded, and they are fully exposed for corruption, and they just engaged in another iteration of the same corrupt practices, exposing how surveillance is underway in the United States. It's not an investigation. And by the way, the people that they are investigating, the people that they are engaging in what is quote-unquote supposedly serving as law enforcement, they are criminals as well. It's public corruption while they are monitoring, engaging in an unspecified and unrevealed system of surveillance together. And this is what Tracy Banks is cooperating with while she's targeting her daughter, Erica Spencer, that's myself, while she's engaging in criminal activity with the Ontario Police, defaming my character, summoning them while they're together under the fake sun as demons monitoring, lying about why they are present, lying about who summoned. This is the pathetic things that the Ontario Police and Tracy Banks have engaged in, and Eric Spencer have engaged in together. But the entity is nonetheless going to federal prison. It's all kidnapping while they're engaging in surveillance. And it's all unauthorized under the Constitution, and it's all while the federal government already knows the demons that they are. The federal government has been watching the Ontario Police target me. The federal government has been watching the Ontario Police targeting in ways that they think nobody else knows. The federal government has been watching, and you're watching them expose mental illness. That is closeted, and it's no longer closeted. The entity is doing the exact same thing they're doing every other day. Stalking by helicopter at the OVITT Family Community Library, stalking by helicopter at Starbucks, stalking by helicopter at the Woodside Senior Apartments, stalking by helicopter when I'm walking up and down the street, stalking by helicopter at Economy Inn. The entity is stalking by helicopter at American Inn. This is on video before 2025. Stalking by helicopter while I am at the Stater Brothers off of Holt Boulevard, stalking by helicopter at the Starbucks at 706 West Holt. Doing so, again, not only stalking in that manner, stalking by helicopter, but stalking as a department as you look at all of the evidence of targeting at one address, for example, 507 North Euclid Avenue, Starbucks, or 706 West Holt Boulevard. The documentation is showing a fake sun over me from sunrise until sunset while you're looking at the evidence of targeting by this department that uses helicopter in particular with regard to psychological torture and express and implied threats by an entity that is targeting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder. This is what Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields committed. This is what the entity is doing on the video of the internet, targeting my intellectual property, which is also evidence of criminal activity by this entity. The entity is doing so in concert with the people of the state, both on the video of the internet and in relevant position where the city of Ontario is gang stalking. The state of California is gang stalking because the people of the state at Alvarado Gardens are not under the same light source that's remaining over me from sunrise at 415 North Euclid Avenue until sunset on the same Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario Police are stalking by helicopter at Holt Boulevard, which is on this same street, 2 blocks away. This is D Street. So at what is Holt Boulevard. All right, the entity's engaging, so past C Street, B Street, and then Holt Boulevard, the entity's engaging what is stalking by helicopter, flying in circles over me at that intersection with the Chino Police Department, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, Rancho Cucamonga Police specifically, and also the Ontario Police that are flying over my head by helicopter while I'm documenting the people of the state who are the demons that they're acting like they're looking for inside of the closed establishment, Gloria's Cochinas. There's nobody in there. They're engaged in what is stalking with light. They're engaged in what is an express and implied threat to the targeted individual who knows the significance of the elements that they're engaging in. These are demons who are stalking in particular in the engineered environment. And the criminal waste of resources to use helicopter, the criminal waste of resources to use a police department is that which is committed as an entity that is conspiring murder and very malicious in doing so. Okay, all of this handiwork is supposed to supersede the elements of monitoring, which it does not. All of these elements and the identification of the terrorist itself, the Ontario Police, is supposed to supersede the evidence of targeting, and it does not. The entity is going to be subject to what is federal prison. I'm documenting in the specific environment my upright shadow, multiple shadows on the vehicles, and also surrounding me on the ground. I'm documenting the multiple levels of concentration of my shadows. None of that is a product of standing under a traffic light, standing in what is underneath an artificial light, the street lamps. None of that is a product of what is being amongst what are the police lights. They're engaged in the same conduct inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, walking inside of that library, having my shadows surround myself, pacing from behind to being in front of me, maintaining what are multiple shadows, perpendicular shadows. This is the light activity outside. This is relevant to surveillance, and the helicopter activity is what is the icing on the cake with regard to terrorism, frightening, haunting an American citizen that they are stalking day and night, and you're not supposed to know the significance of that. You're also supposed to assume that the demons that are wearing the police uniforms are engaged in something related to their execution of their duties. But they're not. First of all, they're not engaged in the execution of duties of law enforcement under what is the laws that govern policing and law enforcement in the city and in the state. They're engaged in what is criminal surveillance, and they're wearing police uniforms, which is the cover of what's supposed to be, what is actually providing what I have shown, an unwarranted and unmerited basis of legitimacy. They're entirely illegitimate, and the pattern of conduct shows that, and it's not superseded by the Ontario Police logo. It is showing that the Ontario Police logo is corrupt, and that they are nonetheless engaged in targeting. But I want to make sure that this is clear. This is going on the internet. This is the ongoing evidence of targeting by that department. The entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, while they are again hostile, it's relevant what I already have on the documentation on the internet, and the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct based on hostility to that pattern of conduct, and they've been engaged in this for years. For example, the entity is targeting at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where I'm sleeping there. That's also where the fake sun would rise. Not at 415 North Euclid Avenue in alignment to me where it is now where I'm sleeping. Not at what is Woodside Senior Apartments, where the entity at 6:33 a.m. is keeping the fake sun at Tracy Banks' apartment, where this entity committed kidnapping with Tracy Banks and criminal defamation with Tracy Banks. They're going to federal prison. This is how you know what L. Martinez, Nathan Morgan, B. Hook, and what is C. Torres were engaging in. They were targeting. They were engaged in state surveillance. They were engaged in gang stalking as demons, making malicious allegations in order to accomplish a kidnapping, because the entity that's maintaining a secret conservatorship, that's maintaining a fraudulent marriage, is necessarily trying to manufacture a record in order to steal your property. It's theft committed by the government, which is what Gavin Newsom has been engaged in as a corrupt official in the state of California that's presiding over surveillance that is no longer a secret either. And the federal government is witnessing the corruption of the city of Ontario, the corruption of the state. This is combined with the targeting by the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff, that's Dominic Choi, that's Michael Moore before he resigned, and the entity, because Michael Moore was targeting me before he resigned in 2024. Dominic Choi takes over in 2024, where the same exact targeting is underway. And this entity tried to steal my intellectual property, proving, but I still have evidence of the Los Angeles police targeting in the same manner that the Ontario police are in the specific environment. You're not engaging in anything other than stalking under the fake sun. And you're doing so with regard to showing you the cities that are targeting in that same specific environment, which is impossible to be the natural circumstances of the environment, showing you, again, targeting. And psychopaths that do so wearing police uniforms, where they are doing so maliciously because they understand that they're going to be given unmerited and unwarranted, which is what I'm showing you, the changing the landscape, that corrupt law enforcement is what is the use of surveillance. And they're doing so maliciously because when the gang stalking police say that you're a criminal, that you've committed a crime, it's not questioned. It's also not accurately and actually investigated. The entity engages in corruption in the courts, as I've also shown, while they are engaging in kidnapping together as a corrupt court. This is what the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is engaging in. While the entity is keeping the fake sun over Euclid Avenue from sunrise until sunset, the fake sun is over my head and remaining over me at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, where this agency committed kidnapping with that courthouse. This is understanding a corrupt system. The same with the San Bernardino County Sheriff, who are sharing and targeting, and they are engaging in what is kidnapping as they exchange hands by the Ontario police, who are engaged in surveillance, with the people of the state who engage in surveillance criminal summoning, because the gang stalking police, who are demons engaging in surveillance, need the people of the state to commit what is criminal summoning, a federal offense for which you go to federal prison. And the entities engaging in that, while the gang stalking sheriff's department, who are also documented under a fake sun, that would never be on the same street, where the entity is clearly targeting me by flying in circles over my head by helicopter, while a bunch of psychopaths aim light around me and focus their eye attention on a building when I am the focal point. And the proof is the multiple shadows on the ground, the ongoing same criminal pattern of conduct by the people of the state, and the presence and the engagement and the elements of monitoring, which you are not ignorant about. You are looking at the demon-possessed Ontario police engage in elements of monitoring while you're talking about get out of the street, because you're documenting. And it's also the exercise of fictitious authority, as though you're going to do something about me being in the street while I'm documenting you threatening my life, bearing weapons, stalking as a psychopath and engineer light, doing so with regard to knowledge of the fact that I'm documenting you on the the internet where you're also engaged in surveillance, and you thought that it was a good idea, that is retaliatory conduct, threatening the life of an American citizen, psychologically harming them, and still acting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder while you are feigning being anything other than a gang stalker, a demon-possessed, corrupt agency that's engaging in surveillance, not law enforcement. And the entity is doing so in concert with the agencies that are on the record, targeting in the same exact manner. Las Vegas, Nevada, Joseph Lombardo and Gavin Newsom are sharing in the same criminal pattern of conduct when you get to a macro level of analysis, because the sun in California is not rising and setting on Euclid Avenue over me. Not only that, it's not doing that also, which is already a prosecution, doing the same thing in Las Vegas, Nevada, where Joseph Lombardo is engaging in surveillance as of 2023. He was targeting me when I am there in 2024 on video, where the entity engaged in criminal summoning under the fake sun. All right, in the state of Nevada, while the entity is at the same time keeping the fake sun setting in alignment to me on the same street where it's rising, where you're hearing the entity stalking me by helicopter. You just heard them engage in the exact same pattern of conduct they're doing every single day. Psychopaths who are very much severely ill, not competent, in fact. Psychopathic disorders that are closeted, and public corruption that is concealed, and it's no longer concealed. While the entity is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, surveillance, psychological torture, these are warfare tactics against American citizens who don't have the evidence, and also who are being bullied by the government, the corrupt court, and the corrupt sheriff's department that kidnapped them with the gang stalking police, who are psychopaths stalking an engineered light, aiming light around Gloria's Cochinas. Nobody is in there. They're engaging in this conduct in the engineer light, asking questions as psychopaths that they know the answer to. They're monitoring my vagina in the bathrooms inside of these venues. This is the entity that engages in that, and this is a show of aggression because they're documented on the internet. Okay, the entity is engaging in no sounds, no sirens when they're engaging in criminal summoning while I am documenting them under the fake sun and an engineer light at nightfall, while they're engaging in no emergency whatsoever sounding their sirens. They surround me at Gloria's Cochinas in their vehicles, waking up with over 8+ vehicles, flying in circles by helicopter, absolutely no sirens, quietly creeping around me while they're demon possessed, monitoring me in my sleep, doing so while they know that I'm asleep, and then engaging in what is monitoring while they're staring at a building, and you're looking at what is gang stalking by psychopaths who are acting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder, because they control the narrative when they murder American citizens and state that they did so in order to protect another person, to protect themselves. While they're not engaged in law enforcement, but this is again, while they're wearing a police uniform, while they're driving police vehicles, they're engaging in what is that unwarranted and unmerited presumption where surveillance is exposed, which is what California, Gavin Newsom and Joseph Lombardo share in. This is public corruption, which the Ontario police are exposing how it's executed, and it's also exposing the national security threat. What's the entity doing at every other time? Stalking by flying over me by commercial airline planes, which is, again, remaining criminal activity on the record that is irreconcilable with taking off from the airport. That's not changing. The entity that's engaging what is exposing itself and has been doing so for years, you were targeting and you're targeting now, and that's another method of targeting that the Ontario Police Department are sharing in. They're gang stalking with the people of the state who are pacing on Euclid Avenue in engineered light, monitoring in real time while you are a psychopath staring at a building, aiming light. They're demons that are monitoring. They're demons that are monitoring, claiming to be engaged in an investigation, yelling out, get out of the street, which is audible activity and engineered light. You are looking at the environment. This is how the federal government has probable cause to investigate when police departments are committing murder and they're committing systematic kidnappings while they are relying on the people of the state to bear false witness, which is exactly what the people of the state have done to me, while they are engaging in what is an act of corruption, an act of theft, pursuant to what is a conspiracy to commit murder. This is why this agency has engaged in what is lying on the record with Tracy Banks as the people of the state, trying to manufacture mental illness. They're going to federal prison and they're showing you what Tracy Banks relied on. They're corrupt together. This is not an investigation, it's criminal summoning, and the specific environment supersedes what the entity is relying on, that their uniform is going to supersede any sort of evidence or information by the American citizen, and that is not the case. That their uniforms and that the use of police resources is going to supersede and be viewed as something more important than anything that the American citizen person that is a target individual is going to support, or that the evidence and the criminal elements of monitoring show and prove, and that is not the case. You're going to be prosecuted. These are gang members that engage in a very elaborate and also a costly show of what is actually retaliation based on my evidence that's published on the venue of the internet. It is literally about me. Who are they also relying on to appear as though they're engaging in an investigation? The demon-possessed people of the state who are stalking me under a fake sun with them. They're the ones stalking me with impossible light under a fake sun with them. They're the ones stalking me as a population in that engineered environment, manufacturing the appearance of normalcy in doing so with the Ontario police. This is how it operates. The entity literally engaged in what is remaining over me by helicopter. As I walked around the building, the demon followed me in helicopter over my head, as opposed to focusing on what the demons are aiming their light on, which is stalking in the path with light and engineer light, while they're all looking at the building and asking me questions. Oh, did you see anybody over here? The entity doesn't wake me up. The entity doesn't wake up with any sirens. The entity doesn't have any sort of contact. These are demons that know when you're conscious and unconscious. And when I wake up, which these demons know, they are exceedingly hostile. And that was the act of Satan that engaged in the most psychopathic, passive-aggressive means. But you're looking at, when you're getting to the elements of monitoring, it's not passive-aggressive at all. But it is passive-aggressive insofar as they're not addressing you. They're not accusing you of any crime. They're engaging what is presence all around you, focusing their attention on something else while they're all around you, engaging in the elements of monitoring, bearing weapons that they're not aiming at you, but they are in possession of. That's the entity that's communicating, and when you're understanding the pattern of conduct malicious, it's an implied threat. When you're breaking down the elements of monitoring, that is an express threat. You're getting past the illusion and getting to the substance of the thing, and it is not passive aggressive. On the surface, it's supposed to appear as though you are breaking down the elements, and then you have the entity on top of that, a pattern of conduct by kidnapping, doing so in that specific environment, pursuant to what is making up information, which again, the gang stalking corrupt police departments need to make up information, because this is what law enforcement is supposed to appear as. And even when you get past that unpersuasive and a very thin veneer, you are looking at clear targeting. That's all they're doing is targeting. The entity is engaging in targeting in that environment as well. This is where the entity has the fake sun rising, like I documented September 3rd, 2025. That was yesterday. This is where the fake sun is rising, where the entity is aiming light. The objective under the fake sun is aiming light. They're all demons who are stalking with light. This is why the fake sun is rising in alignment to me, and not remaining over Tracy Banks' apartment, rising there. Not remaining outside of my living room window at Alvarado Gardens at 1806 North Alvarado Street, apartment number 6, through that living room window. Inside of that living room, where all of that engineered light is supposed to be the product of the sun that you could see outside of that living room window along the hillside, that's not coinciding with alignment to me on Euclid Avenue, where the Ontario police are stalking with light. This is the entity that is, again, the demon-possessed are focused on this stalking with light, and it's not even normal light. It's engineered light. It's light that they're molesting my body with as sex offenders. It's light that they are stalking with as criminal monitors. They are monitoring as demons who know what it is with regard to every movement, know with regard to what it is that you are perceiving, what it is you're thinking, knowing when you're conscious and unconscious, and they're also engaged in surveillance in that manner. It's inhumane, and it's also surveillance pursuant to the use of technology. They're also engaged in surveillance on devices, on the internet, in violation of Title 18 as well, and they're also engaged in surveillance while they are physically stalking you in that environment, which also happens to be incongruent in defiance of nature. Okay, all of this is the evidence surrounding them, the use of helicopters and Ontario police uniforms, while they're psychopaths. Psychopaths stare at buildings in the middle of the night, aiming all manner of light when nobody is actually engaging in any criminal activity. And they're doing so because you're supposed to give them the presumption that they're actually doing something as a department. Those are psychopaths. When you're breaking down what the Ontario police are literally doing and the malice behind what they're doing and who they're doing it with, the people of the state that are not engaged in traffic, this is surveillance. Those are psychopaths. This is the entity that's going to, again, mental illness with regard to the demons that are stalking by helicopter. What the entity did right now by helicopter, this is what they're doing to me at Tracy Banks' apartment, at Woodside Senior Apartments, flying in circles over me, flying in circles while the fake sun is over me, and they're adjacent to my person flying in circles. That's supposed to be a passive-aggressive iteration of the same thing. The focal point is me while the fake sun's over my head, and the Ontario police are flying in circles. Mental illness is exhibited while they're pacing. This is a demon-possessed entity that's entirely corrupt, and they are all psychopaths pacing around me day and night, monitoring. This is P.O.C. It's currently 4:10 a.m. on September 4th, 2025. And pursuant to, again, the agenda is, first of all, taking a stand against domestic terrorism in the state of California and in the United States. Domestic terrorism is very real. The Ontario Police, the state of California have proven beyond what is my body of evidence, the P.O.C, and the criminal activity that this entity has committed, which is corroborating evidence, documentation on the record. While the entity committed criminal activity against me, it is also the evidence in the documentation proving surveillance by the state committed for a multitudinous of reasons, by the way, not only because of theft of property that belongs to me, but also obstruction of justice, trying to conceal surveillance, trying to conceal the fact that they are criminals, trying to conceal the fact that they're targeting, and also seeking to conceal demon possession as well. The demon possessed don't want to be exposed as a whole population. And also the entity that's engaging in what is targeting with regard to exposing the people of the state as criminals who are going to federal prison. The criminal activity of the government is putting the government, that are the people of the state, not private citizens, where they belong in mental asylums and federal prison, and walking away with criminal records as terrorists in the states, okay? Because what California is doing is a template for what's going on in the rest of the country. And it's a violation of your human rights and the Constitution, state and federal. The entity is doing so while they have been keeping the evidence that is speaking to an inevitable demise of specifically the Ontario Police Department, San Bernardino County Sheriff, and the Upland Police. Those are the agencies that committed kidnapping, which is intolerable means of terrorism in the United States. When you are engaging in criminal surveillance, you shall not engage in that method of terrorism. And that's what this is, understanding the whole focal point, the whole basis of the corruption of the executive branch, which is what law enforcement represents. When you're engaging in number one surveillance, the direct violation of the oath that you take, the direct opposite of the purpose of being in law enforcement, while you're actually a criminal aiding in public corruption and then trying to conceal that. This is the entity that is, again, you're going to be disbanded for that. That's what the Ontario Police have committed. The Upland Police Department has committed. They even came to Ontario as I'm documenting them gang stalking at Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. It's on video, while the Ontario Police are doing the same thing on the same street where the fake sun rises and sets, and that sunrise and sunset is over me on this street, where they engage in another malicious iteration showing mental illness of that entity, showing public corruption of that entity, proving demon possession of that demonic entity who is engaging in criminal surveillance as a corrupt public entity. Understand the terms while I am, and these are definitions that are provided for you on the my website. This is the P.O.C.wordpress.com, where I have broken down this corrupt system, how it operates, and the sophisticated levels that are occurring when you're gang stalking in the court and you are upholding the criminal activity of that corrupt police department. They're doing so as a corrupt system, and it's not an accident. It's not an oversight. It's not a something that you are dealing with regard to an administrative hearing, with regard to even appealing to the appellate level or the Supreme Court. As the entity is engaging in a statewide system, my documentation covers every angle of this as well, while the entity is engaging in what is a pattern of conduct. And this is giving the federal government what, by the way, it's on the one hand unfortunate because you do want the supremacy clause to take effect. It's not only providing supremacy to the federal government, but it's also for the protection of the states. Because you are supreme, you don't have the ability to interfere with everything that the states are doing. But because of the realization and the proof of what is surveillance, the federal government is necessarily now, and this is having pros and cons, but for the protection of, American citizens who are being kept under surveillance in violation of their human and constitutional rights, the federal government has probable cause with regard to the prosecution. The establishment of the P.O.C. is providing, first of all, probable cause. It is the irrebuttable presumption of public corruption, where you are in that specific environment where surveillance, not law enforcement, is underway, as the Ontario Police Department are proving. They are literally, I laid out the pattern of conduct. I provided what are the allegations, and then I went about and provided a body of evidence proving all the allegations, and then the entity goes to the extent to prove on its own, which is what this is. This is literally superfluous. This is literally a surplusage. This is literally over and beyond what is the body of evidence proving, number one, surveillance, 2, public corruption, 3, demon possession, and the existence of surveillance in the United States. All of that is proven by the entity that went above and beyond what it is that I needed to prove as evidence to prosecute in criminal and in civil court. The entity is engaging in surveillance, and this is that which the entity is engaging in based on the fact that they've never been exposed before, based on the fact that they've never faced, first of all, not only common sense level of scrutiny, but legal scrutiny, because the entity is under all circumstances designed to facilitate surveillance by the police that are engaging in criminal monitoring, not law enforcement. Okay? The entity is engaging in this with regard to retaliating against me because I've exposed them. And this is being mindful. who is going to federal prison based on this elaborate iteration of what you're also witnessing, the corruption of the mayor, the corruption of that city council, the corruption of the people of the state who are aiding and acting in concert with that act of terrorism, which is surveillance by police, who are not engaged in law enforcement. This is, again, relying on what is the responsible discourse surrounding the exposure of criminal surveillance by the corrupt executive branch. That is gang stalking police officers who commit murder, who commit kidnappings, and who commit what is malicious assertions in order to accomplish kidnapping. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct while committed kidnapping by the Ontario Police. And the Ontario Police are gang stalking, and they committed kidnapping as an entity. And federal prison for such acts of documented acts of domestic terrorism and psychological torture, which has been committed in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is already established, to commit murder as an entity. This is pursuant to criminal surveillance. The Ontario Police Department's, Ontario Police officers are targeting in furtherance of a conspiracy to commit murder. That's why they're engaged in a secret system of surveillance, by the way. And the entities engaging what is gang stalking in concert with the people of the state who are targeting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder. They are doing so while they then commit the felonious acts of criminal summoning, which is a federal offense. You're going to federal prison for that, because it is that which is reasonably leading to kidnapping, the threat of kidnapping. This is psychological torture, harassment, terrorism of the ordinary targeted individual who is being stalked by the police who rely on criminal summoning. And this is the entity sitting around staring at an empty building, claiming that something happened, and you're relying on their word that something happened, and you're relying on their word with regard to the people of the state who are playing cops and robbers with them. They are engaged in stalking a whole other person. This is psychopathic and malicious criminal activity where surveillance is underway, surveillance in ways in which you are ordinarily not aware of. They are stalking in the path. This is relevant positioning, light activity, and audible activity, while all they're doing is engaging in a ritual, pacing all around me, which you are witnessing while the entity engaged in that using helicopters. You're witnessing that while they surrounded the building around me, doing so not sounding a peep, no sirens, no nothing. They're monitoring in my sleep. They're spiritually attacking me. This is the practice of witchcraft. These are pedophiles. These are demons that engage in voodoo, black magic, while they're engaging in what is a hostile stance, while they're secretly, and by secretly I mean they're doing so in my sleep. Remember, every other moment of the day, these demons are speeding up and down Euclid Avenue under the fake sun while they know that while I'm documenting, and they're monitoring me, sounding sirens, but they have such an emergency to pull out the helicopter, which is monitoring me, to pull out over 9 vehicles surrounding this building where I'm at while they're monitoring me, doing so in the engineer light. You're looking at them using light and using flashlights, walking around on the sidewalk while they all have multiple shadows, which is not explained away by the street lamps. It's not explained away by the traffic lights. It's not explained away by their flashlights. They're monitoring. That's called light activity. These are demon-possessed people who are monitoring. In context, these demons are very hostile because I have the ability and the proof so that you know that I'm not just making things up. And even if, by the way, if I was making it up, there sure is a lot of evidence that's act complementary to each other if I was making it up. That's not making it up. That's impossible. Okay? The entities engaging in what is demonic activity. These are demons who are monitoring. First of all, understand what's happening in the spirit. This is demon possession, and they're monitoring in a way that people, human beings, normal people, and also those who are not corrupt, those who are not demons, are ignorant about. And they're engaging in the elements of monitoring. This is a league of demons who are presenting a show of force, which you are physically going to analyze and prosecute. First of all, you're monitoring. And the specific environment, tangible evidence proves that. The federal government has probable cause to investigate anything like this. And this is, again, you're getting to the supremacy clause, but you're getting to what is also going to be the protection of American citizens, because now the federal government has probable cause. You have PC in any and everything because of the specific environment, because of the people of the state that are engaging in public corruption in that specific environment. And no law enforcement, no court, no community can state, oh, well, this is what happened. And you're going to just take the word of that judge, take the word of that court, take the word of that community on the news, take the word of that agency on its face because of the public corruption inherent to the specific environment, inherent to the corrupt executive branch that is engaging in surveillance through the police, through the sheriff's departments, through the courthouses, where the states are engaging in surveillance, and surveillance includes kidnapping, targeting people. All right? The people of the state are doing the exact same thing that the Ontario Police Department just did using, what's the difference? The very seriously criminal activity of doing so in police vehicles, county issued vehicles, using helicopters that are assigned, associated with that department, bearing weapons, bearing a logo that has legal significance, while they are, again, having taken an oath, which then provides them authority that they don't actually have under the law because of the corrupt system of surveillance, that they are not telling the American citizens that they're engaging in, but the American citizens who are gang stalking with them are aware of it, while they have this whole satanic league of those that are engaging in monitoring surveillance that you're ignorant of. And it is that which is not impervious to a prosecution because of the fact of engineered light, because of the fact of the fake sun. This is the fact of what is targeting in a manner that the ordinary person is ignorant about. They're engaging in investigation under the fake sun. No, they're not. They're monitoring. You're looking at surveillance while they're claiming they don't know what's happening. They don't know about where this person went. We're investigating. We're looking for someone. These are demons that know what you're doing regarding your genitalia in the bathroom when they're not physically present. You just witnessed mental illness at its highest. With that level of malice, associating it with a law enforcement agency that pulled out vehicles and helicopter in order to target me and engage in the duplicitous conduct as feigning as though they're engaged in focusing on something else. And by the way, the something else are the demon-possessed people of the state. That's who they're looking for. That's who they're claiming to be investigating. That's the reason why they are here around me. Okay, that's the pattern of conduct. That level of malice is also your physical evidence of mental illness. This is a spirit that's engaging in manifesting in criminal activity, which is proven through a body of tangible evidence. It is the P.O.C. And every criminal act committed by this entity is also serving as what is documentation. I literally went through it in order to prove criminal surveillance. Okay, so this is, again, the entity that's repeatedly kidnapping me, and I'm capturing it on video. While demons are getting excited about the July 4th, 2025 kidnapping, I am intentionally engaging in what is first of all, a constitutionally protected inquiry about why the police are in my face. Moreover, when you're understanding the federal investigation that's underway, why are you in my face? Under this fake sun, you're engaging in surveillance. You're a psychopath claiming that you're here for another reason, while the people of the state at Starbucks are monitoring with you. You're going to federal prison for that, and that is a constitution under existing law. It is a constitutionally protected inquiry while you are asking why you are present in my path, and moreover, it is also protected while you are under a violation of federal law, engaging in what is criminal surveillance, while you are a corrupt agency acting in furtherance of murder. Under both analyses, this is entirely lawful, while then that entity committed kidnapping. While they are demons, this is the reality of their condition and their knowledge. They know what you're doing when you're not even occupying the same space with them. They're demon possessed. And that is also proven the specific environment is proving the truth of what it is that I'm telling you. Because the sun does not rise and set at one address. This is where the Ontario police are engaging in what is psychopathic behavior, focusing on the building. This is, again, what they want you to physically look at. Oh, I'm asking you questions, so I'm not stalking you. Oh, I'm aiming my flashlight at the building, so I'm not focused on you. I'm not stalking you. Oh, I'm aiming my flashlight in the opposite direction and keeping my back to you, so I'm not stalking you. Oh, I'm telling you to get out of the street, so I'm protecting you, and I'm also keeping you from interfering with my investigation because I'm not stalking you. All right, and the entity is relying on also, understand that's very malicious, and it's also delusional in the face of the evidence. The P.O.C. has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that not only the Ontario Police Department is engaged in state surveillance targeting me in particular, I am the only person that's being targeted. A population, the state of California, including the governor, is targeting me in California, where I remain in Ontario. The evidence proves that beyond a reasonable doubt because the demon-possessed are unintelligent. These are dummies who are also delusional in the face of evidence. They engaged in that right now, again, on the record, which is serving for, again, while I'm going through that, for who's going to federal prison because they committed kidnapping pursuant to surveillance. B. Hook, Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, A. Quesada, L. Edwards, Alex Escobar, C. Hazelwood, who was here, gang stalking in this iteration of criminal summoning, and Owens, who was here, gang stalking in that iteration of criminal summoning. The entity is engaging in this, and the entity is doing so with regard to the duplicitous conduct. The entity the entity, the public entity is demon possessed. It's a demonic entity that's engaged in public corruption as a public entity, and they're doing so with regard to knowledge of actually who you are and what you're doing, while they are engaging in the malicious pattern of conduct, playing cops and robbers. That is, feigning to need to engage in investigation, feigning ignorance about what actually happened at any place and time, feigning about the identity of some person, the people of the state that are engaging in criminal activity with them. The people of the state that are stalking an American citizen with them under a fake sun and an engineered light. Sunlight doesn't create multiple shadows, neither does artificial light, neither does a police officer's flashlight, neither does a police officer's vehicle lights, neither does light manifest out of nowhere in the darkness. All of this is relevant to the entity that is a psychopath. These gang members just demonstrated severe mental illness, and the entity that's engaged in gang stalking will be subject to a prosecution, both diagnosis. The mental health of the gang stalking entity is at the forefront of the criminal and civil prosecution of that entity that is targeting. This is mental illness that is not speaking to ignorance and the inability to appreciate the criminality or the undesirable affects and results of what it is the entity is committing. The entity is intentionally and maliciously engaging in psychological torture. This is a program of torturing someone that you intend to defame as mentally ill, that you intend to frame for criminal conduct that they didn't commit, that you intend to depict as mentally ill when there is no mental illness. But by the way, on the part of that American citizen, there is mental illness on the part of that targeting agency, the Ontario Police. These are the demon-possessed who are psychopaths. The demon-possessed who share that mental illness with the people of the state, who are stalking me day and night by impossible light. That's literally what the Ontario Police Department are sharing in. I'm documenting stalking with light all day, every day, including at nightfall. The Ontario Police are the demon-possessed stalking with light. And they're doing the same thing while they focus on a building. Nobody is inside of the building. No crime has been committed. The entity also crept around me while I was sleeping. This is speaking to their obsession with me. This is speaking to their severe mental illness while they are stalking with impossible light. Okay? That's what the people of the state are doing while they're monitoring. The Ontario Police wanted to get as close to me as they can because they are also sexually obsessed. This is a Jezebel spirit with the particular type of demon possession. It's a Jezebel spirit that's entirely sexually perverted. The Ontario Police are engaged in pedophilia. The Ontario Police are engaged in sex trafficking of minors. The Ontario Police are engaged in sex trafficking of the targeted individual. That is myself, that's been on the internet in the nude, while this agency, this entity that's stalking with impossible light as demons, you're listening to them monitoring right now. The Ontario Police is still monitoring. All they did was surround me with vehicles, which is a threat, psychologically harmful to the ordinary target individual, and I'm also going to enforce my rights with regard. But you're understanding the malice behind what they're doing. And then they added in the helicopter activity, which they're doing everywhere in the city of Ontario. And they're not engaged in any investigation. That's not an investigation now, nor is it at every other time when they're engaged in the same exact pattern of conduct. Stalking using helicopters. Which you're using helicopters, which with regard to what is public corruption, the mayor knows about the criminal use of helicopters to engage in surveillance and terrorism and psychological torture. So does the governor, as it is a documented pattern of conduct amongst the corrupt law enforcement agencies engaging in surveillance in California. And so does Joseph Lombardo, that's sharing the pattern of conduct in Nevada. All right, but the entity, and that's the mentally ill entity that's acting with knowledge, with malice, with deliberation, okay, premeditation, before they commit murder and kidnapping. And they're demons that know what you're doing. Demons that are molesting my breast from across the street. You're not engaging in anything other than monitoring with the Ontario Police Department. All the vehicle license plates, all those demons that are engaging in what is, this is the entity that's engaging what is producing their identity, producing what they were doing on the record, and it's the admission of them engaging in criminal monitoring. And that corruption, which is very easy as well. They're gang stalking at work. The work schedule, the business records is going to be used to prosecute them. While who was present, engaging in the pattern of conduct, who committed kidnapping, literally the business records is going to be used in combination with my documentation. Because you could lie all you want. Any lies, any means of trying to, you're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison. Understand they're not getting out of it. They are already surrounded with evidence, and they just engaged in another iteration showing psychopathic disorders. No sane person is gang stalking, and also no sane person or no legitimate agency that wants nothing to do with any sort of even the allegation, okay? Not only are they beyond being accused of the egregious acts of gang stalking, but which is a sex offense, okay, and it's relevant to public corruption and connected criminal activity, because remember, they're gang stalking for criminal purposes such as theft, for criminal purposes such as obstruction of justice, where, for example, where you've already engaged in theft and you just want to cover it up, so you're going to murder the person that you're gang stalking. When you're engaged in what is gang stalking because that targeted individual is exposing you, documenting you, putting it on the venue of the internet, exposing you, enforcing their rights, you're gang stalking in furtherance of trying to murder and kidnap that person, trying to depict them as being crazy and doing so. The entity is, in other words, gang stalking for other criminal purposes. They're not just gang stalking for funsies. They're gang stalking because they are maniacal psychopaths. Demon possession is a spirit that's originating and it's manifesting in behavior that is very malicious. That is police officers that are engaging in criminal activity, engaging in what is criminal activity that is duplicitous, that's supposed to on the surface, and you are necessarily only staying on the surface, but no legitimate and no actual competent federal investigation and no competent public federal investigation is going to remain on the surface. You are not sane when you are engaging in that duplicitous conduct of relying on, again, you're delusional because nobody is relying on the surface level assessment of anything. First of all, the history of the Ontario Police, in addition to the specific environment, in addition to what the entity is doing on with regard to what is a pattern of conduct, as you're looking at the entity that is engaging in what is present where there is no emergency. So everybody pulled up, peace and quiet, okay, not disrupting my sleep, in 9 vehicles, were there for over an hour. And remember, they were here for a prolonged period before I woke up. And they're engaging in what is the pattern of conduct while they're not engaging in what is kidnapping, which is not speaking to and it's not rebutting the previous act of kidnapping. The entity is in every way always trying to say, oh, well, we didn't kidnap you this time, so we're not targeting you. That was just a mishap of the last one. And that is not the entity is engaging in targeting under all circumstances. These are demons that think that they are slick. They think that they're clever. They think that they are above the law also because of their identity. They think that you don't know about what's going on with regard to the environment. They think that you are ignorant about their mindset and what their intent is, and I've already defined that for you. They think that you are unaware of the malice with which they're engaging in everything, and they also think that you're not going to question it. And they are wrong about all of it. They're wrong about all of that. They quietly surrounded, not a peep, while they are monitoring me. And this is, again, satisfaction by a bunch of demons who are monitoring me while I'm asleep. I want to be clear, the moment that I'm waking up, this is an act of witchcraft. They are spiritually engaging in things, okay? I am woken up in the spirit, and then I physically wake up. This is the reality. While they are physically not touching, they're not touching me. They're acting on the surface like they're looking for somebody else. They're doing something else, and everything that they're doing is actually when you're getting to the pattern of conduct and understanding the malice of the demons that are conspiring murder by engaging in an investigation, looking at everything else but you, aiming light on everything else but you, while they're in this specific environment, and they're maniacal psychopaths who are cockroaches, who are waiting for an opportunity to blow your head off and claim that it was your fault in one way or another, because you threatened them, because you interfered with their investigation, because you threatened somebody else and they were engaged in the execution of their duty, because they were engaged in an investigation and they a mishap of identity, a mistaken identity, because you engaged in some sort of criminal act while they are engaged in execution of their duty, which then the gang stalking court upholds. All right, and then they're keeping you in involuntary detention, keeping you in the facilities with the gang stalking sheriff, who is also surrounded with evidence of targeting on the roads and the highways and at the facilities themselves. This is all manner of a threat to the life of an American citizen. Because I have documented, because I have proven it, it is not less of a threat. These are demons who know that they are seen in the spirit and who know that they are seen physically, and their mental illness is even proven while they provide more evidence against themselves. That did not help the Ontario Police, and it certainly doesn't help the ones that are going to federal prison. The ones that engaged in kidnapping pursuant to state surveillance. Not an arrest, not even a tortious false arrest with regard to any authority under the law. They're engaged in stalking. They're stalking in furtherance of a criminal objective. It's exposing public corruption under Gavin Newsom. It's exposing public corruption under Joseph Lombardo in Nevada. It's exposing public corruption under Paul Leon. Okay, this is B. Hook, Nathan Morgan, C. Torres, L. Martinez, A. Casada, L. Edwards, Alex Escobar, C. Hazelwood, and Owens, who went out of their way to participate in this iteration of the pattern of conduct. Those two doofuses are gang stalking. They're going to federal prison for what they engaged in on July 15th, for what they engaged in and approximately like 2 weeks ago at Starbucks pursuant to criminal summoning, for what they engaged in right now. State surveillance, which the entity is stalking as a malicious agency in furtherance of murder. The entity is targeting the life, is threatening the life of an American citizen. It is not less threatening because they're lying about looking for somebody at Gloria's Cochinas. It's a threat to the life of an American citizen while they're bearing weapons and exercising authority that they don't have under the law, while they are maliciously targeting an American citizen in the duplicitous form of engaging in an investigation around that targeted individual, while they are doing so very easily taking the life of that American citizen. Very easily. And then controlling the narrative as to what happened to that American citizen who they murder. They murder them. And then claim that it was a part of their duty, or claim that it was another American citizen's criminal act that they came in and found, and there's no evidence of it, or it's an unsolved mystery. The gang violence by the entity that's engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, okay? They are far more dangerous than Bloods and Crips. These are gang members that are engaging in criminal surveillance and furtherance of murder, and then they control the narrative about the criminal activity that they are engaging in. And it's a statewide pattern of conduct, and it's demonic. That's what the Ontario Police just engaged in. And relevant information, they're doing so as an act of retaliation because of the body of evidence that's on the venue of the internet, and I'm going to repeat it, because these demons are going to federal prison. And the entity that's engaging in this, the entity that's stalking under the fake sun, that's a lot of demons that are subject to federal prison. But you need to understand that federal prison is necessary with regard to targeting domestic terrorists. They are by the hundreds. They are by the thousands. The domestic terrorists who are both the people of the state and the corrupt law enforcement agencies. That is the level of what is axiomatic. Engaging in criminal surveillance as a corrupt agency, exercising authority under the law, meaning you're trying to act like you're a cop with authority under the law while you're targeting, which is proven through the specific environment and the behavioral pattern in that environment, you're going to federal prison for that. That's federal prison. It is axiomatic. Gang stalking police officers go to federal prison. That is targeting the domestic terrorists in the United States. And that is necessary because this agency, which is speaking to domestic terrorists in the United States and the state of California, are targeting innocent American citizens, murdering them, framing them in order to kidnap them, falsely depict their character. Understand that there's a substantial amount of property that belongs to me, which the Ontario Police Department has stolen. All right? They stole it, and they intended to get away with stealing it by saying, oh, we're just going to falsely depict, because nobody's going to question us as the government. Nobody's going to question us and our authority while they're engaging in statewide surveillance. Nobody's going to question if you state that Erica Spencer is mentally ill, incompetent, also a criminal, engaged in criminal activity. Nobody's going to question that. And this is while they're engaged in state surveillance. And so not only are they simultaneously gang stalking me, and gang stalking is supposed to result in an American citizen that doesn't have any evidence, walking around freaking out all over the place, accusing people that they don't know. Again, on the surface, strangers. In substance, they're not strangers. They're engaged in targeting a statewide pattern of conduct. But on the surface, it's supposed to create mental illness that is going to be supported by the entity that is stealing from me and then getting away with it by defaming my character. This is what the Ontario Police Department, Tracy Banks, the state of California, has committed, and doing so in concert with Jason Isaac Fields. And there are the entity that's engaged in, again, totally unsupported, just entirely fabricated criminal acts committed against me by defaming my character. Not only is my mental health elite, it's actually elite, it's pristine. The entity engaged in this because they've already committed criminal activity. In addition to the criminal activity that I've documented while they were gang stalking me, every kidnapping, every fictitious prosecution, every criminal act of the denial of justice that I am entitled to under the law as it operates, and the entity is violating that law and targeting me through the corrupt courts, the denial of what is default judgment. While this department stole my vehicle in 2019, the evasion of service of process, while this entity refused to provide service of process, while they were gang stalking in furtherance of murder, having already committed acts of stealing money and property from me, and then thought that because they're corrupt, because nobody knows that they're engaged in surveillance, because no one's going to question the authority of the government, that they'll get away with it. And if the gang members say that you're mentally ill, then you're mentally ill. And by the way, they go to the extent, which is what Arrowhead Regional Medical represent, Arrowhead Regional Medical and San Bernardino County represent, who have no relationship with me. They are engaged in targeting me. They're engaged in kidnapping me with this agency and then putting on paper, oh, we diagnosed, oh, she's mentally ill, oh, she suffers from this, she suffers from that. They made it up from the beginning. This is that same entity. And guess what's over me in the presence at Arrowhead Regional Medical Center? The fake sun is over my head at that gang stalking facility, where they're engaging in psychological torture and the practice of medicine. No, they're engaged in state surveillance. They're engaged in targeting. And they maintain psychological torture inside of that hospital where I documented the pattern of conduct. And they also engaged in lying on paper in concert with this agency that's engaged in obsession with me, stalking while they are hostile demons. Stalking in the same manner that they are every other day, every other night, in the same manner, and you're not standing around anywhere engaging in any investigation. And there's no investigation under the fake sun and an engineered light. They already know what's going on. They're engaged in massive surveillance. Massive. That's speaking to mental illness. That is malicious conduct, psychopathic in substance, which they share with the medical profession that targets people when they steal from American citizens, which is what the Ontario Police Department is in. And the Ontario Police is engaged in sex trafficking, putting me on the dark web, obsessed with my vagina, in fact. Putting me on the web, and then while they're engaging in that, stating that I put myself on the internet. I'm selling my own body. I'm a prostitute having sex with people. That's the entity that's gang stalking in concert with the Ontario Police Department. That, again, presupposed that you would never question their authority. You would never question what they say about the targeted individual while they're engaging in all manner of public corruption. That's what is standing around Gloria's Cochines in the middle of the night, monitoring me in my sleep, engaging in the practice of witchcraft right in front of your face, engaging in state surveillance proven through tangible evidence, and a body of evidence shared by the state of California. Multiple corrupt agencies feigning to be engaged in law enforcement are targeting in the same exact specific environment. The specific environment is the illusion of the natural environment. So for you to be in the specific environment is the evidence of you engaged in criminal surveillance, where they're not investigating anything. They know what's happening. Massive surveillance is underway in California. They know your name. They know your social security number. They know where you're going. They know what's going on with your big toe inside of your shoe. They know what's going on with your genitalia. They know what's going on with your children when they're taking baths. They know what's going on wherever it is that you're traveling. They know what's going on. Those are the demons that are monitoring right now with the people of the state, who they lie and target and murder with, who they engage in sex trafficking with, who they engage in theft with, who they engage in the practice of witchcraft and satanic means of sacrificing. That is the conspiracy to murder when you're prosecuting the demon-possessed. They engage in that with them while they're monitoring and engineer light. Psychopaths that are stalking with light. Psychopaths that are stalking as a population of demons who don't want you to know their condition. This is not unsupported or uncorroborated conspiracy theories of some hyper-religious person. I am none of the above. And the hard evidence speaks for itself. And they just provided evidence of their mental illness, and the prosecution is already complete regarding the disbanding of the Ontario Police, a terrorist organization who is obsessed with me and delusional. That was no retaliation by the demons who are hostile toward me. That was a documented act of terrorism by the entity that's keeping the evidence that's published on the internet under surveillance. Context: legally analyzing the stalker that is already established, and the federal government is watching the practice of witchcraft. This is why you're recognizing that pattern of conduct, and it's also for the protection of American citizens who, again, the federal government now has P.C. to interfere in any and everything that the state is doing because it's public corruption in the specific environment. They're engaged in what is no longer a secret system of surveillance. The entity has, the federal government has P.C. to interfere in any and everything because the states are routinely murdering, routinely kidnapping, routinely setting up American citizens that they're engaged in criminal activity with. Now that has its pros and cons because the supremacy doctrine serves its purposes for the protection, the way that this Constitution and the way that the laws are formed. But because of the rampant public corruption, it is also serving to protect American citizens like myself. Okay? While there are people like me, and there are people that are of the federal government that are not corrupt, that have not bowed down to Satan, because this is directly tailored to spiritual darkness. Now, it's not the government's job to engage in preaching. It's not the government's job to engage in saving anybody. But the federal government shall be informed by the satanic agenda. You are not ignorant in the same way that you would investigate any murder and you're aware of the character of that crime. When they engage in putting satanic symbols in blood and you're recognizing a pattern of conduct with regard to the satanic rituals associated with the murder that was committed. This is the same thing characterizing the criminal activity of the states that are targeting American citizens, and it's satanic behavior. That's relevant to the malice. They're relying on you to look at the surface and not go into substance. They're relying on you to look at the surface, take their word for it, even look at what is the evidence of what it is that they're doing. You're going into the substance of even the evidence, the quote-unquote evidence of what it is that they're stating that they're doing and why they're doing it, what they saw and what they observed. The entity's word cannot be taken. And the irrebuttable presumption of public corruption, that is establishing the P.O.C., where you've established the specific environment, that is the entity that's engaging in surveillance. Oh, you don't believe anything that they're saying. Oh yeah, I want your testimony. I want your claim. I want your position about what you're stating, what happened and what you did. I need all of that. I want all of it, because you're also going to conduct your own investigation, and the entity cannot be trusted. The court cannot be trusted. What the court says is not necessarily what it is. What the agency says, what the police say is not necessarily what it is. What the community of demons say is not necessarily what it is. You are conducting your own investigation because of this system of public corruption, because of a population of demons who are serial killers, who are pedophiles, and who control the narrative as a bunch of gang members accustomed to lying and getting away with it and not being questioned because of pure numerosity. Because of, by the way, the practice of witchcraft, which has a persuasive affect on you that you're ignorant about. But you're not ignorant anymore. Okay? The entities engaged in this conduct, and it is all relying on ignorance. The P.O.C. is to make sure that you see Satan for what he is. He's a spirit, and he goes by business names. He goes by police department agency names. He goes by public official names. He goes by state names like California. Satan through and through. And it's a spirit, and it's manifesting in the criminal activity, the rampant corruption in the households, in the businesses, in the law enforcement, in the practice of law, in the medical field. Corruption through and through. And by the way, a competent investigation will prove it, because the demon-possessed are not intelligent. They're doing so in a specific environment. They're doing so pursuant to a behavioral pattern in that specific environment. And the federal government, you have been trained through my documentation how to prosecute it. You know exactly what it looks like, and you know the malice behind it. And these are notions that you're not ignorant about. Now you are learning how to tailor that attention to a bunch of serial killers, to a bunch of thieves, to a bunch of actual criminals that have to be proven as such in a court of law. That's understood, but that's what they are. And the entity is engaging in what your ability to prosecute that entity is what the P.O.C. provides you with. Because this is a high level of malice. That's all it is. It's a high level of malice. You're not filling up your gas tank in the middle of the night. You're stalking a whole other person that you're conspiring to murder. Whether or not you understand the legal implications of that is irrelevant, because you're going to be prosecuted as a co-conspirator to murder when you're gang stalking. Because that's exactly what you're doing when the police are engaged in criminal surveillance, like the Ontario Police Department just committed again at Gloria's Cochinas, 401 North Euclid Avenue, where, by the way, the fake sun is rising in alignment to me. This is showing that they were targeting where the fake sun rises is where the Ontario Police just engaged in what is targeting me. And targeting by helicopter. The body of evidence showing that they're always targeting me using helicopter. All right, the engineered environment, the engineered light, that's not the product of standing under a artificial light, a street lamp, or standing and when you're being touched with headlights from across the street. That's the entity that's targeting, engaging in surveillance. And by the way, the mentally ill, you're understanding what is necessarily the federal government having P.C. because surveillance is underway. The federal government must have P.C. to interfere with the states because surveillance is underway. So a psychopathic, serial killing pedophile that is engaged in conspiring the murder of one of its victims, of one of its survivors, is engaged in what is surveillance, and then engaged in what is waging false allegations, is engaged in psychological torture, and then engaged in what is defaming their character, is engaged in criminal activity, and then accusing them of criminal acts that they know the target individual did not commit because they're engaged in surveillance. They know exactly what you're doing. They're engaged in what is keeping themselves informed in the courts and in the sheriff's department and in the police departments. They're playing cops and robbers. They know what's happening everywhere. They're demons, number one, and massive, comprehensive surveillance is actually underway, unbeknownst to ordinary American citizens that are not a part of this entity. Surveillance is underway in the United States. Surveillance. Very thorough surveillance. I mean, surveillance that is demonic. They know what's going on between your legs in the bathroom. In the absence of any cameras, by the way. All manner of witchcraft. This is the reality. Now, you cannot prosecute based on the invisible, but this is relevant context. You need to know about this. And everything that I've told you is proven through the specific environment, through the P.O.C. I've proven the reality of what is a demonic means, an invisible means of targeting. I've proven that. The P.O.C. is the proof to you. Secondly, now you're getting to prosecuting with tangible evidence. So you're not ignorant about Satan's devices. You understand what is the objective A bunch of demons that think that they can get it. Ooh, you can't see me. You can't do anything about it. You can't prove it. I'm not touching you. Those are the demons that are engaging in the P.O.C. All right? So not only that, so now that you're aware of that, you're talking about prosecuting with tangible evidence, because that's how you engage in justice in the United States. So you're proving with tangible evidence, first of all, the P.O.C. of surveillance. Second of all, with regard to the entity that's engaged in the pattern, they're not intelligent. The reason why, they're not intelligent because they're, first of all, acting as a corrupt entity that's never been questioned. And it's going to be very easy to accumulate evidence of them targeting. I just want to let you know that these are dummies that are under a fake sun. And with regard to what is exposing surveillance, that's directly rebutting you're being ignorant. You're engaged in surveillance. You're not ignorant about what this American citizen was doing. You're not ignorant about what's happening inside of their private residence, where you don't have any constitutional authority to engage in surveillance, as the environment proves that. All right, the entities engage in what is very malicious while you're ignorant about what's happening in the spirit, and while you're ignorant about what's happening with regard to public corruption. It is public corruption when the government is engaging in surveillance, unbeknownst and without the consent and without the authority under the state and federal constitutions. That's public corruption. And they're sharing it with the people of the state. There's no constitutional authority to engage in surveillance with the population. And that's what they're doing. And they just engaged in a demonic tirade of an unlawful threat based on hostility. These are demons that are psychopaths, and this is what Satan doesn't understand. You're not retaliating against me. You're being the whole gang stalking charade. It doesn't work against me. I am here to expose you, Satan. I'm here to prosecute you. So while you engaged in that, I documented it. It's going on the internet. Everyone is witnessing it, and everyone else is also learning. And because guess what? Witchcraft is only so effective when you're ignorant about it. Okay, so they're relying on your ignorance. That's getting past what is the effective working of witchcraft and spell work and whatnot. But second of all, you need Christ Jesus. If you don't know him as your Lord and Savior, if you have not repented of your sins, because these are the days that we're in, and Satan is becoming more and more desperate. All right. And you're talking about a high level of desperation when an entire police departments that are supposed to be serving and protecting are gang stalking and murdering and sex trafficking. OK, and stealing. That's the work of Satan. And then also at the same time wants to be seen as a hero wearing a police department uniform and a badge. OK, engaging in what is lawful. No, Satan is not. And that is no hyperbole. If there was an exception, I would include it. If there was some niche whereby it's legitimate and you need to be aware of this because this is coexisting with that. Now you've got the pattern of conduct here, but you have a tendency to engage in this. And so this is not necessarily it doesn't exist. They're engaged in surveillance. 100%. They're playing cops and robbers when they are aware of everything that's happening in the city. As demons and as a corrupt entity that's engaging in secret surveillance in the United States. You don't have privacy. You are not a private citizen based on the entity that's engaged in the demon possessed that are gang stalking. They're not private citizens. That's showing the pattern of conduct. That's the malice. You're not. You don't have the privacy that you think you do. And this is what is relevant regarding what I discovered and then what I proved through a body of evidence. That the entity was targeting me in every home that I ever lived in. It was never a private residence, and that's a violation of my rights. Because I never consented to the government living with me, living in my home, keeping me under surveillance. And that's what Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer represent. Eric Spencer doing so, he's been trained and brought up and reared by a demon, Tracy Banks, and taught how to be a predator, which is what the demon-possessed families do. And with regard to the public corruption of the surveillance system, they are taught and reared into how to be a predator. The demon-possessed are monitoring with their kids. And they're engaging in what is sexual violence in doing so with their kids. And you're going to prosecute accordingly. Indiscriminately, you're going to prosecute accordingly like you would any other crime, any other sex crime. Okay, so this is the entity that's been in every home that I lived in without my knowledge and consent, keeping me under surveillance, keeping my vagina under surveillance, knowing that I've never been a criminal, knowing that I've never been a thief, I've never been a prostitute, I've never been a whore, in other words. I've never been interested in putting my body on the internet. I've never been interested in that, and I've also never been engaged in any sexual activity with any government officials, with any police officers or sheriffs. I've never been engaged in any of that. I've never been interested in adult people having sex with me as a child. I've never been interested in pedophiles like Tracy Banks violating. I've never been interested in none of that. I've never asked for any of that. And the entity, it's very relevant to the criminal activity that they're engaging in. Who did they just surround right now? What is the criminal activity that the state has already committed? While the Ontario police engage in what is demonstrating mental illness by the demon-possessed that are engaging in a secret system of surveillance, which is no longer a secret. That's relevant to what the entity, the Ontario Police Department, just committed. And those idiots did it again while it's going right on the internet to inform the rest of this country about the reality of surveillance, the illusion of privacy. While you are under surveillance and they ask you questions about who you are, and they already know who you are because you're supposed to be free in this country and supposed to be a private citizen, so they shouldn't know who you are. And they engage in maintaining that ongoing illusion to you by asking you questions about your identity, answers that they already know, that they already have. This is proven through the Burbank police gang stalking me by helicopter at the Walmart in Burbank, California, and the Ontario police gang stalking me by helicopter at the Walmart in Ontario, California, doing so in the specific environment. That is not only that's not a coincidence. That is speaking to a very specific pattern of conduct and a very a supernatural environment. Because your shadow does not appear a quarter of a mile away from you, upright, magnified in size, as tall as you are, a distance away. And it certainly isn't the product of headlights. While that entity engages in a pattern of stalking, that is harassing, that is flying over and around me by helicopter in that environment, that's a pattern of conduct, not a coincidence. Where the entity knows exactly who I am when I go to Burbank, California, to Walmart. They know exactly who I am while they're doing so, targeting me in the parking lot of Walmart in Hesperia, California, under the fake sun. They know exactly who I am. And they're engaged in that documented criminal activity, and so do the demon-possessed people of the state, pedophiles, serial killers, criminals who are engaging in the duplicitous lifestyle of being a stay-at-home mom or working part-time at Starbucks while they're in law school, and they're a serial killer and they're a pedophile and they don't have any criminal record because they're engaging in sexual violence and criminal activity in concert with the government. That's facilitating it, engaging in it with them. And they are engaged in surveillance unbeknownst to you. They're not literally investigating anything at Gloria's Cochinas. They know exactly what's happening. That's understanding the level of mental illness there. In addition to stalking with light, in addition to standing around in a uniform because you're assuming no one's going to question you. So when you say, oh, we're looking for somebody, and you ain't looking for nobody, you're stalking me and trying to threaten me in a manner that you think nobody else is going to recognize. Again, but they're delusional, but for the evidence of the P.O.C, they're delusional. This is why you're going to be diagnosed, and this is why you're going to be convicted. And this is evidence showing for what is necessarily in the United States, targeting domestic terrorists. This is, again, a campaign targeting domestic terrorism. You're going to federal prison as gang stalking police officers. You're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison as kidnappers. As an entity, you're going to federal prison. This is the whole crux of that system. The entity that's kidnapping you by the corrupt police, the corrupt executive branch, that are engaged in surveillance. This is what's relevant, while the entity just engaged in the exact same thing that they're engaging in every single day. Where the fake sun is rising over me, and where's the fake sun? Right up here, I'm on D Street and Euclid. The fake sun is setting at what is C Street and Euclid, the OVITT Family Community Library, which I documented today after 6 p.m. And I documented the sun, yesterday. Today's the 4th. I documented the fake sunrise at 415 North Euclid Avenue and the sunset at 215 East C Street. Look at a map. It's 0.3 miles apart from each other. These are psychopaths that are engaging in heavy-duty surveillance. They know everything that's going on, including what's going on with your genitalia. Those psychopaths are assuming that you're ignorant. And this is providence, because now you're going to be able to diagnose and prosecute actually mentally ill people who are a threat to the public, who commit murder and then lie with a straight face wearing a badge because they are counting on you never questioning what it is that they state. Okay? That's the entity that's engaging in what is murder as an entity, kidnapping as an entity. You're going to federal prison. All right? This is P.O.C. It's currently 4:59 a.m. Those psychopaths were creeping all around, didn't sound not one siren. All those vehicles, all that manpower, pulling out the helicopter after I walk and start documenting, which is what they're always doing. As I start documenting, what does the entity do? Fly in circles over my head by helicopter at the Ontario Town Square for over 20 minutes, from 9:53 to 10:17 a.m. to be specific. under a fake sun that's still remaining at that OVITT Family Community Library until after 6 p.m. That's what I just documented yesterday. It doesn't go anywhere. At the same entrance, I'm showing you where's the fake sign. It's right there. That's not going anywhere. It's never going into the state of Nevada. It's never in Hesperia, contrary to what I'm documenting, in Hesperia, California, at the same time of year and on the same day at the same time. That's how comprehensive, that's how thorough my evidence is of proving surveillance by demons in a demonic environment who are keeping American citizens under surveillance using technology in violation of the Constitution and also engaging in the satanic means of monitoring, which is demonic, which is inhumane. Psychological torture while they're stalking you with amplified noise, stalking you with impossible light, and they're stalking you in the path, monitoring, stalking you as a population. And they want to present as normal everyday life, and they don't. That's the P.O.C. You're going to federal prison, and you are going to be disbanded. Thank you, Mike LORENZ, for proving mental illness by yourself. I'm literally asleep, and the entity is coming to me and giving me this evidence. C. Torres, L. Martinez, B. Hook, Nathan Morgan, A. Casada, Alex Escobar, L. Edwards, C. Hazelwood, and Owens. They're going to federal prison for kidnapping committed in 2025. A body of evidence, kidnapping committed by S. Patty and Arnold in 2022. Pursuant to criminal summing, they're going to federal prison. The entity engaged in kidnappings in 2021, 2020, 2019. They're all going to federal prison for every documented act of kidnapping. And this is what Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, I want to be clear, conspiring against me, defaming my character, relying on the criminal activity of this entity engaging in surveillance and doing so. So literally during court hearings that I know nothing about because the United States Postal Service is targeting, you know that, the entity is engaging in what is not letting me know about property that belongs to me that this entity has already stolen, not letting me know about what is court hearings concerning property that belongs to me, which is, again, relevant to targeting by the USPS. It's not just some random. USPS is a part of the same system. The Fed, by the way, the feds that are targeting. The entities engaging in this and doing so as demons, that engineer light inside of the United States Postal Service, that engineer light that's all over this sidewalk, that engineer light that's flying across the road while the demon-possessed people who you hear driving right now, and the gang of them wearing Ontario Police Department uniforms and flying in helicopters over me, stalking amongst impossible light activity that flies across when they're driving a vehicle, which is totally disconnected, kind of speaking to mentally ill means of monitoring. Psychological torture while your mental illness is put on display while you're targeting somebody else and keeping them under surveillance before you murder them as a whole demonic clan. Okay, the entities engaging in this while they are engaging in what is at the same time targeting me and repeatedly kidnapping every single last person. The kidnappings in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2025. You're going to federal prison. The Ontario Police is being disbanded. The Upland Police Department committing kidnappings as well. This is speaking for what is targeting domestic terrorism in the United States. That's what this is. This is targeting domestic terrorism and domestic terrorists. And it is, again, the highest threat when the entity commits kidnapping as corrupt police departments. That oxymoron is being dealt with disbanding in federal prison. The Upland Police committed kidnapping on more than one occasion. Criminal summoning because of the intent to obstruct justice. They did so under the fake sun and an engineer light with the intent to obstruct justice. They're doing so while the entity is surrounding them with the body of evidence regarding the malice. And remember, the evidence of the fake sun and the engineer light is relevant to malice. Malice. You're conspiring to murder somebody in a way that they're not supposed to be able to prove, in a way that they think that nobody knows about. They're maniacal psychopaths. They're violent sex offenders. They are serial killers and kidnappers. Okay, it is not law enforcement. It's not everyday normal society. It's also not civilization as we know it. The Constitution is merely the creation of an illusion regarding privacy in the United States and in the state of California specifically. The entities engaging in a pattern of conduct in concert with corrupt law enforcement agencies like the Ontario Police, who are being disbanded, and the ongoing billboard for mental illness that shall be addressed is what the Ontario Police Department represents and why it shall have nothing to do with law enforcement. They're done with law enforcement and they're being disbanded. They're not going in any other jurisdiction. Those that are not subject to federal prison. If I did not document you, if you are not anywhere on the record targeting me, then that's the only way you're avoiding federal prison. But you're done with law enforcement. That entire department, I don't care if you're working in the pet department of the Ontario Police, you will never be in law enforcement ever again. For terrorism in the U.S., you are done with law enforcement permanently. That's the line. Like any gang stalking immigrant, guess what the line is? You're out of this country. You're never coming back. That's the line. The entity is engaged in this pattern of conduct and is doing so with regard to what is a high level of malice. Okay? Twin. Landscaping, engage in prolonged stalking with light off of what is E Street. Surveillance with the people of the state. Psychopaths that are stalking in the night. Every business in California is engaged in the satanic surveillance system, and they're also engaged in criminal surveillance using communication devices in violation of Title 18. Their satanic system of surveillance is also in violation of Title 18, as I've broken down the elements of monitoring with regard to gang stalking, the system underway, as you are understanding, and also adding to the language under the Title 18 federal stalking statute. It is under all circumstances, even their satanic means of surveillance is federal stalking, as you are going to necessarily increase very detailed language in that statute in order to prosecute domestic terrorism in the United States. Okay, and this is the prosecution of the state, and this is the groundwork for targeting domestic terrorism. And it starts with the highest threat, the corrupt executive branch, which is kidnapping and defaming American citizens and murdering them, and doing so and calling it law enforcement. They're going to federal prison, and they're going to be diagnosed with mental illness. Okay? And those that they engage in that with, the people of the state, the corrupt medical profession, the corrupt courthouses, they're going to federal prison as well. Okay? But it is the corrupt executive branch that's engaging in this. And this is how an entity is committing kidnapping and committing murders and then controlling the narrative after the fact. This is monitoring. That's monitoring. Those are demons, and that's the entity that's, again, engaging in the pattern of conduct with the criminals of the Ontario Police Department, which is also why they are being disbanded. They are literally a pus-infected wound to what is an embarrassment and a shame to what law enforcement actually is, to what the Constitution intended for law enforcement to be, what the Constitution provides that law enforcement shall behave as, and what it has the authority to engage in. And it does not include criminal surveillance. Okay? It is far beyond a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights. It's way beyond that. Okay? It is sexual violence. And the entity is engaging in this with regard to what is also exposing mental illness. This is not just public corruption and criminal activity alone. This is demon possession. These are demon-possessed actors. And they just provided a commercial for you to understand. And there is a body of evidence showing that same commercial over and over and over again of the disbanding of the Ontario Police and federal imprisonment for every terrorist of that department that has been engaged in targeting me, as I've documented them stalking me, and they're stalking in furtherance of murder. Very serious criminal activity for which you're going to federal prison, representing that department, wearing that uniform, using that helicopter, bearing those, using those county-issued vehicles. This is monitoring. Engineer light. Understand the Ontario Police are doing the same thing with helicopter while they're pacing on the roads and the highways. So this is the people of the state engaged in surveillance as that entity, and they're all listening to me. They're all sex offenders that keep my vagina under surveillance as well. Okay, so is Ruan, the trucking company, RUAN. Sex offenders that are businesses, sex offenders that are communities, sex offenders that are corrupt government actors. And this is the relevance of that pattern of conduct. So I want to make sure that you're understanding that, because this is how spectacular the evidence is against the entity that engages in targeting a federal prosecutor. This is the most foolish thing. But you're understanding the demon-possessed that are not intelligent. You're dealing with demonic spirits that don't engage in any reasoning. They don't engage in the exercise of any logic. They just engage in what it is that they're obsessed with, that is stalking an American citizen. You're legally understanding that. But that's a legal framework. They're stalking someone. That's what Satan is doing, and Satan is using a whole population. This is what gang stalking is. They are literally demons who are, again, targeting one person. This is demonic activity. And as I've proven it, it is exposing public corruption where surveillance is underway. And then you're getting to the mental illness. You're a whole psychopath acting like you're asking questions that you don't know the answer to, acting like you're investigating that you already know. You already know what happened. And you're doing so just because you're hostile to somebody, that is myself, that's exposing you. And what are you actually accomplishing there? Because you're still being prosecuted, you're still being disbanded. This is how obsessed the entity is. And they are so detailed with regard to obsessively monitoring me. They keep my vagina under surveillance. That's why homosexual women that are stalking with light, like these demons are right now with the amplified noise and impossible light activity they're monitoring, they go into the bathroom because they want to be next to me while my vagina is exposed. That's again, the demon-possessed population that are homosexual, and they don't live their lives as what you expect homosexuality to appear as. Homosexuality is related to a spirit. Okay, that is manifesting in the pattern of conduct. You're a homosexual while you're stalking me in a bathroom, while you want to be next to me while I'm indisposed, while you're obsessing over my vagina, and then because you're having sex with a guy, because you're living your life as what is presumed to be a heterosexual lifestyle, that does not mean that you're not a homosexual. Your homosexuality is proven through gang stalking me as a woman in the bathroom with a bunch of other predators who are stalking and monitoring my vagina with you in helicopter, surrounding that venue in Ontario Police Department vehicles, pacing as a demon-possessed population together, worshiping my genitalia, my vagina, while they all together know that it's exposed. That's the level of surveillance that the entity is engaging in. And then they surround Gloria's Cochinas and engineer light where the fake sun is rising over me at this same address where I wake up in the morning. While they're engaging in what is monitoring my vagina at the same time. They know that was, again, the billboard for mental illness. That is no longer closeted. It is 5:10 a.m. It's September 4th, 2025. This is speaking to the necessity of what is obviously a change in federal law and change in the landscape in the United States because of the exposed surveillance and monitoring, and which is, again, monitoring is demonic. And this is letting you know what is very real as well. Not only is surveillance very real in the United States with regard to the illusion of privacy in this country, but demon possession, demonic activity, and a demon-possessed population that fills the state of California and it fills this country. And they are closeted mentally ill. They are a closeted mentally ill population. They are closeted criminals and sex offenders, sexual deviants, sex with children, engaging in what is sex with those that don't consent, engaging in sex while in a manner where you can't consent to it, and then engaging in voyeurism, putting it on the internet, making money from it. This is relevant to the demonic conduct that the entity that is demon-possessed, that is also gang stalking as a corrupt police department. These are the acts that the demon-possessed engage in. This is a Jezebel spirit in particular. It's perverted. And the Jezebel spirit is what is possessing everybody of the Ontario police that are wearing uniforms, engaging in criminal activity, and they're also mentally ill. All right, it is currently 5:11 a.m., and this is all supported by evidence, all of it. It is 5:11 a.m. on September 4, 2025. The people that say they're out on the roads and the highways engaging in federal stalking with that same department, all they did was come around me and physically communicate an impermissible threat, which is defined on my website as well. When you're prosecuting federal group stalking and monitoring, they personally came around and engaged in stalking with light and activity creation as that agency committing a pattern of kidnapping while they're monitoring the entire time with the people that say who are continuously engaging in that criminal activity vicariously on behalf of that same agency, acting in furtherance of murder. Okay, that's committed as an entity, a demon-possessed one. It is 5:12 a.m. on Thursday, September 4, 2025. This is P.O.C. This is the prosecution of the state of California. This is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. And this is exposing public corruption where your family, where your friends, where your colleagues, your co-workers, where your neighborhood is engaged in targeting you, the betrayal by your government. And this is exposing, again, what is absolutely no excuses, what is no exception, what is no superseding information regarding that pattern of conduct, which is proving surveillance. And there is no contrary to what the entity relies on, there is no information that's going to supersede that. This is the malice of the entity that's relying on you to count on their identity, count on your relationship, count on their position, count on their authority or how much money they have or whatever it is that they claim, and that's supposed to have more weight than targeting. None of that is superseding the P.O.C. It is happening under the fake sun. It's happening in engineered light. It is the pattern of conduct. And by the way, it's letting you know that surveillance is ceased. All right, as an ongoing relevant context, as the demon-possessed people of the state are always engaging in surveillance, demons that are gang stalking furtherance of murder throughout the city of Ontario, these demons are gang stalking on behalf of the same Ontario police that are engaging in surveillance while these demons are together stalking with noise, meaning every move that I make, maintaining ongoing amplified audible activity while they're driving in engineered light. None of this is a normal natural environment while they're engaging in surveillance on the roads and the highways. In California, appearing as traffic only on the surface. These are demons who are engaged in 24-hour surveillance, stalking while I am sitting outside, also monitoring what I'm doing on my device. And they're also monitoring in the same exact manner that the Ontario Police Department are on behalf of that corrupt agency. These are demons stalking with light, stalking in the path, thousands of people engaging in statewide surveillance. This is P.O.C. And the same exact pattern of conduct remains underway. With that same department, it's 5:23 a.m. All right, monitoring on the ARCO website is City of Ontario engaged in the same stalking with light activity while they're monitoring, trying to stutter the internet activity and heavy traffic at 5 and 4 in the morning on Euclid Avenue while they're all monitoring. License 8Z01076. It's federal stalking by the City of Ontario. This is Brightview. California 0081686. They're an engineer light, focusing their attention on landscaping while they're stalking in the path where the fake sun is rising in alignment to me, where they're stalking, engaged in that mentally ill behavior, stalking with the method of flashing light. And they're also engaged in what is simultaneous federal stalking on the internet, while the entirety of that entity is focused on criminal activity that they just committed together. And then they engage in criminal activity trying to stop the ability to publish it, which is the mentally ill behavior of a psychopathic and delusional entity that's engaged in obstruction of justice. Brightview is engaged in the criminal conspiracy to commit murder, while they're documented gang stalking in more than just Ontario, California, by the way. But they're engaged in what is monitoring the entities, keeping the, for example, the upload at 1%, while the demon possessor is stalking with impossible light. Maintaining surveillance. Heavy traffic is what the entity is maintaining, first of all, on G Street when I'm sleeping at the Deport Professional Building, where typically you're going to have very little traffic. The entity maintains heavy traffic because it's surveillance. These are demons stalking in the path. The entity is maintaining heavy traffic at 4 o'clock, and while I'm engaging all my commentary on my podcast, they're engaged in surveillance, monitoring after the Ontario police engaged in what is stalking in the path with all their police vehicles and helicopter over me, monitoring. And the police are gang stalking with the people of the state who are maintaining traffic, and heavy traffic at 4 and 3 and 5 in the morning is relevant to what is monitoring me on my device as well, while they engage in criminal activity, and then they're engaging in criminal activity trying to slow down, because they're not stopping. But this is what the entity is doing. The traffic lights are with regard to monitoring what I'm doing on my device as I upload a video, trying to slow down the uploads. They're engaged in federal stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, and Brightview in particular is sharing in that criminal pattern of conduct. It's mentally ill behavior while they're stalking with flashing of light conduct in this engineered environment. Those are psychopaths. You're always looking at that pattern. This is how you have what is, again, not the sun that's at the same time over me in Las Vegas, Nevada, and you're looking at in that environment, which is proven to be centered around me, the entity is engaging what is a pattern of flashing of light conduct in alignment to me, stalking. They're monitoring on devices while I happen to be documenting a pattern of conduct using my communication devices, which are under surveillance by the demon possessed. All right, it's public corruption while the government engages in that. They are monitoring on ARCO Wi-Fi, which is ARCO is engaged in the pattern of conduct, which I already documented. They're in relevant position. ARCO is monitoring at every ARCO gas station. ARCO is a corrupt company. They're engaged in monitoring all American citizens. Keeping American citizens under surveillance is a corrupt business, okay? But they are engaged in monitoring as I'm on the ARCO Wi-Fi website. ARCO is particularly a venue where all of the pattern of conduct is underway. Demons are crossing path on the street, molesting with light, stalking with light activity by Brightview, while on the Wi-Fi network, the entity is interfering with the ability to upload, okay? And this is, again, a video that's sitting at 1% for like 10, 15 minutes. I'm looking at it. This is something that's going to upload. Again, internet is not as slow as the entity makes it when they're monitoring. This is, again, relevant to the language that I advocate with regard to expanding federal stalking statute, where the entities are now engaging in surveillance that you're not ignorant about and the ways in which they're doing so. And it is existing surveillance under that federal stalking statute. And it's occurring in that specific environment. And they're engaging in an identical behavioral pattern pursuant to affecting your internet operation, affecting your access to internet and how efficient it works, while they're engaged in what is legally relevant here, obstruction of justice, while you're conspiring to murder somebody and then you're trying to stop that potential murder victim from putting that government conduct on the internet, which is to save their life. Okay, this is the entity that engages in that. And this is the psychopath. You're a stalker, you're a sex offender, you're a thief, you're engaged in what is trying to obstruct the exposure of that conduct. You engage in the criminal activity of your own volition, and then you go behind trying to stop from exposing that documentation that you know is being captured in real time as well. The entity flew over me for 20 minutes by helicopter. The entity surrounded me while they're doing nothing other than gang stalking and acting like they're engaged in an investigation. So you're looking at what is the P.O.C. and then they're engaging what is the P.O.C. while they're monitoring the evidence as it's uploaded on the internet, which is criminal surveillance. That is unconstitutional and inhumane. While demons monitor you, that is inhumane. And it's ongoing psychological torture. And Wi-Fi, again, this is ARCO, that is engaged in gang stalking while they are on ARCO's Wi-Fi network, keeping me under surveillance, interfering with internet operation, and doing so with ARCO's engagement. ARCO's monitoring, the gang stalkers are going to ARCO monitoring, the demons are gang stalking on the roads and the highways monitoring, Brightview is crossing path, stalking with a method of light activity while the demons are pacing, and the Ontario police is monitoring the evidence that is being uploaded about it, that it, of its own volition, a demon-possessed corrupt agency that's going to be disbanded, came around communicating a threat, psychopaths and delusional in doing so, with regard to all the evidence that's already on the internet, and used YouTube and no other third party and no legitimate and actual investigation is defaming any American citizen while the psychopaths are targeting an American citizen. And the entity does so with regard to knowledge that they're being investigated. While the entity calls itself investigating me, this is no investigation, it's been targeting. And I'm going to prosecute for that. And what is an actual legitimate investigation is what I've been publishing on the internet, which, by the way, YouTube has been engaged in and interfering with. YouTube is targeting with this entity. I want to make sure that that's clear. Tracy Banks is invested in that corruption. The Ontario Police Department is invested in that corruption. Jason Isaac Fields is invested in that corruption. And so is the government that is targeting the bigger picture. Now, the entities engaging in this, and this is relevant to federal stalking under Title 18. This is P.O.C. and all elements remain present. The entities engaged in the P.O.C. at 6:05 a.m. where the people of the state were engaged in public corruption in the videos that all are going to be published on the internet. And this is documentation of what I'm documenting on an ongoing basis. Ongoing surveillance is underway on your devices, on the internet, which is nothing other than a facilitating venue where private companies do not exist. YouTube is a third party. YouTube is engaged in an unlawful interference with an investigation, including of itself. While it calls itself investigating me, I'm going to prosecute the government, which includes the third party YouTube. That's been engaged in the unlawful interference with justice while threatening my life. And then engaging what is theft of my property, which is shared by the same entity that's gang stalking me, including Tracy Banks, Jason Fields, the Ontario Police Department's thieves that are engaged in conspiracy to murder me and then trying to stop me from uploading the evidence about it. Those are psychopaths. And I'm going to prosecute civilly and criminally. It's currently 6:06 a.m. This is federal stalking, P.O.C. All right, it's 6:34 a.m. I'm going to document the demon-possessed that are the people of the state, the gang stalkers that I'm documenting every day, every night, in concert with, again, the demons to be disbanded. The Ontario Police are engaged in obsessive monitoring. This is occurring where the sunrise is going to occur, right where the demons were stalking me with light at 4015 North Euclid Avenue and calling it some sort of investigation. They were stalking with light. They were monitoring. And they're engaged in what is federal stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, threaten, harass, intimidate, psychologically torture, and do so as demons. That was mental illness being exposed while the Ontario Police were engaging in demonic activity, which was criminal surveillance. And they were doing it with the people of the state that are pacing along Euclid Avenue where the fake sun is going to rise in alignment with me, like I documented yesterday and like I've already documented, which is not the sun, not the natural environment. This is the environment where they're engaged in surveillance, as the fake sun is the evidence proving that. This is why demons are stalking in perfect alignment with my position at the San Bernardino County Housing Authority right on Limit Avenue. Those are psychopaths whose addresses I've already documented because they're engaging in stalking with light as demons at that environment. They're stalking with regard to monitoring the evidence on the Wi-Fi network. Removing the network, it's not a failure signal. It's not a signal failure. The entities engaged in monitoring on the internet, they have perfectly fine signals while they're interfering with it, while they're monitoring, while they're engaging in affecting it, while they're pacing an engineer light that affects your devices and your internet, while they are monitoring with regard to what I'm doing, which is uploading, which is also legally relevant because the content of what I'm uploading it is evidence against the entity that is conspiring murder, having stolen from me. And this is criminal conduct that Tracy Banks has been engaged in. She is engaging in it as this is a citywide P.O.C. I've just been at her apartment showing you how the pattern of conduct is underway with no exception, and also showing you what the entire state is engaging in surveillance, which Tracy Banks is engaging in with regard to everything that I'm documenting. She's aware of where I'm at. She's aware of what I'm documenting. She's aware of what I'm stating. She's aware of the evidence that she too is engaging in criminally monitoring, and so is the entity that's been engaged in targeting as a corrupt police department. Excuse me. I want to make sure that it's clear. The entity is engaging in what is interfering with my internet connection, while the internet is actually unaffected and perfectly effective with regard to uploading very quickly. It's a product of gang stalking, monitoring, online federal stalking, surveillance in order to slow down the internet, in order to interfere with your connection, in order to remove the network altogether, which is what the entity is doing now, where the entity is also keeping the fake sun where it's going to be documented rising. Remember, the entity has the fake sun rising over Tracy Banks' apartment, through my living room window at Alvarado Gardens, while I'm remaining at every hotel that I'm documenting in 2024, while the entity is keeping the fake sun at, by the way, like I'm stating, Hesperia at 9750 Key Point. It's not rising in alignment with that hotel entrance, in alignment with me in the parking lot of that hotel in the morning, and also in perfect alignment with me at 415 North Euclid Avenue, where you're looking at a pattern of stalking with light where surveillance is underway. This is what the Ontario Police Department were doing at nightfall in the engineered environment. Demons who are mentally ill, as you witness their pattern of conduct, who are engaging in surveillance. And they're all together monitoring while I'm uploading the evidence against the entity of demons who are engaging in surveillance, the state of California, okay? Jason Isaac Fields is engaging in this in furtherance of murder. And this is a psychopath who is still practicing witchcraft, spiritually attacking, sharing in psychological torture with the demons who are in my path, gang stalking. That's relevant to the ongoing terrorism. He is subject to federal prison while he's on the record already engaging in what is targeting, stealing from me, defaming my character, targeting with every corrupt law enforcement agency that I'm documenting that is on the record, and doing so in furtherance of murder. He's been targeting, like I've stated, with his sex partner, Tracy Banks, as a matter of documentation since 2018. All right, it's currently 6:38 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is, I want to document, this is the entity that's engaging in what is federal stalking with the intent to obstruct your ability to upload that evidence. This is P.O.C. Excuse me. I want to document, again, Jason Isaac Fields is a violent sex offender who is engaged in rape. He's engaged in pedophilia. He's engaged in sex trafficking. He's engaged in what is theft of my money and property. And I want to make sure that he is also, it's aware that he is engaged in what is seeking to psychologically torture. And this is somebody that is, again, already barred under federal law and the federal government. Any property that this entity is engaging in, and I'm simultaneously documenting right now the fake sunrise. That's in alignment to me right now at 6:38 a.m. I'm going to document this right now. But I want to go ahead and with the documentation of the pattern of conduct. This is the entity that is engaged in targeting under a fake sun that just rose right here where I'm located. Okay, this is the P.O.C. The sun rises at 6:39 a.m. at 415 North Euclid Avenue, where demons are driving through a fake sun and they're creating light activity while they drive through it, monitoring. They're doing so while they are still monitoring at nightfall. This is where the Ontario police were stalking with light. Stalking under the fake sun is the evidence of stalking with light. While they are driving, the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct of, hold on. The entity is engaging in, okay, this is the documentation of the fake sun. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. I'm now recording video. The entity is rising the fake sun at 6:38 a.m. It is rising in perfect alignment with where I'm situated, which is where the Ontario police were stalking all night. This is the significance of the demonic pattern of conduct, where criminal surveillance is happening in an engineered environment while you are driving past, that is stalking with light at nightfall while they are molesting with impossible light. For example, turning onto that street where D Street and Euclid is, they're molesting all night long while they're engaged in that very same conduct. Right now, they're accomplishing the same while the fake sun is aimed on me and they are crossing path. These are demons who are monitoring under a fake sun at 6:38 a.m. The fake sun is present at Starbucks, which is right over here at 507 North Euclid Avenue. 12 hours later, where the Ontario police are also documenting gang stalking my helicopter, just like they were over me here at 415 North Euclid Avenue this morning, where the Ontario police are psychopaths focusing what is their physical presence while they are in engineer light that was all over the sidewalk, which they're driving in now. The shadow of the vehicle is appearing on the sidewalk. That's impossible light activity. The impossible light is moving across underneath the shaded structure. That's impossible light activity. Like I documented yesterday, while they are driving, impossible light was appearing on the passenger side of their cars. That's impossible light activity. And this is the evidence of stalking with light. It's also occurring at nightfall. That's what the evidence of the Ontario police who are demon possessed. And they're also engaged in criminal surveillance. There are also demons who are monitoring, which is an inhumane means of surveillance. While they are driving on the opposite side, the shadow of their vehicles is reaching on this side of this street. That's impossible light activity. While the entity has the fake sun at 415 North Euclid Avenue, it's not coincidentally in perfect alignment with me. And the entity is engaged in this while the entity is maintaining a sunrise over Tracy Banks' apartment at 408 West G Street at 6:33 a.m. Where demons are in that environment, they are monitoring. Okay, when you're engaging in that and engineer light is moving underneath, that's impossible light. They're monitoring, and this is what they're doing when they're driving under the fake moon. Engineer light is on the passenger side of their cars. They're gang stalking with the Ontario police who are being disbanded, who engaged in demonstrating mental illness like the demon-possessed do while they're gang stalking under a fake sun and an engineered light to monitor, stalk, surveil, and furtherance of a conspiracy to commit murder with their co-defendant Tracy Banks, who stole my identity and who engaged in stealing my property and did so again with her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields. Did so as a pattern of conduct by the government that's engaged in public corruption, of criminal monitoring, proven through the supernatural environment, driving in the street, is it going to cause your shadow to appear on this side over here, nor on that side, nor does it cause that light activity underneath that structure. This is the demon possession that is shared by the Ontario Police, who engaged in wearing an Ontario Police Department uniform, stalking with light, demons that were pacing on the sidewalk. Look at their multiple shadows last night. The entity engaged in the same pattern of stalking by helicopter over me, and all they did was stare at a building as though something was going to happen. They were monitoring me while they were stalking with light, which is the evidence that they were targeting me, which is where the fake sun rose, because this is exactly where I remain. And this is the same street. The fake sun set at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. It's right here. This is the entity that keeps the fake sun over the top of my head at 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then setting right here through the windows of this same Starbucks right here. The entity keeps the fake sun while I'm documenting it. The sunset at Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue, where the same Ontario Police are gang stalking by helicopter, and that fake sun is setting on this same street, on this side of my person, where the sun does not rise and set over Euclid Avenue. And also through my living room window at Alvarado Gardens, where LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department is also stalking by helicopter, targeting me, engaging in psychological torture, in concert with a entity that is, again, engaging in surveillance. License 9KXL664 is targeting while you're seeing impossible light moving underneath a structure where your vehicles are not reflecting, where your shadow's not reaching in the distance. This is not sunlight, and that's not the sun. And this is the entity that was gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department last night. This is mental illness by the entity that is being disbanded, and every single last one stalking under the fake sun, including Alex Escobar at this U.S. Bank at 333 North Euclid Avenue at 12:53 in the afternoon. He's engaged in what is targeting me, psychologically torturing me, stalking, keeping me under surveillance, monitoring me on my devices while I'm maintaining a body of evidence, and stalking at this bank with the fake sun over the top of my head from here 6 hours later at 12:53 p.m. while at what is 333 North Euclid Avenue. He is going to federal prison. He also committed kidnapping at 7:15 in the morning right here at the Starbucks, where the fake sun remains until after 6 p.m. This is the entity that is indeed engaged in state surveillance, and every business in California, including the gas station on the ARCO network, where they're interfering with the signal because they're trying to stop me from uploading the evidence of the entity stalking with the Ontario Police, who are a bunch of psychopaths who are demon-possessed, engaging in what is no longer a secret system of surveillance, demons who are monitoring. That's the significance of driving in the street and engineer light moving underneath that such structure. Evidence of targeting. And this is what they're doing at nightfall. That's the significance of having multiple shadows on the sidewalk, which is not the product of standing underneath street lamps. Okay? The entities in the same way that driving in the street on the opposite, and the fake sun being on the driver's side of your vehicle does not result in light vacillating underneath a covered structure or on the wall or on the sidewalk at all. This is the entity that is engaged in what is monitoring on my devices, okay? This is P.O.C. The Ontario Police is being disbanded, and they engaged in what is exposing to you the evidence of mental illness, psychopathic, antisocial disorders by a demon-possessed entity that's engaged in surveillance in the United States in violation of your human and constitutional rights while they are gang stalking as a population. And this is what Tracy Banks and Jason Fields committed in furtherance of murdering me after this entity, including the Ontario Police, has already stolen money and property from me and then kept that from me and then gang stalked me in order to conceal it, okay? That's the pattern of conduct. The shadow of the vehicle, they're driving an engineer light that's appearing on the passenger side of that truck. Okay, that's again not sunlight. While the appearance of the windows is reflecting on that truck, that's monitoring. They're monitoring, they're pacing back and forth in engineered light, gang stalking. The Ontario Police were doing that last night while they were stalking with light. Pay attention to those demons using their flashlights, walking around on the sidewalk. They were monitoring, stalking in the path with where my position of my person was, and they were doing so in engineered light, keeping engineered light aimed on the building, behind the building, surrounding me at the building, stalking with light, which is what is happening under a fake sun that is rising and setting on Euclid Avenue. P.O.C. The shadow of the vehicles on the opposite side is reaching over here, and their shadow of the vehicles right here is reaching across the sidewalk. That's not normal light activity. That's engineer light that they're driving in. Engineer light is appearing on the passenger side of their vehicles, while the fake sun's on the driver's side of their vehicles. And engineer light is vacillating underneath the covered structure. All manner of targeting with engineer light where surveillance is underway. Demons are driving school buses. Pedophiles are driving school buses, engaging in criminal activity with minor children, using communication devices, engaging in criminal activity at the same time. That's what you're getting from the gang stalkers driving school buses monitoring. This is P.O.C. It is currently, by the way, 6:47 a.m. This is documented on podcast simultaneously. This is the entity that is stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That's Alan D. WAPNER, conspiring my murder. That's the Ontario Police Department that's gang stalking with the people of the state who are vicariously sharing in what is state targeting. proof of driving in the street and engine light moving underneath here, that's a demon, and that's not a stranger. Keeping my vagina under surveillance is also underway by the sex offenders who are criminally monitoring a violation of federal stalking statute, Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. This is P.O.C. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. The entity that is gang stalking, this is federal law that's going to bar him from ever coming into my presence. He is a maniacal psychopath and a violent sex offender that has already sexually violated me, that has already stolen from me and defamed my character and conspired my murder and engaged in what is attempted murder as an entity. This is P.O.C. This is 415 North Euclid Avenue, where the demons of the Ontario Police were stalking with light last night, and this is the evidence of where the fake sun is rising. All right, where you're in Florida, there's no sun over you at the same time 3 hours ahead of us. Okay, the entity is engaging what is keeping a fake sun over me while the state is stalking. Me in particular. This is evidence of criminal surveillance. This is P.O.C. All right. Documenting video, like I stated, the entity is engaging in this, and I want to make sure that you're clear. The pattern of conduct, as I'm showing you, the entity that is gang stalking as the police department, as I've demonstrated, as I've documented, this is the entity that is exhibiting mental illness that is shared by Jason Isaac Fields, who is a violent sex offender. This is somebody that's in a prolonged, serious, and disgustingly sexual and deviant relationship with my mother. And this is somebody that wants to have sex with my mother and me at the same time. This is somebody that has conspired my murder with my mother, Tracy Banks. This is somebody that also at the same, to understand that combination, sexual obsession, sexual perversion, and also hostility and hatred and a desire to commit murder is again relevant to mental illness. This is a psychopath who is a pervert and who is actually mentally ill. And the evidence of the entity that he is a part of is demonstrating the threat that he poses to my life, and any American citizen providing the evidence of being targeted, including by a terrorist like Jason Isaac Fields. That terrorist is barred by federal law from ever coming into the path, from ever being in my presence. You're stalking and you're going to federal prison. Not only that, he's already subject to federal prison for gang stalking as a fake friend. So he's in the social circle, benefiting from, incentivized by the government that is targeting me and taking my life. That's federal prison. And any sort of negotiation, I'm gonna let the federal government know right now, you are not in a position to negotiate what is the constitutional rights of somebody that is a victim of domestic terrorism, meaning you can negotiate which is lessening the repercussions, meaning you won't go to federal prison for 15 years as opposed to maybe, lesser years. Just to give a specific example, Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. Every single violation, which again the federal government has not touched on, because I'm letting you know the totality of violations and terrorist acts that the entity is engaged in, which Jason Isaac Fields has committed, which, by the way, he is not inclined to admit to. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and you are going to federal prison while this is federal policy. You're going to federal prison in the social circle of the target individual, where you're murdering maliciously. While you're doing so systematically, while you're doing so repeatedly, you're going to federal prison. While you're doing so as a police department, sheriff's department, a corrupt court, kidnapping and criminally defaming, you're going to federal prison. You are also going to federal prison regardless of whether you provide evidence to the federal government. It's going to lessen. It would still incentivize cooperating with the feds, but you're not getting out of federal prison. And Jason Isaac Fields' mental illness is hereby demonstrated while the entity is engaging in gang stalking, the psychopathic conduct. He is still a demon, by the way. He's still engaging in what is psychological warfare. He's still engaging in what is the use of witchcraft. He's still engaging in threatening conduct in concert with the demons who are in my path. So this is a demon that's engaging in what is spiritually attacking, threatening, as though he's going to accomplish whatever it is. This demon is delusional. But like I said, my prosecution has been in the works for years. I stated how this is going to end. And he is going to federal prison. And this is what justice also requires. And you're not getting out of that and negotiating out of that by just telling on everybody, which is what this demon has tried to do in a failed effort to save himself. This is an unlawful threat, and I wasn't supposed to survive. I'm supposed to be dead because of Jason Isaac Fields. He is going to federal prison, and justice also requires that. Moreover, you need to understand that he is a violent psychopath. The mental illness that the entity is showing is shared by him. He has not been delivered. He has not been transformed. He is not different. Okay, this is somebody that has to serve federal prison based on the size of the crime, terrorism, and furtherance of murder. After having stolen for years, I want to be clear, stolen my career in what is the practice of law. The entity was gang stalking. That's why no attorneys would hire me on every interview that I went to. That's why I was harassed on every job that I had practicing law. by the way, in Los Angeles, where the pattern of conduct is underway. I've already provided it and proven that. But the entity is engaging in what is stealing not just what is my right to be free from homelessness as a college and law degree recipient, a graduate, higher education, practicing California bar. The entity would like to defame your character and state, oh, it's because of mental illness. No, it's because Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks, the state of California, was targeting me. And guess who was, again, harassing me on interviews? Guess who was harassing me on the job? Guess who is unlawfully relieving me from employment when I reported to Human Resources? Guess who is engaging in what is enabling abuse in that workplace? It's the people of the state. Okay, it's the demon-possessed people that are stalking me with impossible light right now, while they are, again, at a distance away from you, and you're not supposed to have evidence proving that. And so that is only on its surface supposed to depict the target individual as being mentally ill. You're going to federal prison for that level of facilitation, surveillance, and they're obsessively doing it now while they're exposed. Mental illness is very real. I told you that they're mentally ill, and they cannot even cover it up and act like they're not. Okay, these are demon-possessed people, and they're engaged in criminal surveillance, and Jason Isaac Fields remains a part of that population. The entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct and is doing so with Tracy Banks, who is also going to federal prison. They're both going to federal prison for heading off, that is leading the ongoing campaign to take my life for money. Okay, this is the entity that is doing so, and justice requires that for any person. This is not just me personally. Oh, I want Jason Isaac Fields to go to federal prison. He is particularly disgusting. This is a homosexual that lied about liking having anal sex with men and having men penetrate his anus. This is somebody that is, in other words, a raging homosexual that doesn't actually like women. This is somebody that was having sex at the same time with somebody the age of his grandmother, the age of his mother, my mom, and not telling me that. That's disgusting. And it's very weird. This is somebody that's engaged in stalking, monitoring, aware of what's going on with my vagina, while at the same time, I wouldn't even have sex with him, but you're monitoring my vagina. This is a sex offender. That's a predator. That's a weirdo. These gang stalking males are aware of what's going on with what's between my legs while they're gang stalking. So do all those demons gang stalking in the Ontario Police Department. They're monitoring your entire body. This is the entity. They're monitoring in bathrooms. They're monitoring everywhere that you're going with regard to especially your genitalia. And while they are walking around like they're normal people, they're not. They're sex offenders. And that's the level of intrusion of privacy that the entity is engaging in. And they're doing so with regard to the objective of taking your life, with the objective of psychologically torturing you. So I just want to be clear, the entity that's engaged in this pattern of conduct is doing so. And the entity that is documented, that includes Jason Isaac Fields. And this is supporting what is Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, all of them, including this corrupt actor, Jason Isaac Fields, who represents an unlawful threat to my life. And he is also a highly unstable, mentally disturbed individual who represents a threat. He represents a threat to children. He represents a threat to women. He represents a threat to anybody that is not aware of the psychopath that he is. And this is established by that pattern of conduct which he shares in. And he is still engaged in ongoing fruitless witchcraft against me, which I'm going to speak out against. He's a demon. He's engaged in demonic conduct, just like the Ontario Police. You're just ignorant about it. They're engaged in demonic activity while they're engaged in gang stalking. And I've already given the tangible evidence showing how you're targeting in that environment. And this is what the entity committed while Jason Isaac Fields engaged in stealing property from me. He's never coming into my presence. Any sort of property that this demon is even trying to give to me, I'm not accepting that. This is under no circumstances will he ever be permitted in my presence. This is somebody that is going to federal prison, and that is what justice provides. Does domestic terrorism committed in the way in which Jason Isaac Fields has committed it? You're going to federal prison for that. That's a basic standard federal policy. That's what I'm speaking to, okay? In the same way that gang stalking demons like the Ontario Police, federal prison. Anybody else in that position, federal prison, okay? So, and there's nothing that's changing that. There is nothing that, I mean, an American citizen can waive that if you want to, but the federal policy is that the federal government is in a position to protect an American citizen, and you don't have then a right to be in the presence. This is the whole malice of the system. Gang stalking is happening in your home. Gang stalking is happening in your neighborhood. Gang stalking is happening at work. Gang stalking is happening when you're out at the in public, and the entity is gang stalking you as though they have the liberty to do so, the right to do so. This is, again, a level of haughtiness and audacity and aggression. That's what that is with regard to engaging in targeting somebody in furtherance of murdering them. Demons that are stalking obsessively as an entity. And you're going to address that with regard to specific actors that, again, are identified that pose a threat that is unlawful and impermissible. And terrorists like Jason Isaac Fields never to be in my presence based on the unlawful threat that he represents, impliedly and expressly. And this is the federal government that has a duty. And if that is not, that's also a basis of recovery. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear. It's 6:57 a.m. This is a psychopath whose mental illness is being exposed while I'm documenting his co-defendant, his sex partner, Tracy Banks, my mom, who he's been engaged in having disgusting sex acts with for years. He knows every part of her anatomy. That's disgusting and perverted and absolutely demented. Okay, while he is sharing in what is a sex addiction, a sexual obsession with Tracy Banks, and him together are both sexually obsessed with me. This is, again, their mental illness is also manifested in their sexual activity. And also the mental illness exhibited by the demon-possessed who are gang stalking, which is a sexually violent pattern of conduct. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in that. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. It's 6:58 a.m. And I am also simultaneous. What you're listening to is the fake sun rises right here where I'm standing. This is exactly where that fake sun rose up. This is where the Ontario police were stalking with light. Stalking with light is relevant to surveillance, and it's also exposing mental illness. This is also where the fake sun is setting. To my left, which is while I'm facing east, to my left, which is north of me, is 507 North Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is setting at Starbucks, through the drive-through window of Starbucks after 7 p.m. And to my right, while I'm facing east, which is south of me, Hope Boulevard and Euclid Avenue, where I'm documenting the fake sunset. Also, OVITT Family Community Library at 215 E.C. Street. This is, again, one street where the entity is keeping the fake sun rising. Where is it rising? In perfect alignment to me. It's not in alignment with where Jason Dumont is stalking on video inside of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Inside of Starbucks, which is north of where I am at 415 North Euclid Avenue, I'm looking at that venue to my left. That fake sun that's in alignment to me at 415 is not going to be in the window of Starbucks at that same angle when I'm inside and Jason Dumont is stalking as a part of that pattern of conduct of the demon-possessed Ontario police, which is showing that Jason Dumont is stalking and that Starbucks is also stalking, while that environment, which is demonic, follows me where I go. And when I stay on one street, then you see it underscored. That fake sun stays on one street. That's the entity that's gang stalking last night, the Ontario police, and they're doing so with Jason Isaac Phillips. The entity is not engaging in an investigation. The entity conspired to gang stalk me and then call it an investigation and try to defame me by targeting in this manner. And you're going to federal prison for that. I have shown, first of all, you're not defaming anybody by stalking somebody else. Your mental illness is put at the forefront of your prosecution for stalking another person. Number one, that's the appropriate framework. Number two, no American citizen shall ever be falsely depicted, shall ever be defamed. Their mental state, by the way, is not even legally relevant in a prosecution of a government that is engaged in surveillance, that is engaged in targeting, i.e. gang stalking, which is demonic, it is psychopathic, and it's sexually perverted. It's highly malicious. The entity engaged in this on purpose because Tracy Banks thought that gang stalking me and me documenting it, she thought it was a joke. She thought that she was going to make me look like I was crazy, and so did her sex partner, her son, the same age as her son, Eric Spencer. That's who she's having sex with. That's who she's sitting. She's sitting on his genitalia, being a pervert, being the pedophile that she is, while she's engaged in sex. And he's a pedophile too. He's a sex offender as well. They're both, again, a match made in hell. These are demons who engage in sexual activity with each other, and their disease-infected genitalia, they thought, Satan has them thinking that they were going to affect my life, meaning their witchcraft through their sexual activity. This is a sex cult, is supposed to exercise power over me, and that's disgusting, and it's also farcical, okay? These are demons who are mentally ill, okay? That's referred to in the physical, nymphomania. Psychopaths who are engaged in psychopathic conduct can also be manifested through your sexual activity. They're psychopaths, sexually perverted and deviant psychopaths. They're also serial killers, killing people with witchcraft. Those are the demons that are targeting you. They're killing you with no hands. And then the corrupt police department engages in what is an autopsy and says, oh, it's asphyxiation, it's heart failure, heart disease, that there's no symptoms of it and no sign of it. It's witchcraft. Okay, the entity engaged in it, and none of that stuff works on me, and I'm also going to let you know who the demons are, and I'm also going to prosecute them with tangible evidence. This is the entity that was gang stalking me, the Ontario Police. The Ontario Police has been paid money from property that belongs to me. The Ontario Police has engaged in sex acts committed against me. The Ontario Police are engaged in and are invested in murder. murder of myself while they're stalking me. Alex Escobar is going to federal prison. Jason Dumont, federal prison. You're stalking in furtherance of murder as a corrupt police officer, which is an unlawful threat. While these demons, who are the people of the state, present evidence against the Ontario police while they're stalking under a fake sun. That's vicarious state action. The impossible light activity, the fake sun, the stalking with amplified noise, the stalking by the Ontario International Airport, the stalking at every establishment, the stalking while I'm in Hesperia, California, established with the specific, the Ontario police is being disbanded and you're going to federal prison. Okay? This is the entity that does so. And the entity thought, and Jason Isaac Phillips, both of them, they are nothing other than promiscuous, street-walking, demon-possessed psychopaths. They're perverts, in other words. They are threats to the public, and they live lives of thievery and corruption and fraud. All right, so these two demons that are a match made in hell, the age of mother and son, are engaged in sexual activity with each other. Both are sexually obsessed with me, and they both thought it was a joke that my investigation of gang stalking was going to make me look like I'm mentally ill. First of all, number one, it does not, and it doesn't make neither shall this criminal conduct by the government ever falsely depict the character of an American citizen that is in fact subject to targeting. Surveillance is ongoing, and targeting amongst a system of unlawful surveillance is underway. And the demons are the ones that are psychopaths that are mentally ill, stalking you with light, stalking you as a population under a fake sun, monitoring you then when you're putting the evidence on the internet, like you're going to engage in some sort of secret murder that nobody knows about even now. What is your objective now? Everybody's looking at, even while you're holding your fake, farcical investigation, which is gang stalking me. YouTube and City of Ontario, State of California, still Tracy Banks and Jason Fields and the federal government. It's gang stalking. It's not an investigation. And by the way, it does not falsely depict the character of any American citizen successfully nor accurately, nor is that the practice of medicine. The entity is doing so pursuant to what is corruption. Because the only way that you're getting to that is because you have corruption, a corrupt system underway. That's the only way you get there. Okay, the entity is engaging in that and is doing so pursuant to a pattern of conduct that the entirety of the state of California shares. All right, and it is currently, by the way, 7:04 a.m. This is P.O.C. The entity is engaging in what is a fake sunrise and a sunset over Euclid Avenue, and that is after keeping the fake sunrise and sunset over Tracy Banks' apartment, not just at Woodside Senior Apartments, but situated over the sidewalk over her apartment door, where that fake sun was centered around me from sunrise, 6:33 a.m. until, or 6:27 even. It's on the record as early as 6:27, if I recollect correctly, but definitely 6:33 a.m. until after 6 p.m. Or it might be 6:27 p.m. All right, but from 6 to after 6 p.m. That's where the entity kept the fake sun, 408 West G Street, and it's sitting on the record. The only way you're engaging, you're disregarding evidence that is on its face suspicious while you're trying to falsely depict the character of another person because you're relying on the corruption of that court. You're relying on the entity to just disregard that evidence. And in any competent federal investigation, and any competent investigation altogether, you're not disregarding that evidence. And for you to capture that evidence, which you're not making up and you don't control that, how is that even depicting your character falsely in any manner whatsoever? Because it's not. It's not. It is on its face speaking to what the federal government has probable cause to investigate the state. That is engaged in what you understand to be surveillance. But this is the entity that defames. By the way, they're defaming on bases that don't even make any sense because they're typically accustomed to defaming somebody that's running around. And this is not mental illness, but the ordinary target individual is freaking out. They're going around making unsubstantiated accusations. It's unsubstantiated only because they don't have evidence, because they don't have an organized naming convention, because they don't have hard evidence proving a pattern of targeting in one way or another, because they don't have evidence of an entity in a manner that is palatable, because even the pattern of conduct of proving it, you still have to then explain it and translate it to people, because literally describing what these demons do, they are psychopathic and their pattern of conduct is sick. So you're putting it in a manner so that it is even understandable, because what in the heck is directed light? What is engineered light? What is stalking with light? What is that? And I get it. This is how sick they are, though. That's not the targeted individual's issue. That is describing the mental illness of the entity, and the demons thought that they're accustomed to falsely depicting the character of somebody that is acting out in one way or another, perhaps even engaging in acts of violence because they're mad at everyone, and it's irrational behavior of a person, a human being, a fragile human being that never is supposed to be targeted in the first place. You're not supposed to be psychologically torturing people. And the entity is, again, the voyeurists that engage in torturing you and then sit back and watch you. Watch how you respond to it. And then come back and engage in more and more of it, and then they sit back and watch you respond to it. And then they engage in more and more and more of it, and they sit back and they watch you. And these are psychopaths that derive pleasure from it. Okay, they violate you and they interfere in every area of your life while they're conspiring your murder. Psychological torture precedes death. And then the entity that's targeting you will blame you, will say that you took your own life, that you committed suicide, that you overdosed on drugs, that you were, some John killed you because you're a prostitute. This is what the demon possessed. 37157G4 is a third party that commits serial killings with this entity that is gang stalking, and they engage in that as an entity, okay? The entities engaging in that pattern of conduct while stalking in the manner that I'm showing. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that is stalking by aircraft, while the entity is stalking with impulse. You see that impossible light underneath? While they're over here, impossible light's also on the passenger side of their car, 7UJM143, 9BON217. Those are demons who are stalking. Okay, the fake sun's on the driver's side of their vehicles, engineer light on the passenger side of their vehicles, and engineer light moving underneath a covered structure a distance away from them. Those are the demons that commit serial killings. Those are the demons that do so with the demons that are gang stalking. Ontario police, who you see stalking in the past, that level of impunity, they were stalking with light last night as well, monitoring me. That's what they were doing. They were being demons. They were engaged in psychological torture. They were engaged in harassing the federal prosecutor. And those demons thought that gang stalking me was going to result in my being falsely depicted as mentally ill. The malice behind that requires federal prison for gang stalking police officers in the United States. It's domestic terrorism. And the impunity with you're seeing them engaging in criminal surveillance on the roads and the highways. That demon on a motorcycle is monitoring. And that's impunity. It's 7:08 a.m. The entity's keeping the fake sun over economy in. Where UPS is gang stalking with commercial planes, where there are no planes from the Ontario International Airport, taking off from 2500 Airport Drive, and then flying south over Economy Inn, hovering over that building, and then making a U-turn flying south. That has nothing to do with arrivals and departures. Alan D. WAPNER is engaged in state surveillance and furtherance of murder as a statewide pattern of conduct of demons that are in engineered light engaging in surveillance. That's the significance of light appearing underneath, okay, not just on the building, but underneath here, while you're driving over there, while the fake sun's on the driver's side of your vehicle and the shadow of your car is reaching all the way across the sidewalk. You're looking at demons that are monitoring. Omnitrans is monitoring, the demon walking their dogs are monitoring, the dogs are means of activity creation. You're not even walking in sunlight. This is systematic surveillance, and it will never result in what is defaming another person that is documenting it, ever. The demons thought it was a joke, and now the demons are going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. The entity did so after stealing property, stealing money from me. And then gang stalking is supposed to result in what is a loss of life. The entity is gang stalking me and conspired to murder me. Alan D. WAPNER is engaged in that. Mike LORENZ is engaged in that. Michael GERKEN is engaged in that. Paul Leon is engaged in that. And Gavin Newsom is engaged in criminal surveillance and furtherance of the murder of an American citizen, where that government has stolen from that American citizen, whom it is criminally keeping under surveillance with the people of the state. Demons that are not ignorantly under a fake sun that's rising and setting over one street and stalking with impossible light activity, driving in it. What's appearing on the passenger sides of their cars because it's not sunlight? They're monitoring. All races, all ages. Federal stalking under Title 18. And it's mental illness that actually exists amongst the demon-possessed entity that projects mental illness on the targeted individual. Tracy Banks thought it was a joke. Jason Fields thought it was a joke. You think that gang stalking is going to result in defaming somebody else because you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm going to prosecute you. You're going to federal prison. It is currently 7:10 a.m. The entity is gang stalking with planes right here, monitoring in the sky space. And the Ontario police are gang stalking right now, just like you saw them demonstrating their mental illness and their criminal engagement in surveillance, which is demonic, at nightfall, stalking with light, which the fake sun is showing everybody is doing. This is P.O.C. All right, I'm capturing video. The entity stalking by a plane, and I'm also tying in that analysis of exactly what I was talking about. The entity engaging in another plane activity. You've seen United Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, Frontier Airlines, Alaska Airlines, Amazon Prime Air, FedEx, and UPS engaging in the same pattern of conduct, second by second by second by second by second planes. And that's not even the planes that are published on the website. They're clearly stalking when they're engaging in that frequency. The entity is also clearly stalking under a fake sun. The entity is also engaging in clearly stalking when you're not even engaging in any arrivals and departures from the airport, hovering over 320 North Euclid Avenue, where I am positioned, where the fake sun is positioned, where impossible light activity is positioned around me. That's the Ontario International Airport, L&D WAPNER, that is monitoring. That's the City of Ontario gang stalking. All right, doing so pursuant to what is the use of commercial planes, sharing in the conspiracy to murder an American citizen because it's a product of statewide surveillance. Statewide surveillance. That's why you have every company. That's why you have airlines engaging in the pattern of conduct. This is why you have Starbucks and every little mom and pop raggedy motel like Economy Inn engaging in the pattern of conduct because it's statewide surveillance. And contrary to the illusion, they're not strangers. They all together know the details of that target individual, know what's going on with her genitalia as sex offenders that are not law-abiding citizens because it's not on their criminal record, and it's not on their criminal record because they're sharing a criminal activity with the police, while they sit in courts and then bear false witness in order to set up that targeted individual, while they're being a whole sex offender. Sexual violence is enabled, incentivized, and facilitated by the government that's engaged in surveillance, while they're keeping your genitalia under surveillance, while they're stalking you in bathrooms. And then the entity thinks that, or presuppose that, you're going to be falsely depicted by accusing them of that where you don't have the evidence to prove it. To prove the spectacular and psychopathic conduct of what they're engaging in. That's called malice. That's called malice. License 9CZN518, 09552G2, Frontiers gang stalking. Frontier Communications, they're monitoring. And they also engaged in provision of internet, they're monitoring. Mortensen Trucking, 4394N2. Mortensen Trucking is monitoring. Okay, this is the P.O.C. It is currently 7:13 a.m. The entity is engaged in what is monitoring on the venue of the internet. They engage in the criminal monitoring conduct, and then they engage in what is harassment and terrorism, ongoing gang stalking to try to stop the ability to upload it. And what are they interfering with? A public federal investigation of the U.S. government that's engaged in surveillance in the United States. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's why you have the inexplicable conduct of what you're paying attention to in the environment. The multiple shadows on the ground when the police are gang stalking you. Okay, the ongoing impossible light activity, the dynamic light where you're seeing demons who are gang stalking, trying to present as normal, everyday, law-abiding citizens when they're engaging in a statewide P.O.C. and furtherance of murder. That's the significance of traffic in the impossible light moving across underneath this covered structure. License 8JOD634, conspiring murder as well with the state. So is Alan D. Wapner, Michael GERKEN, Mike LORENZ, and Paul Leon. And they're going to be removed from office for it. The entity's engaged in what is years of documentation of after having stolen from me, committed criminal activity against me, then gang stalking me in order to, the entity's false, it's entirely illogical. But the entity's, this is the purpose, this is the purpose of it. The entity committed criminal activity against me and then gang stalked me because the purpose of gang stalking is to not only accomplish murder ultimately, but because gang stalking is supposed to have you written up. Oh, you're not being targeted, you're crazy, just like we stated, Your Honor, she is crazy. Claiming that people are stalking her, people that don't even know her, people that would never do that. The police have been trying to help her. The police are been very patient and working with her mother, Tracy Banks, and Eric Spencer, who have provided, and all of her friends who have provided, ongoing corroborating testimony, speaking to the challenges that Erica suffers with because she's incapable of controlling her own property and her own money and taking care of herself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The entity thought that and thinks that, and this is requiring corruption by the courts because that's not the practice of law. It's also not legitimate when you're doing it outside of the presence of the targeted individual. It's also not legitimate, and it's immediately suspect when you are gang stalking and also at the same time having secret court hearings about property that belongs to that target. That's not a coincidence. They're corrupt. The Ontario Police is gang stalking with the blessing of the governor, with the blessing of the courts in California, in concert with the sheriff's departments, who I've shown are stalking under a fake sun, by the way. ABGE617, conspiring murder, gang stalking, psychopaths. And in the same way that they're targeting with light, just ricocheting out of nowhere, light that manifests out of light, those are demons. That's a practice of witchcraft. That's by the way, relevant to the mental illness of Jason Isaac Field, who presents an unlawful threat. Gang stalking me, having sex with my mother, sexually obsessed with me, a violent threat, conspiring my murder, and stealing from me, resulting in what is years of homelessness. Well, I'm a licensed attorney, okay? The entity's engaged in what is the ongoing pattern of conduct while I have been targeted by the state and harassed at work and then gang stalked and to falsely depicting my character, meaning that's the ultimate in what is adding insult to injury. You're targeting me, you're trying to take me out, and then you're going to try to blame me for what happened? When, by the way, nothing in my history even supports what the entity has done in corrupt courts. The corrupt conduct by these courts is criminal activity. In the same way that you engaged in a fictitious prosecution while you were gang stalking via the Ontario police, you're going to prison. That's a criminal act. That was a criminal act by the entity that's engaged in surveillance. And so when you're engaged in surveillance, what is also the implications? The court also knows, Kara Hudson knows that I'm not mentally ill. Kara Hudson, and what would she say? Oh, I don't know. I'm not a medical professional. These are demons who are engaging in surveillance and targeting, and they are very much aware and engaged in a pattern of projecting mental illness on that to that target individual. That's the whole purpose of gang stalking. Remember, it's supposed to be happening amongst strangers who you can't falsely accuse. You can't accuse anybody because you're mentally ill if you do. This is supposed to be happening amongst in an environment that you're ignorant about. Nobody sees the fake sun. Nobody is aware of the engineer light. Nobody's paying attention to that level of detail. Nobody's paying attention to that. Okay, so you don't have that evidence either of relevant of the environment. You don't have any evidence, and you can't prove that a plane is stalking you individually, you particularly. Okay, absent all that other coinciding evidence, you can't prove all of that. So the entity is in gang stalking also through your family, who are, again, malicious psychopaths who are violent sex offenders, obsessed with your genitalia as family members, violating you, sex trafficking you, okay, while they're also in a position maliciously, oh, I love my mom, I love my sister, I love my brother, whatever the relationship is, and I would never harm them, and I just want the best for them, while they're gang stalking you with the police, who they're waiting for them to blow your head off. Because they want to cash in on the insurance policy that they have on you. They want to cash in on the property that they're stealing that's been bequeathed to you, or that's been left to you that is under your name, so that they can profit of. Those are the demon possessed that are gang stalking me with impossible light. You could put Tracy Banks in one of these vehicles because she's engaged in the pattern of conduct. Put Jason Fields in one of these vehicles because he's engaged in the pattern of conduct. Put Ontario police, who I've been facing while I've been documenting, because they're engaged in the pattern of conduct. Because that's the entity that's engaging in that, okay? The entity, again, surmise that you can gang stalk somebody into a mental asylum, and no, you cannot. What you will do is you will be gang stalking somebody and you'll end up in an asylum. You can go from gang stalking to federal prison. You will go from gang stalking to being exposed as a domestic terrorist. And this is, the P.O.C. is relevant to what is targeting domestic terrorism in the United States. And it starts with what is adequate legislation in order to prosecute civilly and criminally, and also identify the entity that is engaging in that pattern of conduct with regard to what is, I want you to hear the plane activity. And that's United Airlines at 7:19 a.m. hovering over 320 North Euclid Avenue, while the fake sun, that's not the sun, that's the environment where the crime scene is occurring. And United Airlines is targeting in the same manner over me at Euclid Avenue, at 231 South Euclid Avenue, 2155 South Euclid Avenue. That's the grocery outlet where the fake sun is present over me, at also not only at 719, where United Airlines is targeting me by flying around my person, while the fake sun's at what is grocery outlet, not 415 North Euclid Avenue, and United Airlines engages in that while I also happen to be speaking about United Airlines. That's not a coincidence. It's also not a coincidence under the fake sun and an engineer light, where the entity is keeping that fake sun wherever it is I wake up in the morning. And the entity is doing so also because you're not taking off from the airport flying miles away and then hovering over 320 North Euclid. This is, again, the entity that's engaging in that ridiculous conduct, proving targeting at every angle you look at it. All right? But nonetheless, the entity is doing so while you are aware of the fact that the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking, and the entity that's engaging in surveillance in the United States is engaging in then what is gang stalking, and that's supposed to falsely depict the character of an American citizen, and it does not. It does not. All right? And by the way, stalking any person does not ever bear any sort of reflection on an American citizen, ever. Ever. Just like taking off from 2500 Airport Road and you are flying over 4 miles, that would be northwest from the airport, in order to be over 320 North Euclid Avenue. But remember the evidence when I'm at the 1627 TAD office, the Transitional Assistance Office, where the entity is keeping the fake sun, by the way, far from what is Euclid Avenue rising and setting. That's, again, on another day when you're looking at what the entity is presenting, like the sun is everywhere, over everyone, all day long, when both you're sitting still all day and also when you're on the roads and the highways. But that's not what you're seeing while these demons are driving on Euclid Avenue. The fake sun is remaining here. 9RXF229. This is a gang stalking homosexual, obsessed with my genitalia, engaging in the sex offense of federal group stalking and monitoring, and further into the conspiracy to commit murder with the Ontario International Airport, that's also targeting an engineer light under a fake sun that is deviating from being on Holt Boulevard, where the entity is then engaging what is feigning takeoffs, where I'm at the United States Postal Service on Holt Boulevard. If American Airlines and Southwest Airlines is taking off there, where are you hovering over the apartment complex off of Euclid Avenue? if you're taking off there. But you saw Southwest Airlines, they weren't taking off. They were rising in elevation, but all you have to do is document, first of all, the pattern of conduct in the specific environment, and document, because Southwest Airlines, all they did was make a U-turn. The entity is clearly just stalking in the sky space. That's relevant to pacing. Okay? Noise and engineer light and presence are the elements of monitoring. They're gang stalking. And those are demons that are engaged in what you need to understand, spiritually significant, that's a sacrifice. They also commit murders when they crash planes and kill people. And then they, in the United States, where they're making money through these corrupt airlines that are engaging in conspiring murder of American citizens whom they're sacrificing, 9KBV190 is a part of that criminal conspiracy. They engage in what is maintaining what is hearings about it. Oh, well, what happened? We have to discuss what actually happened with the pilot, because it couldn't be corruption. It couldn't be a murder. It couldn't be a deliberate act. So we have to hold a hearing about it. The entity is engaging in what is sacrificing, like United Airlines is engaged in, American Airlines, Amazon Prime Air, Alaska Airlines, as I have shown a body of evidence of the Ontario International Airport gang stalking me. And where will you see the fake sun? Over the top of my head. In the city of Ontario. Southwest Airlines is gang stalking me in Los Angeles. So wherever you see the fake sun, over me in Los Angeles. That is impossible. That's mutually exclusive with the fake sun as a matter of documentation present at 6:38 a.m. like I'm documenting today, and also at 6 in the evening where the Ontario Fire Department is gang stalking. Okay, license plate. 1469498. That's Ontario Fire. That's gang stalking under the fake sun in concert with the city of Ontario. That is the Ontario International Airport. Okay? This is the entity that's sharing in that. This is the entity that's doing so in concert with the Ontario Police Department. The body of evidence where you're looking at those demons as an agency stalking under the fake sun, the entity sharing in the elements of monitoring includes the Ontario International Airport that is maintaining no flights over the Woodside Senior Apartments when you're taking off, minding your business, engaging in what is law-abiding conduct other than what is targeting under the fake sun monitoring and furtherance of murder. That's why your planes are being heard inside of Tracy Banks' apartment, which is impossible audible activity when you're taking off from the airport. Okay? The entity's engaging that, flying over Starbucks while they're engaging what is taken off from 2500 Airport Drive. That will never include hovering over UNICARE, a community healthcare center at East Street and Euclid Avenue. While, by the way, the fake sun is on this same corner, because that's right here where Starbucks is, at 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the Ontario International Airport, flying miles away from the airport, hovering over that intersection, where they do so also with the Ontario police who engage in criminal summoning routinely under the fake sun. And they're doing so pursuant to that very heavily documented P.O.C. United Airlines is the same demonic spirit of mental illness, delusion. While they're already surrounded with the evidence and they continuously engage in it, they're doing so with regard to what is necessary as a federal response, targeting domestic terrorism, targeting domestic terrorists. Co-conspirators to murder that are gang stalking through these corrupt airlines. This is gang stalk. These are murderers that are pilots. They're going to federal prison. The murderers that are gang stalking police officers, stalking a helicopter, they're going to federal prison. And while I document the mental illness by engaging in that stalking kind of flying in circles, you're going straight to a mental asylum, Satan. You're going straight to a mental asylum. Your identity is going to be produced and you're going to a mental asylum. The entity is gang stalking. The Ontario Police Department represent and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department represent gang stalking law enforcement agents who are going to federal prison. While you document them gang stalking you, you're going to federal prison for it. The people of the state provide evidence against you, and the state provides evidence against the people of the state. Okay? This is how that conspiracy, this is how that criminal act, that system is operating together, and that's the implosion of it. And you're going to target domestic terrorists. License 8SNV302, targeting with the city of Ontario, gang stalk with the Ontario Fire, gang stalk with Ontario International Airport, pacing over Euclid Avenue, while you looking at the video. The engineer light is ongoing, the fake sun remaining, the body of evidence, what's happening in Hesperia, same time of year, on the record, the entity gang stalking, same time of year, what LAPD is doing, that's still sitting on the record, that's still legally relevant. It's always relevant because daylight savings time is only giving away an hour. So the sun is never going to sit over my apartment and over my office door for the duration of my workday. Where you are targeting as the airport in Ontario, you're targeting as the police department in Ontario, you're targeting as the population in Ontario, where the entity keeps a fake sun over me from rise until set. When you're doing so, targeting with the engineer light, and then you do it while you're listening to the evidence be recited in real time, that's the entity that's engaged in very foolish conduct. It's a very poorly selected psychological torture tactic. That doesn't work when you're being documented. It doesn't work when you're being prosecuted, but it does work for putting gang stalking pilots in prison. They commit murders, not accidents. They're engaged in massive surveillance. It's intentional, deliberate activity. And the entity thought, that gang stalking agent Tracy Banks thought it was a joke. She's going to federal prison, and I hope she keeps that same jovial sense of humor because she's going to prison. And so was her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields. The entity is engaging in gang stalking, and never again shall it result in what is an American citizen being falsely depicted while they are being targeted, while they are being kept under surveillance because nobody else in the country knows that surveillance is underway. No, because the entity is engaging in what is an undisclosed system of surveillance, which I have proven, and it is undeniable. And the entity is also engaging in what is targeting amongst that ongoing surveillance. And it is psychopathic, and sexually perverted. All right, this is P.O.C. All right, the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking, flying another, that is Southwest Airlines. While the fake sun is over the same location, 6:39 a.m., the fake sun has not advanced anywhere over the street. As a matter of fact, you know, while they're gang stalking and the Ontario International Airport is stalking by flying over me at Starbucks as I walk out at night, flying over my head, flying over this intersection while I'm sitting at the Starbucks, sitting in front of Starbucks, standing at the entrance, and the Ontario International Airport is flying over the adjacent building, stalking in the path remaining on the south side of my person, where you're engaging what is hovering over that building. You're targeting with regard to the elements of monitoring. It's demonic. They're also engaged in what is targeting harassment. Stalking in a plane is a psychopathic means of harassment and stalking, and the entity is doing so in conformity to what is a statewide system of surveillance. Surveillance includes criminal monitoring and surveillance by commercial planes in the state of California and by helicopters of the corrupt law enforcement agencies. And the entity is also using, the government itself is using smaller planes as well. The entity is engaging in that P.O.C., and that's occurring in that specific environment, which is, again, very specific to the targeted individual. Very specific, all right? The entity engaging in that, again, Southwest Airlines, is 7:27 a.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over economy in. I mean, so much you can go immediately. The entity is keeping first of all, it's in Hesperia on this day in 2024. There's one angle. The entity is keeping the fake sun in an entirely different location in 2019, when I'm documenting, the entirely different location in 2020, 2021, 2022. All right, 2024, I'm traveling about, having left Alvarado Gardens, going from hotel to hotel. The entity is keeping the fake sun at every hotel from sunrise until sunset over that hotel. That is not the sun that is remaining on Euclid Avenue. Euclid Avenue. Remember, Euclid Avenue runs north and south. So you're remaining on the east side of Euclid Avenue that runs north and south, and then the west side of Euclid Avenue, while it's over me on Euclid Avenue at the entrance of the Starbucks, and then over me through the drive-through window of that same Starbucks in the evening, 12 hours later. That is not going to be anywhere in Hesperia over that hotel. That's the entity. It's mutually exclusive. The ridiculous asininity that I've been documenting as a matter of evidence to prove the malice whereby psychopaths like Tracy Banks thinks that it's a joke and think that because they're demons that rely on witchcraft, and you have a whole bunch of corrupt actors, that equals being able to effectively and actually defame the character, and it doesn't. It's just exposing corruption. That's not the practice of medicine. That's not how law operates. That's not logical either. And the entity is only doing it with regard to what you also are aware of, what is necessitating the change of the laws in this country. And it's relevant. Alan D. Wapner in real time, that's engaging in what is stalking with commercial planes while I'm documenting it. Don't forget about that, because he's being removed from office. He's doing so in furtherance of conspiracy to murder. He's doing so after having stolen from me, stolen money and property from me. He's doing so after having engaged in sex acts committed against me. Don't forget about that, because people are going to prison for it. Very specific people. Very specific people. The entity's engaging in that, and this is relevant to impunity. You want to act with impunity on one day. Don't cry in federal prison tomorrow. Don't cry in federal court. No one's going to hear it. That's why I went to the extent to document every moment of this pattern of conduct, because you're not going to forget that 9AHZ825 and 9PIP458, they were acting with clear impunity. So ongoing molestation with impossible light, that ongoing fake sun stalking incessantly all day long, that demon-possessed gang stalking Ontario Police Department, ceaselessly stalking by plane and helicopter as a department with impossible, they never stopped, never took a pause, even in the face of the evidence. That is not going to be disregarded in court, and it's not going to be mistaken, and there will be no ongoing corrupt acts as the entity has already committed, which I'm also going to prosecute for. The previous acts of corruption, which again, an American citizen suffers from. The years of homelessness, I'm going to prosecute for that. That's a product of targeting. Okay? The entity engaging, interfering with my liberty right to work wherever I want to, wherever I'm qualified to. The people of the state don't have a constitutional right within the exercise of their business. Remember, they're engaging in surveillance. So you're engaged in targeting while you're denying me employment for a wrong and improper reason, for a discriminatory purpose, for a criminal purpose, pursuant to a pattern of conduct. That was not the legitimate operation of a business. They were targeting. The people of the state are targeting in every regard. I'm going to prosecute you. I'm going to prosecute you. It's all coming back. It is a massive return to sender. As clearly as the demons by the thousands stalk with the possible light, be prepared for that return to sender. That's all I'm stating. Be prepared for it. License 97758M2, stalking with the possible light, co-conspiring murder. 7MBU585. They are all together engaged in psychological torture, planning a murder of an American citizen with the government. License EG30S91, and they are the government. These are not private citizens while they're engaging in surveillance, which is no longer a secret. And this is also exposing the mental illness of Jason Isaac Fields, who will never under the law. There is no gift provided. There is nothing, no gift that I have to accept. There is no basis of any sort of conversation that's required, anything that he has stolen from me. This should be in the possession of the government. I am herefore publicly speaking to this terrorist, this sex offender, this predator, never being in my presence and federal prison for anything except that, okay? This is the entity that's engaged in threatening me and violating my rights as a corrupt government actor and as a third party, and doing so in an exceptional manner. And the federal law is serving to protect any American citizen, and that's exactly what I'm speaking to. That's exactly what I am legislating through my podcast. I'm legislating it right now. Okay? It is currently, by the way, 7:32 a.m. where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking by commercial planes, including Southwest Airlines and United Airlines. Don't forget the entity is engaging in what is rising and setting the fake sun at economy end, which is not going to create any sunlight underneath this covered structure, while demons, including license EE59L08 paper and license 6VVJ694, gang stalk with the possible light under the covered structure of 415 South Euclid Avenue, while the fake sun is over me at at Economy Inn, at the Mobile gas station, where, by the way, it did not move when I was there. It stayed at that hotel. That's how I have it over my head just the other day, gang stalking, while the entity is gang stalking me, and it's over that venue at 4 o'clock in the evening, where you're documenting gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport flying over my room, flying over me in that parking lot. You're not doing anything other than stalking. There's no takeoffs that includes that. And an ordinary investigation by the federal government, what actually is entailed in a takeoff from the airport, and what is the audible activity, what sort of violation of quiet enjoyment is going to be entailed in that at Woodside Senior Apartments and at the Economy Inn Hotel. All right, and while I am sitting inside of Starbucks, what sort of audible activity is that creating while you're taking off from the airport and engaging what is flights from that airport and not flying miles away and then hovering throughout the city over various buildings that I'm inside of, where, by the way, the fake sun is also present, where the entity's engaging in aerial surveillance, okay? And that's just a common sense level of scrutiny. Psychopaths engage in more of that while you document, and that's relevant to diagnosing them. They're engaging in their own harm, their own detriment. Gang stalking pilots that commit murder, who pose a threat to the lives of American citizens while doing so, stalking in the way that American Airlines is, the Ontario International Airport, which is, again, the evidence to shut that airport down. The city of Ontario is speaking to what's going to be, again, very much heavily affected. Removing the police department, that fire department engaged in multiple kidnappings as well, removing them, removing the Ontario International Airport. This is a matter of national security. These are enemies of the United States. They are enemies of American citizens, and they incentivize and facilitate the criminal conduct that the psychopaths, who are the pedophiles, the sex offenders, the people of the state, because of the rampant corruption in the city of Ontario. It necessitates removing that airport, that police department, that fire department. The gang stalkers with AMR, they're totally illegitimate as well, and they are merely maintaining a contract with the city of Ontario, but that can be also dealt with regard to removing that company. But the entities engaging in this, and this is for purposes of national security, the entities, these psychopaths that are gang stalking me using these airlines, they're in other states, they're in other countries, and those are not plane accidents, those are not mishaps. Okay? This is what I'm speaking of with regard to the death of Kobe Bryant. It's happening in Los Angeles. Massive surveillance is underway. That wasn't an accident. Okay? That wasn't a failure to see the sky space. Understand that this is demonic. This is demonic. And these demons that are stalking me with impossible light activity, they fly planes and helicopters, and they decide to crash into things to kill themselves and other people, including their family. Your logic is not the same as a demon-possessed person's logic. They don't even like themselves. And when a demon gives them the word, guess what they do? GERYDER, license plate, third party gang stalking me. They crash into, hurt as many people as possible. This is the reality of the demon possessed who are gang stalking. All right, that's the reality. That is a very much of a very real threat posed by demons that are making up a police department, demons that are making up a fire department, demons that are making up the pilots that are flying planes who are engaging in the violence of gang stalking. They murder people. They engage in pedophilia. They engage in sex trafficking. They engage in all manner of violating people, trying to ruin their lives. Years of homelessness provided the body of evidence that is the P.O.C. But it is the criminal act committed by the entity, and I will recover for that. The entity then has the audacity to try to defame the targeted individual for what it engaged in, the audacity behind that. I'm going to recover for that. I'm going to recover for it. This is what American citizens are suffering, and they don't even have any evidence. They don't even have any evidence. And by the way, many of them 6 feet under, they're already dead, they're gone. And the entity destroyed their reputation before murdering them, before taking them out, destroyed their reputation as well. It's the work of Satan, it's demonic. But I'm letting you know it's criminal, and you can prosecute. You can prosecute Satan. But in court, Satan will be identified as the defendant, the state of California. It is currently 7:37 a.m. This is evidence supporting the mental illness of Jason Isaac Fields, who will never be permitted in my presence. There is no gift giving. There is no apology. There is no changing in that. And the federal government is not in a position to remove federal prison as a mandated consequence for gang stalking and targeting and conspiring my murder and acting in furtherance of that with the government under any circumstances. That doesn't change. It's currently 7:37 a.m. and this Okay, this is the documentation of the fake sun. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. I'm now recording video. The entity is rising the fake sun at 6:38 a.m. It is rising in perfect alignment with where I'm situated, which is where the Ontario police were stalking all night. This is the significance of the demonic pattern of conduct, where criminal surveillance is happening in an engineered environment while you are driving past, that is stalking with light at nightfall while they are molesting with impossible light. For example, turning onto that street where C Street and where D Street and Euclid is, they're molesting all night long while they're engaging in that very same conduct. Right now they're accomplishing the same while the fake sun is aimed on me and they are crossing path. These are demons who are monitoring under a fake sun at 6:38 a.m. The fake sun is present at Starbucks, which is right over here at 507 North Euclid Avenue. 12 hours later, where the Ontario police are also documenting gang stalking by helicopter, just like they were over me here at 415 North Euclid Avenue this morning, where the Ontario police are psychopaths focusing what is their physical presence while they are in engineered light that was all over the sidewalk, which they're driving in now. The shadow of the vehicle is appearing on the sidewalk. That's impossible light activity. The impossible light is moving across underneath the shaded structure. That's impossible light activity. Like I documented yesterday, while they are driving, impossible light was appearing on the passenger side of their cars. That's impossible light activity. And this is the evidence of stalking with light. It's also occurring at nightfall. That's what the evidence of the Ontario police, who are demon possessed, and they're also engaged in criminal surveillance. There are also demons who are monitoring, which is an inhumane means of surveillance. While they are driving on the opposite side, the shadow of their vehicles is reaching on this side of this street. That's impossible light activity. While the entity has the fake sun at 415 North Euclid Avenue, it's not coincidentally in perfect alignment with me. And the entity is engaged in this while the entity is maintaining a sunrise over Tracy Banks' apartment at 408 West G Street at 6:33 a.m. Where demons are in that environment, they are monitoring. Okay, when you're engaging in that and engineer light is moving underneath, that's impossible light. They're monitoring, and this is what they're doing when they're driving under the fake moon. Engineer light is on the passenger side of their cars. They're gang stalking with the Ontario police, who are being disbanded, who engaged in demonstrating mental illness like the demon-possessed do while they're gang stalking under a fake sun and an engineered light to monitor, stalk, surveil, and furtherance of a conspiracy to commit murder with their co-defendant Tracy Banks, who stole my identity and who engaged in stealing my property and did so again with her sex partner Jason Isaac Fields. Did so as a pattern of conduct by the government that's engaged in public corruption, of criminal monitoring, proven through the supernatural environment. Driving in the street isn't going to cause your shadow to appear on this side over here, nor on that side, nor does it cause that light activity underneath that structure. This is the demon possession that is shared by the Ontario police, who engaged in wearing an Ontario Police Department uniform, stalking with light. Demons that were pacing on the sidewalk, look at their multiple shadows last night. The entity engaged in the same pattern of stalking by helicopter over me, and all they did was stare at a building as though something was going to happen. They were monitoring me while they were stalking with light, which is the evidence that they were targeting me, which is where the fake sun rose, because this is exactly where I remain. And this is the same street. The fake sun set at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. It's right here. This is the entity that keeps the fake sun over the top of my head at 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then setting right here through the windows of this same Starbucks right here. The entity keeps the fake sun while I'm documenting it. The sunset at Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue, where the same Ontario police are gang stalking by helicopter, and that fake sun is setting on this same street on this side of my person, where the sun does not rise and set over Euclid Avenue. And also through my living room window at Alvarado Gardens, where LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department is also stalking by helicopter, targeting me. engaging in psychological torture, in concert with a entity that is, again, engaging in surveillance. License 9KXL664 is targeting while you're seeing impossible light moving underneath a structure where your vehicles are not reflecting, where your shadow's not reaching in the distance. This is not sunlight, and that's not the sun. And this is the entity that was gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department last night. This is mental illness by the entity that is being disbanded, and every single last one stalking under the fake sun, including Alex Escobar at this U.S. bank at 333 North Euclid Avenue at 12:53 in the afternoon. He's engaged in what is targeting me, psychologically torturing me, stalking, keeping me under surveillance, monitoring me on my devices while I'm maintaining a body of evidence, and stalking at this bank with the fake sun over the top of my head from here 6 hours later at 12:53 p.m. while at what is 333 North Euclid Avenue. He is going to federal prison. He also committed kidnapping at 7:15 in the morning right here at the Starbucks where the fake sun remains until after 6 p.m. This is the entity that is indeed engaged in state surveillance, and every business in California, including the gas station on the ARCO network, where they're interfering with the signal because they're trying to stop me from uploading the evidence of the entity stalking with the Ontario Police, who are a bunch of psychopaths who are demon-possessed, engaging in what is no longer a secret system of surveillance, demons who are monitoring. That's the significance of driving in the street and engineer light moving underneath that such structure. Evidence of targeting. And this is what they're doing at nightfall. That's the significance of having multiple shadows on the sidewalk, which is not the product of standing underneath street lamps. Okay? The entities in the same way that driving in the street on the opposite, and the fake sun being on the driver's side of your vehicle does not result in light vacillating underneath a covered structure or on the wall or on the sidewalk at all. This is the entity that is engaged in what is monitoring on my devices, okay? This is P.O.C. The Ontario Police is being disbanded, and they engaged in what is exposing to you the evidence of mental illness, psychopathic, antisocial disorders by a demon-possessed entity that's engaging in surveillance in the United States in violation of your human and constitutional rights while they are gang stalking as a population. And this is what Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields committed in furtherance of murdering me after this entity, including the Ontario Police, has already stolen money and property from me and then kept that from me and then gang stalked me in order to conceal it, okay? That's the pattern of conduct. The shadow of the vehicle, they're driving an engineer light that's appearing on the passenger side of that truck. Okay, that's again not sunlight. While the appearance of the windows is reflecting on that truck, that's monitoring. They're monitoring, they're pacing back and forth in engineered light gang stalking. The Ontario Police were doing that last night while they were stalking with light. Pay attention to those demons using their flashlights, walking around on the sidewalk. They were monitoring, stalking in the path with where my position of my person was, and they were doing so in engineered light, keeping engineered light aimed on the building, behind the building, surrounding me at the building, stalking with light, which is what is happening under a fake sun that is rising and setting on Euclid Avenue. P.O.C. The shadow of the vehicles on the opposite side is reaching over here, and their shadow of the vehicles right here is reaching across the sidewalk. That's not normal light activity. That's engineer light that they're driving in. Engineer light is appearing on the passenger side of their vehicles, while the fake sun's on the driver's side of their vehicles, and engineer light is vacillating underneath the covered structure. All manner of targeting with engineer light where surveillance is underway. Demons are driving school buses. Pedophiles are driving school buses, engaging in criminal activity with minor children, using communication devices, engaging in criminal activity at the same time. That's what you're getting from the gang stalkers driving school buses monitoring. This is P.O.C. It is currently, by the way, 6:47 a.m. This is documented on podcast simultaneously. This is the entity that is stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That's Alan D. WAPNER, conspiring by murder. That's the Ontario Police Department that's gang stalking with the people of the state who are vicariously sharing in what is state targeting. Proof of driving in the street and engineer light moving underneath here, that's a demon, and that's not a stranger. Keeping my vagina under surveillance is also underway by the sex offenders who are criminally monitoring in violation of federal stalking statute, Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. This is P.O.C. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. The entity that is gang stalking, this is federal law that's going to bar him from ever coming into my presence. He is a maniacal psychopath and a violent sex offender that has already sexually violated me, that has already stolen from me and defamed my character and conspired my murder and engaged in what is attempted murder as an entity. This is P.O.C. This is 415 North Euclid Avenue, where the demons of the Ontario Police were stalking with light last night, and this is the evidence of where the fake sun is rising. All right, where you're in Florida, there's no sun over you at the same time 3 hours ahead of us. Okay, the entity is engaging what is keeping a fake sun over me while the state is stalking. Me in particular. This is evidence of criminal surveillance. This is P.O.C. All right. All these demons hanging out at ARCO, monitoring on the ARCO Wi-Fi, 6WNW375, 8LYJ685. under the fake sun, which moves from 415 North Euclid Avenue to being over me at ARCO, where 7WPC237 is stalking on the roads and the highways, 6FLD719. They're filling up their gas tank while gang stalking and engaging in federal stalking on the venue of the internet and on communication devices in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, having already committed attempted murder as an entity, multiple kidnappings as an entity, engaging in state surveillance, and doing so pursuant to theft that this entity has already committed as well. 9TIH520, that's the ARCO employee, 57989L3. P.O.C. It's 7:41 a.m. They're all monitoring evidence, engaged in surveillance, and not only is it unlawful to engage in surveillance on the internet, it's unlawful to engage in surveillance where that content is evidence of an ongoing investigation that you're subject to. 9AYB304, sharing. License 5TWS962, sharing. And turning on the turn signal is a method of flashing of light. That's a mentally ill psychopath. They all are. While they're engaged in all manner of the light activity, everything they're doing with the light activity, that's what's going to stand out to you. These are demons. 9SVH463, 8WBR946, the fake sun now over the Chevron. Okay, at what is 506 North Euclid Avenue. P.O.C. 9FFH194. It is 7:42 a.m. LEU 861. This is a terrorist stalking as, again, a specific actor. 4182OP3, stalking with the light in the same manners. License 8WPN166. These are demons of both genders, homosexual women, all of them psychopaths in concert with predatory men as well. 8JHN372, 7BCM219. These are demons with engineer light dragging behind their cars. That's terrorism and relevant ongoing psychological torture before an entity that is targeting you, keeping you under surveillance under a fake sun and among sunlight that does not ricochet off of your car, ricochet across buildings, and drag on the sidewalk and in front of their cars and behind their cars on the opposite side while they're engaging in that before they murder you. These are co-conspirators of murder. License 9HJH240, another sex offender. And the gang stalking immigrant population is going to be deported. All right, this is P.O.C. It's 7:46 a.m. All right, this is GPC stalking with the Ontario International Airport, who's targeting over here. So they're looking for let me go wipe something down, let me go sweep something, let me go rub something off. That's Southwest Airlines gang stalking under the fake sun. This is GPC that's engaged in psychopathic behavior, a demon, a sex offender monitoring my vagina as well, and doing so in what is engineer light. Let me show you light that's manifesting out of nowhere. You see this very subtle light activity? This is a lower quality phone, so it might not pick up. My shadow's appearing here while a demon under the fake sun at 224 North Euclid Avenue, where Southwest Airlines is gang stalking at 6:50 p.m. at the same address, and a psychopath that's stalking me in an engineered environment where light is manifesting in the shade, where coming on, let me find something to do, let me wipe on something, while the entity is gang stalking by plane and stalking in the path and engineered light under a fake sun. Those are the mentally ill psychopaths gang stalking, driving dumpster trucks, gang stalking, wearing uniforms. That's GPC. Graffiti. What's the name of this corrupt? I've documented these terrorists so often. These little mom and pop companies, they're not going to make it past the prosecution. They're not going to make it. Okay? And that type of mental illness exhibited while you're gang stalking, that's terrorism, that's psychological torture, that's what the entity engages in and presupposes that that's going to falsely depict the character of somebody else. That's impossible light activity right there. That's not sunlight. It's in the middle of shade, and what is it hitting to engage in that sort of angular presence over there? That's the pattern of conduct. And by the way, none of this is sunlight. This is the illusion regarding what is the sun that sits over one address for 12 hours. This is the same Euclid Avenue. There's the OVITT Family Community Library. This is a stalker. That's a stalker. That's stalking. CMAX is monitoring light activity. Same demons walking around in engineer light, monitoring. Coming around and wiping down a building while you're monitoring. While the Ontario International Airport has no planes that will hover over 224 North Euclid, while demons, sex offenders, monitoring a black woman's vagina, walking around like psychopaths while they're gang stalking together, and they're monitoring what's being uploaded on the Google Drive. This is P.O.C. 224 North Euclid Avenue, the 280 North Women Apartments, the 215 East C Street OVITT Family Community Library, the 320 Ontario Downtown Luxury Apartments, the 240 North Euclid Avenue, Wells Fargo, the 200 North Euclid Avenue, Mule Cart Smokehouse, where the Ontario police are gang stalking under the fake sun that's over my head, right here at the corner of B Street, where demons are stalking with light. Psychopathic conduct. Psychopaths engaging. Let me go ahead, keep my back to her, and let me just do something because I need to get in the path I need to get in the path with regard to monitoring. While the Ontario International Airport tells on everybody that's gang stalking, this is surveillance. These are demons, and this is stalking with light. P.O.C. All right, this is the entity seconds later. Again, the entity doing the same thing while I'm at 415 North Euclid Avenue. The pure frequency with regard to hovering under what is the fake sun and an engineer light, while the entity is monitoring what I'm doing on my communication devices, as though they're engaging in what is taking off at the 224 North. They're monitoring what I'm uploading on the Google Drive, again, with simultaneity to uploading on third-party facilitating venue YouTube that is engaged in years of documented surveillance and the unlawful interference with an ongoing federal investigation, which is publicly exposed on my channel, where YouTube is engaged in monitoring. The entity is engaging in this while I upload this video simultaneously under the fake sun that is here again 12 hours after 6 p.m. The fake sun is still here while I'm documenting that psychopath that was cheesing from ear to ear, pacing back and forth in engineer light, and the Ontario police are stalking by helicopter under the fake sun that was on this side of the same property. That's going nowhere. The sun is not rising and setting at the Ontario Town Square. It's not rising and setting at Woodside Senior Apartments. It's not rising and setting at Economy Inn on the same Euclid Avenue. It's not rising and setting at the Starbucks, the 507 North Euclid Avenue on the same 507 North Euclid Avenue on the same street, Euclid Avenue. It's not rising and setting at the OVITT Family Community Library, the same Euclid Avenue where this fake sun is still present on this same street as I walk out of that entrance. This is the P.O.C. And that's, again, Alan D. WAPNER, monitoring evidence on the venue of the internet, where YouTube is engaged in that P.O.C. And YouTube is going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted for threatening my life and interfering with a public investigation, and also profiting from it and permitting other gang stalkers, co-conspirators to murder, to target and defame me in doing so. This is P.O.C. There are no published flights from the Ontario International Airport 2500 Airport Drive that includes hovering over this. You're also getting context. That's the fake sun. Neither is it going to include the ongoing elevation, low-hanging elevation of that plane activity in the frequency. And it's not what is published by Alan D. WAPNER on the website. This is P.O.C. It is, again, 8:20 a.m. That is Robert Rivera, gang stalking, just like he is at Economy Inn. Okay, that's P.O.C. This is Title 18 federal stalking online, on devices, and Title 18 federal stalking as you're understanding the pattern of conduct in relevant position, proven through what is a fake sun rising and setting over the targeted individual. P.O.C. City of Ontario is still over here loitering at 200 North Euclid, engaging in what is ongoing ridiculously amplified audible noise while they're monitoring, engaging in federal stalking. Again, these are the employees that Paul Leon are permitting to engage in surveillance, criminal surveillance, while Paul Leon is a gang stalker, not an actual legitimate mayor that's engaged in any law-abiding conduct or engaging in any business of the people. The people are engaged in criminal activity, all right? That's entirely illegitimate. And that's why, again, after the video that I captured, the city of Ontario is still loitering at the same street, B Street, stalking in the path, psychopaths with flashing light on the vehicles, and ongoing thunderous activity while you're emptying the garbage. Okay, these are demons that wish that they could garner attention as spectacular as demons that are monitoring with amplified audible activity. Nobody cares about people that are emptying dumpsters and stalking and monitoring another woman and doing so, conspiring her murder. Okay, these are, again, demon-possessed attention whores who are gang stalking while driving a dumpster truck, and you're a mentally ill psychopath doing so. All of the malice of the entity that's gang stalking and everything that it does is exhibiting mental illness. You're a psychopath while you're looking like you're trying to wipe off graffiti off the wall while you're monitoring under the fake sun and an engineer light pursuant to the pattern of conduct. You're a psychopath. You're a psychopath while you're driving a dumpster truck. You can't even focus on emptying garbage competently without demonstrating severe mental illness and disrupting the whole city of Ontario. That's what I've documented the gang stalkers of the city of Ontario doing, emptying garbage. And they're always doing it in engineer light under a fake sun. In fact, they're doing so at Woodside Senior Apartments under a fake sun over that apartment complex and an engineer light. And engaging in what is the interference, the unlawful, the criminal interference with quiet enjoyment, because they're monitoring in furtherance of murder. So this is no ordinary tortious act with regard to interference with quiet enjoyment inside of an apartment where the government is monitoring. It's a criminal act, which I documented Avanath Capital Management sharing in with the city of Ontario. Just like Starbucks is sharing in the pattern of conduct with the city of Ontario, those demons that demonstrate mental illness while driving a dumpster truck as a means of stalking somebody, that's mental illness. That malice that's showing mental illness. Gang stalking while working at a library, being a psychopath sex offender, monitoring the vagina of another woman when you're a closeted homosexual, that's exhibiting mental illness. The entity is doing so while they're engaging in that pattern of conduct at the same venue. The entity is doing so with regard to all of the entity interfering with the federal case against itself, which is relevant to obstruction of justice. No terrorist is going to interfere with the federal government prosecuting terrorism, targeting terrorism. You're delusional, and you're going to address that mental illness. This is why they're going to be diagnosed and prosecuted. Nonetheless, Paul Leon is being identified while demons are engaging in criminal monitoring. Also harassment while they're engaging in federal stalking. How is federal stalking underway while you're emptying the garbage in Ontario? Well, first of all, they're doing it while the fake scent is over the targeted individual and showing you that it is indeed a crime scene. All you have to do is look 7 hours later, and where's that scent if it's over the same address? You're looking at what is a crime scene where surveillance is underway by a population sharing in that mental illness exhibited by demons who are driving a dumpster truck and cannot even engage in that competently without breaking the law. The entities engage in monitoring with regard to amplified noise and engineered light under a fake sun, creating what is this illusion? The illusion is speaking to what is the illusion of sanity by the demon-possessed gang stalkers. The illusion is that you're avoiding anything other than a pervasive prosecution. The illusion is that you're stopping the federal case and any exposure of the mayor, of the governor, of the population, of the police department that's being disbanded in Ontario, California. That's the illusion. Okay, the entities engaged in this P.O.C. while they are monitoring the videos that are going on onto the Google Drive right now. That's criminal activity that is shared by the next demon that's in the same at the same address, stalking just like the city of Ontario is, and that's relevant to the criminal expenditures by Paul Leon, the gang stalking police department, the gang stalking fire department, the gang stalking employees of the municipality. Okay, the gang stalkers that are the city of Ontario engage in public corruption with the civilian population. Paul Leon is a demon himself. The City Hall is at 303 East B Street. That is the same plaza where I'm at, where a fake sun is remaining all day long. This is absurd levels and heights of hypocrisy, and this demon is being snatched out of position. All right, this is P.O.C. No gang stalking mayor is remaining in office, okay? It is 8:38 a.m. P.O.C. All right, flying over my head, targeting, doing so under the fake sun that's on the same UNICARE Avenue, where 6:39 a.m. where the fake sun is rising. It's still over me on the same street while the entity is targeting my helicopter. Why the police may constitute people as demons under what is in fact the case that is going to be taken. This is targeting prevention. They're going to be disbanded and they're going to go. This is mental illness. The entities engaged in this is and beyond like the way targeting with states who make definitely make productive to apply all those things that go to federal prison. This is the base that I'm talking about where they can use their 501. 12 o'clock in Florida. It's 12:01 in Florida. This is the entity stalking under what is that very state. So then, these are sex traffickers, these are co-conspirators to murder, and these are also kidnappers. While they're engaged in stalking, and they're doing so this morning while they're engaged in having and they're like light activity. They're like light off the This is not in Hesperia, California. It's not going to be over Alvarado Gardens. It's not going to be over my sunroof on the freeways in Los Angeles, like I'm documenting where the Ontario police are keeping a fake sun on one street and put out. Remaining in the window of the bombing camp when I'm on it, in the city of Montana, in the city of Chino, but not when that bus is driving by. This fake sun is sitting stationary, where the Ontario police is charged with the population of in furtherance of murder and criminal defamation. That's why the police are targeting. This is documentation of psychological torture that precedes murder committed by gang-stalking police officers, which is the disbanding of this agency. All right, again, those that are going to federal prison include C. Torres. This is the evidence that's going to be used against them. Getting people to take time. All right, if you can hear me speaking. Okay, good. I'm capturing video. It's 9:05 a.m. The entity is engaged in what is that ongoing pattern of flying in circles. The entity engaged in criminal summoning on Euclid Avenue, driving in the direction north with sirens and lights. Didn't sound any sirens, by the way, while they surrounded me at the Glorias Cochinas. They all secretly and quietly sat there and stalked with impossible light activity as psychopaths that they are, hostile. And another show of hostility is the documented pattern of psychopathic pacing and helicopter, which is also evidence, direct evidence of targeting me in particular. It's also direct evidence while they're doing it under a fake sun, okay? The entity, I am documenting on video, but my phone just died. So that video is stopping, but I'm continuously recording, and I think you might be able to hear me. You can also hear the helicopter activity, but I want to make sure you can still hear me because I am I'm speaking pretty loudly, so hopefully it's picking me up, but I think you can hear me. But I want to make sure that I'm still capturing that. And it is 9:05 a.m. The entity is still flying over my head, just like they were at Glorias Cochinas. That wasn't an investigation. Okay, so like it never is. So the entities engaged in documented acts of kidnapping in 2019. Jonathan Burnett's going to federal prison. Priska So, she's going to federal prison. Officer Umada at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, that's federal prison. They committed kidnapping as an entity, and they did so with Tracy Banks, who engaged in criminal summoning with Jonathan Burnett of the Ontario Police Department. And a band of demons arrived engaged in an unlawful search in my vehicle after they broke into my car. Pursuant to what is monitoring as well, that's the ongoing context. It was even greater than an unlawful search in violation of the search incidental to a lawful arrest. It was an unlawful arrest. Moreover, it was gang stalking. And the entity then used that to engage in what is an unlawful arrest. And then the entity is doing so while they're engaged in criminal monitoring. Jonathan Burnett's going to federal prison. He engaged in kidnapping as an entity that's engaged in this criminal pattern of conduct. And this This evidence is speaking to what this agency's been engaged in for a prolonged term of time, years, after this entity engaged in theft of my money, engaged in what is criminally defaming my character, repeated acts of kidnapping, in clear violation of the law and the policies that govern how the court's supposed to operate, that govern how the sheriff's department is supposed to operate, and govern how I'm showing you how the gang stalking is underway by the corrupt agencies. And this is also why domestic terrorists are being targeted and they're going to federal prison. Okay, the entity is gang stalking on video, where you will see what is, I believe it is August 15, 2025 at 6 p.m. Right here at the mule cart at what is B Street in Euclid. This is where the Ontario police are stalking by helicopter. You'll see the fake sun over my head. I am at that same intersection at the Ontario Town Square. It's right here at B Street. The fake sun is over me after 6 p.m. and the entity is stalking by helicopter. This is what you're mindful of. This is the evidence that you're looking at. This is the entity that is providing evidence against everybody else, including YouTube, Tracy Banks, Jason Isaac Fields, Starbucks, the entity that's gang stalking at Economy Inn and committing kidnapping, the entity of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department under the fake sun, the entity of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court under the fake sun, targeting as one corrupt entity, Gavin Newsom, under the fake sun in California, while it's remaining over me, while the Ontario police are gang stalking by helicopter all day and in the same engineer light at night. And while you're engaged in what is this ongoing pattern, this is under no circumstances ever evidence of an American citizen's mental illness, while you are stalking her everywhere by flying in circles over her head, everywhere that I'm going. This is literally what the entity relied on. This is relying on what is corruption of the government, because this on its face, even outside of the evidence of the specific environment, is clear evidence of harassment, which would be a nuisance to any person, which is also actionable. The reason why the people of the state don't ever bring any actions about it is because they're sharing in that pattern of conduct. But it is on its face, even in these alternate universe where the entity is engaged in the malicious P.O.C. that hasn't been exposed yet. The entity is clearly engaged in targeting, as I have a body of evidence that's just flying in circles over me everywhere that I'm going. The entity is engaging in that just at 3 o'clock in the morning, and doing so with the Ontario police that are flying around staring at an empty building, aiming light all over the place, being demons. The entity is doing that Economy Inn over my room, where the Ontario police are not surrounding that hotel, staring at the hotel, engaging in any search or the guise of an investigation. They're doing that while I am on public transportation. They're doing that while I'm inside of Tracy Banks' apartment. They're doing that while the entity is doing so in the specific environment. They're doing so while they're monitoring the evidence of being uploaded on the internet. And this is never, even when you're looking at it from what would be YouTube's vantage point, oh, we're just going to ignore the evidence of the fake sun, and we're going to ignore the evidence of the engineered light, and we're just looking at somebody that is engaging in what is accusing a whole agency as targeting her amongst everyone else, which means that she must be a paranoid schizophrenic, because she is stating that she's establishing or trying to claim that one person, she's the focus point, the focal point, when the helicopter's flying over all these buildings, over all these people at the same time. That's a position that the entity has, and it's not a legal argument. It's also not a logical argument. The entity is engaged in a pattern of conduct, by the way, with regard to me and, for example, the population that's on Omnitrans, the population that's in traffic. The entity is engaging what is targeting me, as opposed to everybody else, where I'm traveling to different places where not everybody's traveling the same place. The entity is targeting me as a population, however, remaining around me, but the entity is targeting me by helicopter everywhere that I'm going. You're flying over me by helicopter. And I'm a part of that. And not everybody that's around me at that time is sharing that experience. I go to another group amongst another group of demons who are monitoring with that same agency while they're flying over me by helicopter. I'm going to another venue amongst the same entity, a different group of demons, while the entity is flying over my head by helicopter. And what's shared about that as well, that's a pattern. What's shared about that is also that it's happening amongst engineered light flying all about in the sky, which YouTube would like to disregard as well. Oh, well, we're just going to act like it's not there and it doesn't matter. And you're not doing that in any competent case. And the entity is also doing that, again, in defiance of logic and common sense. And it's also delusional conduct of maniacal psychopaths who routinely murder and kidnap. They engaged in what is pacing on Euclid Avenue in concert with the helicopter activity, sounding their sirens. And just like I stated this morning, they were standing around aiming light like psychopaths who are demons. You know the significance of that. And this is why gang stalking domestic terrorists that are part of corrupt police departments are going to federal prison. Their mental incompetence is a threat to the public. Their criminal activity shared with the Ontario International Airport, who has no flights that would include hovering over this venue, where the Ontario police are doing the same thing: criminal monitoring, aerial surveillance, pacing over me under a fake sun, the fake sun that's remaining in alignment to me as I document it well after 6 p.m. That is under no circumstances, under any, it doesn't help Tracy Banks, even when I concede what their argument would necessarily include. That you're paranoid because of a fake sun? No, you're not. That you're paranoid because of engineer light? No, you're absolutely not. And that is on its face very weird. How does that happen? How does this happen? When you are driving on the opposite side of the road and I'm being shot at, it's touching all over my body with light all over the building. How is this happening? And you are not going to disregard that in the evidence of a pattern of conduct, a very weird environment, while I'm documenting ongoing harassment by multiple police departments. Multiple. The San Bernardino County Sheriff is stalking by helicopter at the Palmdale Holiday Inn over my head at nightfall in engineered light. This is an ongoing documented pattern, flying in circles over me. They're doing so while I'm documenting during the day what's remaining over that Holiday Inn in Palmdale, where San Bernardino County is stalking by helicopter, flying in circles over me. The entity is keeping the fake sun from morning until sunset, which I'm documenting. The fake sun over that entrance at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the fake sun over that entrance at 8 o'clock in the morning over me, amongst what is engineered light, inexplicable light that you are never going to disregard. This is what the entity does while you witness what is, again, very highly misinformed theory that you can engage in harassing someone and then blame them, defame their character for it, because it's clearly harassment regardless of anybody that I'm around, while you are documented on video stalking over and over and over again in a helicopter. This is the entity that's going to federal prison. Let me remind you about their names. C. Torres is going to prison. L. Martinez, B. Hook, Nathan Morgan. The entity is also going to federal prison for the July 4th kidnapping committed as an entity. Starbucks employees are also going to federal prison while they are gang stalking, because there's no sun over the Starbucks, the natural environment, and there's no sunlight that would fly inside of Starbucks in the way that I documented, where they're engaging in surveillance as that same population, the corrupt one, and their co-defendant that kidnapped me, that they criminally summoned, provides evidence against Starbucks and the employees while they engage in this highly misinformed tactic, which is open engagement in terrorism and harassment and psychological torture. And it is necessarily corrupt for a court to defame anybody's character for what is documented acts of harassment. When you're going from place to place to place to place to place, and also documenting from city to city, this ongoing hallmark of stalking specifically in helicopter, and what is also in a specific environment, which is on its face defying nature, that's relevant to what is a pattern of conduct, which is demonic. And that's also relevant to the malice of the demon-possessed, who think that they can use witchcraft and target somebody, or use witchcraft and they can't be prosecuted for it. Both of those, that's a lie. Both of them are lies out of the pit of hell. And the entities engaging what is 9:13 a.m., they're still flying in circles over me. Okay, this is what the entity is doing under a fake sun that's remaining over this venue. And this is speaking to the maniacal psychopaths who are the Ontario police who surrounded Gloria's Cochinas, stalking me with light, doing so amongst engineered light, doing so as a means to psychologically torture and threaten in the same way that they are right now with helicopter. While the evidence is uploaded, this is the entity that is engaged in a documented pattern of losing self-control as I document them, surround them with evidence. Let me capture more video right now. This is the entity that's flying in circles. So you're going to look at more evidence right now. It's 9:14 a.m. This is the entity that's engaging what is ongoing targeting where I'm located. Also stalking by helicopter with the people of the state. The demon that you'll see in images, he's stalking during the 7 a.m. hour in an image. He's stalking in the path, maintaining presence, engaging in that P.O.C. with the communication device, stalking at the Ontario Town Square, and that fake sun is in the same position it is during the 7 a.m. hour, and you're going to see that on video. You're going to compare that with the images captured. I'm reminding you about that because it's uploaded and screenshots onto the Google Drive. This is the population. He represents the entity at the same Ontario Town Square where the fake sun is 2 hours later. It's not in Florida. There's only one sun by definition. This is very exclusive and specific criminal conduct, which is demonic in nature, and the entities engaging what is obvious targeting and very highly misinformed tactics. The psychological torture, ongoing stalking, the entities engaging in that specific environment, and they're also engaging in this everywhere that I'm going. And they're sharing that with multiple corrupt terrorist organizations, okay? That includes the Los Angeles Police Department. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:15 a.m. where the entity's engaging in this as I'm in the midst. It's also relevant because they're monitoring on devices. So while I'm in the midst of uploading on the Ontario Wi-Fi where federal stalking is underway, this is what they were doing from 9:53 a.m. until 10:17 a.m. I'm over here, same specific environment. Again, another iteration, documentation of flying in circles incessantly over me, following me, flying in circles over me as I walk to that entrance. They flew over the Ontario Family Community Library as I'm walking to that entrance, and that fake sun remains over me as I walk to that entrance, stalking with the fake sun. Okay, that's the entity that's targeting in the environment and targeting with that behavioral pattern, and it is shared amongst multiple corrupt law enforcement agencies, and this is a highly misinformed tactic Mike LORENZ is done with law enforcement, and so is everybody else. The entity that's engaging in kidnapping as well includes C. Hazelwood and Owens, who were engaged in targeting this morning with an unlawful sex. These are demons that are obsessed with my vagina. They're violent sex offenders. They are engaged in pedophilia. This is the entity that engaged in theft of my money. This is the entity that tried to engage in theft of my intellectual property while targeting me, which is also the evidence. My intellectual property is also evidence to prosecute and put in federal prison domestic terrorists. They're monitoring in real time. They're using what is audible activity in the past under a fake sun that's present into the evening. While the entity is gang stalking at this same venue after 6 p.m. using helicopters in particular. None of these angles are going to be disregarded in the pattern of conduct committed by a government that's engaging in a satanic means of surveilling someone, and none of it is going to be disregarded with regard to a prosecution. This is P.O.C. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison because this is the criminal conduct that he relied on in order to falsely depict my character and stealing my money, sharing with his sex partner, this grandma-age elderly woman who stole my identity, gang stalking, targeting me with the Ontario police, who committed kidnapping together on May 29th. You'll hear all the lies that she uttered as audible activity while she's monitoring at 408 West G Street. Remember, the entity's keeping the fake sun at the same time over her apartment, over my head. All right? The entity's engaging in that, and is doing so pursuant to a very well-documented pattern of conduct. And the entity is already surrounded with evidence. And what do the demon-possessed and psychopathic and corrupt entity do? They engage in more of that conduct. This is very specific to who they're targeting. The psychopaths engage in what is this pattern of flying in circles around me, flying in circles over me, while the fake sun remains over in a manner that is incongruent with nature and common sense and science. This is all criminal monitoring. This is P.O.C. And this is the same Euclid Avenue. 3 hours later, the fake sun's on the same Euclid Avenue where it was rising on video while they're targeting by helicopter. These are the intellectually incompetent and psychopathic. These are murderers. These are pedophiles. These are thieves. This is public corruption exposed. And the federal government is going to remove the Ontario International Airport. The federal government is going to remove the Ontario Police Department. The federal government is going to remove the Ontario Fire Department and that police department that's engaged in criminal surveillance. So I want you to look at this. That's Ontario Fire, stalking with the government, using a jet. This is the entity, you're going to interpret this. This is the entity that thinks that they're defying something, making some sort of statement. Let me tell you what the statement is. They're admitting to targeting Erica Lorraine Spencer. They're admitting to being demons. They're admitting to conspiring murder of the targeted individual who has proven herself what a targeted individual is experiencing while they're being gang stalked by a population that shares presence. Wells Fargo is inside of that venue where I'm documenting the fake sun over me at Wells Fargo in the evening, and they are engaged in monitoring with the Ontario police who's flying circles over their venue. You're going to prosecute the businesses. You're going to prosecute the residences. You're going to prosecute the government. And Paul Leon is sharing in that, and this is the entity that's engaged in that. And it's a very unfortunate and publicly exposed statement of psychopaths who are not engaged in any successful defiance of what shall be federal law. But this is exposing mental illness. And these are the same ones that engaged in sex trafficking. They engaged in sex trafficking, they engaged in theft of my property, and then they thought that gang stalking was going to defame my character. And actually it's going to result in the disbanding of the Ontario Police, the removal of Paul Leon, the removal of Michael GERKEN, Alan D. WAPNER, Mike LORENZ, and the gang stalkers of the Ontario International Airport and every third-party airline that shares in the murder of American citizens and targeting them in order to psychologically torture them before that murder as an entity takes place. This is speaking to what is the national security threat and the enemies of the United States. This is showing the enemies that they are. While you document and expose them, this ongoing so-called statement in defiance is speaking to enemies of the United States, domestic enemies, and they shall be removed. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:19 a.m. The entity is not engaged in any investigation. The entity is engaged in clear targeting. The entity is engaged in a documented pattern of targeting in this manner as well. P.O.C. All right, documenting video. And the entity is engaging in this, so I just wanted to make sure, because you heard me state that they're still stalking in helicopter. I captured that first video. My phone did die, but I'm capturing another video on that second phone that I have. Well, and I'm using my third phone. And the entity is concentrating helicopter activity where I'm at, which is where the fake sun is at, which is on the same shoot where it was rising 3 hours earlier, which is impossible to have one sun in Florida as you're looking at that. There's also not a sun in Las Vegas, Nevada. But this is what I documented where Joseph Lombardo was targeting, just like Gavin Newsom is targeting. While the entity keeps the fake sun, at the same time of year, there's not going to be any sun over anyone else, let alone me, while I am in Nevada at this time of year, where the entity is keeping a fake sun over my hotel room at 7:50 in the morning, keeping it over the top of my head at that same hotel as I exit and check out at 12:08 p.m., keeping the fake sun over me as I am driving on the roads and the highways in Nevada, and the fake sun is over my sunroof, over my vehicle. And then you're going to juxtapose that with same time of year analysis with regard to a natural environment. where the illusion is directly prosecuting and diagnosing the psychopaths whose day has long expired. The pattern of conduct of demons that engage in more obvious criminal conduct, which is incriminating everybody that made a very unfortunate bet with them that gang stalking was going to turn out well for the corrupt government, that's practicing Satanism as a means of targeting someone, where they presuppose that the lack of evidence and even the use of evidence, no, that's not going to work. The lack of evidence is what is how the entity, and corruption, because the lack of evidence does not establish mental illness of the target individual. The lack of evidence is the inability to prosecute and enforce your rights and prove what your allegations are. But it's not the establishment of mental illness, as I've shown that. So you're looking at the same pattern of conduct, and if I didn't have the evidence, this is the reality while you're witnessing that. Now I can show you the existence of that fact. It's not the practice of medicine to diagnose. It's defamation while they're targeting. In addition to that, the entity is doing so in the face of evidence while the evidence is already on the record and while the evidence is being gathered. That is to the detriment of everybody that went in on that unfortunate bet with the state of California, with the Ontario Police Department. That's the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. That's Kara Hudson that committed kidnapping in 2020. Okay? That's Lisa Rogan that committed kidnapping in 2020. That's the entity that's engaging in kidnapping, as I'm documenting in 2019. That's Umada. Judge Umada, he's engaged in kidnapping with Jonathan Burnett. The entity's engaged in targeting while I'm showing you the pattern of conduct, which includes recognizing a specific environment. And on its face, remove all of that, like I stated. The ongoing pattern of everywhere that I'm going, and I have ongoing evidence of, okay, they're flying in circles over me here. Okay, I went somewhere else and they're flying in circles over me here. Okay, I went somewhere else and they are flying in circles over me here. Okay, they're flying in circles over me, and here is this pattern of this sun being over my front door in Los Angeles while they're flying in circles outside of my bedroom window, while they're flying in circles over my apartment, while they're flying in circles outside of my living room window, and the fake sun is setting in alignment to my bedroom window while the entity is targeting. This is shared as a demonic entity. That demon possession is exposed, and also that criminal activity that is manifest by the demon possessed who sacrifice people. Police departments that are engaging in murder and the conspiracy to commit murder and engaging in an unabated program of psychological torture preceding that murder committed as an entity while they are kidnapping, like the Ontario Police, that is targeting the domestic terrorists who are going to federal prison. And again, the band of gang members that engaged in that this morning around Gloria's Cochinas, that's directly related to this targeting that I just documented right now. No sane person is gang stalking, and no sane person would engage in the provision of this evidence as I captured it. This is relevant to surveillance that's underway that is targeting by third parties who are acting with a malicious intent. That's YouTube on the video of the internet. This is relevant to targeting by the entity that is Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer, Tommy Allen Banks, who engaged in kidnapping while the entity is doing so in a very specific environment, specific to who I am, where I am, and as long as I remain there, and what I'm doing as I'm doing it, which includes the sex offender monitoring my vagina. Yep, that's the entity that's engaging in that, and that's the entity that's going to be disbanded. Pay attention, because the entity is stalking by the Ontario Fire Department, and the city of Ontario flies over in a jet. These are demons who are monitoring and giving you relevant context as you would analyze any stalker. The entity is engaging in some sort of protest while you're while you're acting in some sort of defiance, as though this is the context. You're stalking, you're monitoring, and you're going to continuously do it while representing the federal government and prosecuting it. This is the public investigation, and they did it on film. And I've been documenting a pattern of that. And there is no investigation when they're flying in circles over me last night at Gloria's Cochinas, while the Ontario Police showed their demon possession, stalking with impossible light. And there's no investigation now while they're flying in circles. Like I've documented amongst a documented pattern, not just by the Ontario Police, but by a body of evidence showing corruption by the law enforcement agencies in California, stalking me, engaging in this mental illness of that's exhibited, manifested while they fly in circles around me in that specific environment. These are demons. And this is, again, a documented ritual with regard to mental illness. That's how it's their behavior is manifesting what is a behavioral health concern that threatens the public while they're engaged in corrupt conduct, criminal activity, okay? And this is, by the way, born out of fear, okay? The damning evidence that I published on the internet, this is what the entity was doing on, pay attention to what I documented, 9:53 a.m. To the 20 minutes of flying in helicopter. Look at the weight of the probative evidence captured that day. This is what the demons do, and it's sad because you're still capturing a pattern of conduct of that same targeting behavior in an unmistakable, the specific environment shows what is undeniable regarding a specific person who is being targeted. Okay? The entity is doing so, and I want to be clear, it's relevant to surveillance on the venue of the internet. And there is nothing that is helpful to the government, the defendant, with regard to targeting like this. And they're doing it in the face of the federal government. That's not, and YouTube, the federal government was not engaged in an investigation. They've been targeting with the Ontario police, and they conspired that this criminal system was going to falsely depict my character, that in the face of that evidence, that it was all going to be disregarded, and that no, you're mentally ill, period. This is the entity that does so, again, in the absence of evidence, in the absence of a clear existing pattern of conduct, in the absence of what is law to address domestic terrorism, which is proven while the government's engaged in number one surveillance and also criminal targeting of American citizens that they intend to murder and kidnap while they've committed criminal acts against the target, which the Ontario police has. These are, again, they're engaged in sex trafficking, they're engaged in theft, they're engaged in kidnapping while they've been engaged in waging malicious and false allegations. They're malicious because they're engaged in surveillance while they wage those. And why do they wage false allegations? Because they're engaging what is corrupt means of targeting that is masquerading as police officers who commit kidnapping and claiming, oh, we're arresting you under this law, under Penal Code Section XYZ 123, and they're engaged in targeting you. And the entity is doing so in the face. And this documented pattern of targeting, harassment, as though the entity is, again, every Tuesday at 9, that we're flying in circles over the Wells Fargo, where the fake sun is. That's the entity that's engaging. There is the clear pattern of conduct of targeting under the fake sun. The entity is engaging in, if they're doing it every Tuesday at the Wells Fargo at the same time, well, when I'm at the in Fontana under the fake sun, they're not doing it under the sun. They're doing it while that fake sun is, again, impossible to be the case over me in Fontana, California, where the Fontana police are engaging in a documented pattern and flying in circles over me and stalking me while I'm in the city of Fontana amongst impossible light activity and under a fake sun that remains over me from the city of Fontana from sunrise until sunset. Okay, the entity is engaging in what is the very specific pattern of conduct shared amongst a multiplicity of corrupt law enforcement agencies. That conclusion is included in that description because of the inherent pattern of conduct, which is exposing corruption, surveillance by demons who maintain surveillance in a whole environment that is a very unintelligent and unpersuasive illusion. And then the Ontario police, who are demons who can't control their mental illness, who present evidence against their co-conspirators that are under this fake sun at the same address after 6 and 7 p.m. They're engaging in gang stalking in the same manner as a corrupt agency, and they're all going to federal prison. As targeting domestic terrorists is relevant to exposing and also removing, rooting out corruption in the state of California and in the United States. It's 9:28 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in this, and this is, again, the practice of witchcraft. This is feckless witchcraft tactics. The entity is engaging in what is the practice of witchcraft. First of all, witchcraft is not going to exercise any control over the case. But this, I just want to let you know what the tactics are. These are psychopaths that are engaging in that. You're not going to get any sort of spiritual power or energy that's going to change what is already a clear and decisive loss by the defendant, the state that provided more evidence of targeting me, because that's what the case turns on. Is targeting underway against Erica Spencer? And that's what the hard evidence proves. And no witchcraft is going to change that. These are delusional psychopaths that are relying on corruption, and corruption is also perpetuated because they do rely on witchcraft, but the entity, it's not going to work. First of all, there's also too much exposure. There's way too much exposure. No witchcraft is going to work against this. Thirdly, no work of Satan is going to supersede Christ Jesus' authority. So this is what I stated was going to be the case a long time ago, but this is, I want to be clear because you're legally analyzing it. The entity is engaging in, oh, my phone did not turn off. It just went really dark, and that's because my battery died. Okay, you're witnessing real life though. So my battery, I couldn't see the screen. That's why I thought it stopped, and I stopped recording. So it probably stopped recording because of storage by this time. But I will upload whatever it is that I have. And I do have 5 minutes of the Ontario Police. And they initiated this at what is 8:59 a.m. So that's good. So it's 9:30. This is 30 minutes. Okay? The entity's engaging in what is, again, you're not engaging in anything other than harassment, and that's also actionable, even outside of the specific environment. You're flying in circles over me while I'm at the Ontario Town Square, and I've got a documented pattern of it. It's a public nuisance, and they're also engaging in that while I'm showing you the pattern of conduct that's occurring in the specific environment, and they're doing so pursuant to what is criminal conduct. There's a whole connectedness regarding that pattern of conduct, but even on its face, it's a public nuisance as the Ontario Police Department engage in this pattern, and it's a documented pattern where I have the evidence. It is actionable to prosecute them under the existing laws. Okay, but that evidence of showing targeting, harassment, stalking, while you're engaging in this mentally ill behavior of flying in circles over me, as I'm documenting not only at this venue where the fake sun is still present after 6 p.m., you're engaging in what is targeting me, you're flying in circles over me where I'm situated at the Ontario Town Square on more than one occasion, a public nuisance in violation of existing law, but it is exceeding that which is tortious, it's exceeding that which is a nuisance, it's relevant to a pattern of conduct shared by the Los Angeles Police Department, shared by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, shared by a corrupt law enforcement agency, again, as a public entity from city to city, county to county. And the LAPD is gang stalking me under the same fake sun. The West Covina Police Department is gang stalking me under the fake sun at the same time. When I'm in that city, that's not over the Ontario Town Square. And at no point in the day would it be in West Covina when I'm showing you first the fake sun is rising and setting. If it's remaining at the Ontario Town Square until after 7 p.m., how would it ever be in West Covina? And it's not at the Ontario Town Square piercing through all of the clouds and all of the sky to be directly aimed through the windows of my vehicle parked on Amar Road in West Covina, California, where the West Covina Police Department are just coincidentally flying over my vehicle while that sun is also maintaining that pervasive means of being present everywhere at all times, all day long, no matter if I sit still or no matter if I travel. That is the entity that's engaging in what is the pattern of conduct of targeting, which is identified. You're going to target domestic terrorists, like the Montclair Police Department, like the West Covina Police Department, like the Ontario Police Department, like the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, who are engaged in documented acts of terrorism in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder. And the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario International Airport are at the forefront of going to the furthest extent, posing the highest threat with regard to criminal activity while they are engaged in what is seeking to obstruct justice, and they committed it as an entity. YouTube shares in that ongoing malice. On YouTube, a venue where surveillance is underway, they've engaged in plucking evidence off in order to conceal public corruption from the government that is going to prosecute, where any American citizen is going to put it on the internet in order to blow the whistle, in order to expose and protect their safety and their life, where you're exposing where it is that you're being threatened by that entity that is targeting you. And it is nothing within the imagination of any American citizen. So I want to make sure that that's clear. But this is also relevant to what is, again, failed witchcraft under the fake sun and in engineer light. While the entity is very much fearful of what it is that I'm publishing on the internet, I'm going to keep on publishing it. And this is the documented pattern relevant to surveillance on the internet. This is the documented pattern. What I'm documenting, it's on X, 9:53. What is 10:03, and then I'm capturing at 10:13 and at 10:17, and the entity is engaging what is flying in circles over me in the same manner in that specific environment, and the entity is doing so on the day I'm publishing very damning evidence. The entity is very fearful, and I want to be clear, it's not helpful in court. Okay? And this is because the federal government's not engaged in an investigation either. And YouTube's engagement in any investigation is entirely illegitimate and corrupt. They are biased, and they're engaged in what is looking for a slanted result while the Ontario police engaged in terrorizing me. And YouTube is relying on a vested end, which is falsely depicting my character, which again is never going to result from clear targeting. The evidence of targeting is evidence of targeting an American citizen that's not imagining anything. And this is targeting that YouTube shares in. After YouTube, the entity stole property. That's criminal conduct that's shared by the City of Ontario, by Tracy Banks, by the Ontario Police Department. And the entity, again, falsely surmising, falsely making a bet that gang stalking is going to aid in falsely depicting the character of somebody else, making that person look crazy, and it doesn't. And it doesn't support the criminal acts of defamation that the Ontario Police Department specifically have engaged in, while they're engaging in psychological torture, because that's what this is, targeting at the Ontario Town Square and by helicopter flying in circles over my head. This is documented clear and obvious plain evidence of harassment, which is actionable under existing law, by the way, and they're doing it relevant to a pattern of what it is that I'm doing. I happen to be, while I'm documenting this, what I was doing at the same time is publishing evidence on the venue of the internet, where the entity is providing evidence of surveillance that's underway on communication devices on the internet, including YouTube, where this criminal activity is necessarily published in order to prosecute and enforce your rights against a government that conspires your murder by first gang stalking and psychologically torturing you. All right? And doing so under the fake sun is merely punctuating very specific targeting. The sun is both in my living room window in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens, aiming what's supposedly sunlight. That's not sunlight, nor could that be the sun, while it is at the same time of year for the duration of the day at the Ontario Town Square. This is the entity that's doing so. Again, these are demons that are stalking at the Glorias Cochinas last night, and those gang members are going to federal prison. So is every other demon that's gang stalking, showing them to be gang stalking in furtherance of murder in that specific environment with the people of the state. The entity is keeping the fake sun where they're gang stalked with Starbucks who committed kidnapping. They're going to federal prison. Kidnapping at Economy Inn under the fake sun. They're going to federal prison. Kidnapping and gang stalking under the fake sun at Woodside Senior Apartments. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. Gang stalking and kidnapping while they're engaged in targeting at the OVITT Family Community Library. They're going to federal prison. Okay? It's currently 9:35 a.m. This is 35 minutes of stalking under a fake sun and documenting what is ongoing harassment by an entity that's engaging in a public nuisance. And it's also a nuisance that is unique to me, while I have a body of evidence showing, even outside of the fake sun documentation, flying in circles over me, over my hotel room at Economy Inn, flying in circles over me as I am at the entrance and exiting the OVITT Family Community Library, flying in circles over me while I am at the Starbucks at what is 507 North Euclid Avenue, and flying over me over my vehicle while I'm at the Starbucks at 706 West Hope Boulevard, flying in circles over me and over my head, terrorizing and harassing me while I am at the Stater Brothers at 646 West Hope Boulevard, flying in circles and following me while I'm on public transportation, doing so pursuant to a pattern of conduct that is even more detailed, while they're doing so while I am documenting the specific environment which any fifth grader could recognize. The sun is not going to be over one street, that is the OVITT Family Community Library, to 415 North Euclid Avenue. This is Euclid Avenue, up and down Euclid Avenue, Economy Inn to Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, G Street 408, which G Street Woodside Senior Apartments, which is off of Euclid Avenue, G Street and Euclid, where the entity is keeping the fake sun setting, even down to where the 60 freeway is at Economy Inn. That's the entity that's keeping the fake sun. And then you have what the city of Fontana is doing while the fake sun remains over me en route to and from Ontario. While the entity is keeping the fake sun over me in Chino, California, en route to and from Ontario. While the entity is keeping the fake sun on me while I relocate to Los Angeles. And it's never in Ontario because there's only one sun. But that couldn't be the case while they're keeping it as a matter of evidence before I relocated in Ontario, where the Ontario police are documented engaging in what is harassment. And it's even deeper than that. It's domestic terrorism because they're engaged in state surveillance and furtherance of murder, gang stalking, which is also satanic, while LAPD is targeting in the same manner, which is a scientific impossibility for that environment to be present over my office door, outside of my bedroom window, outside of my living room window, over my sunroof in the parking lot, over any apartment building where I'm both living and working, where this entity would submit in a corrupt court hearing that the entity did not tell me anything about while they're targeting, that I cannot take care of myself, I can't hold a job, while they're gang stalking me just like this, flying in circles over me at work like they are right now at the Ontario Town Square. That's the entity that's threatening your life in the workplace, and I've documented LAPD engaging in that. All manner of terrorizing me by helicopters, flying all day long while the fake sun remains over me, showing who they are targeting and how they're targeting. The hallmark of domestic terrorism is stalking with helicopters, which is what they were doing this morning in Engineer Light. All those gang members exhibiting severe mental illness, and it's going on the internet. And then the entity that doesn't have any strategy, that is also not helping in federal court, because all of this evidence going into a courtroom where they're going to be prosecuted for stealing from me, they're going to be prosecuted for sexually violating me. They're going to be prosecuted for kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice, and all their co-defendants are going to prison as well. The gang stalking system is exposed by the imprudent and maniacal conduct of the Ontario police. And Mike Lorenz's mental illness is put at the forefront. They're done with law enforcement. This is clear harassment and targeting pursuant to a pattern of conduct and not law enforcement. Okay? And the Ontario police don't have to feign being engaged in law enforcement as demons who are engaged in monitoring, standing around Wells Fargo as though they're engaging in an investigation. Like I stated last night, which was at 3 o'clock this morning actually, and what I'm documenting on an ongoing basis, it is the same exact pattern of conduct. Indeed, in the same exact Engineer Light under the fake sun during the day, and also in Engineer Light, which remains at nightfall. This is P.O.C. It's 9:39 a.m. I will continuously document the entity that is targeting while I continue uploading, because this is the target. The entity is engaging what is harassment and terrorism in violation of Title 18 while they're monitoring the evidence, and the people of the state are all monitoring while they're engaging in that. This is P.O.C. It's 9:39 a.m. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison, and so is Tracy Banks. The demons that are targeting, by the way, any YouTube executives sharing in theft of my money and property, aiding to homelessness, the impoverished state that I'm in, while I can't go to work without having my life threatened in the way that you're witnessing, while I cannot be on the job without being threatened and gang stalked, targeted by the people of the state who are targeting with the Ontario police as you're witnessing, sharing in that specific environment. The entity's doing this is what speaker companies doing. The criminal conduct of the speaker companies is going to be combined and compared, juxtaposed with the criminal conduct of the Ontario police, who are shown to be targeting in an environment that is supernatural, speaking to what is beyond a reasonable doubt, conclusive and scientifically relevant evidence of targeting of a satanic nature, and they're going to federal prison for it. Okay, Maria Solis Alvarez, Juan Carlos, Carlo Lopez, Selena Robledo, Don Noggle, Kimberly Fletcher, Heather Teal. The entity is going to federal prison for gang stalking as the LAPD. Dominic Choi, just like Mike Lorenz, Michael Moore, just like Robert Luna, and Shannon Dykes, targeting corrupt law enforcement agencies who would like to use helicopters to terrorize me. This is the hallmark, and they're all doing it under a fake sun that remains over the top of my head. When I'm in irreconcilable locations, and not only irreconcilable locations, I'm remaining there till the end of the day, and you're looking at the same pattern of conduct. That sun doesn't go anywhere. The sun's not rising on the east side of one building and setting on the west side of that same building. There's no sun that would ever be in Florida while the state of California practices that. And this is the entity that's going to federal prison. You stole my money, you defamed my character, you sat in court aiding and testifying to criminal conduct that the Ontario police presented with regard to public corruption, you're going to prison. And that includes Tracy Banks, that includes the entity that is targeting with Jason Isaac Fields, a corrupt government actor who cannot negotiate his way out of federal prison. You will not be negotiating your way out of this. Okay, you may be with regard to negotiating a lesser means of a punishment, but you're going to federal prison. It is currently 9:41 a.m. I just want you to be mindful of that while you're listening to evidence. This is 41 minutes of flying in helicopter over me while the fake sun is over me. This is very specific targeting by the Ontario police, who are doing so with regard to a documented pattern of obstruction of justice. This is also why gang stalking demons of the Ontario police are going to federal prison. P.O.C. It's 9:42 a.m. Remember, the entity has the fake sun over Economy N, where the Ontario police are engaged in criminal summoning. This is at 9:45 a.m. You're looking at the impossible light activity inside of my hotel room. My shadow is appearing in the depths of that hotel room. None of the pattern of conduct of this demon-possessed entity is going to defame the character of the targeted individual when you're subject to that psychological torture tactic. Stalking with the possible light, stalking under a fake sun that's over the staircase over the top of my head, while demons of this same agency are stalking and monitoring in furtherance of murder, while they're gang stalking as an agency that is prosecuting itself, while I'm showing you where all the Ontario Police Department is targeting me, and doing so under a fake sun that is irreconcilable. It's not over the staircase, over my hotel room, over my head, while they're targeting at the Ontario Town Square, 224 North Euclid Avenue and 2301 South Euclid Avenue at the same time under the fake sun, corrupt agency engaging in that which is in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, engaging in that as a department committing multiple kidnappings for which they're going to federal prison. Be mindful of that. It's 9:43 a.m. And I'm going to go ahead and show you the fake sun that is not over 231 South Euclid Avenue. The entity, again, the timestamps that I'm referring to is evidence that's published on the venue of the internet. You can look up the times and dates of what the entity is doing. I have it organized by address, by venue, a playlist, because the evidence is already sitting on the record. Okay? The entity is engaging in this as a department, and that department is being disbanded, and they are specifically targeting pursuant to criminal summoning, and the specific targeting of myself is proven through that fake sun over the top of my head, which is not over Economy Inn, nor would the sun still be at Economy Inn, because I'm documenting it rising there over the poolside at 7 o'clock in the morning at 7:17 a.m. It's also not over Economy Inn while I'm at the Ontario Town Square. It's also not going to be over the Economy Inn still at 5, 6, and 7 in the evening, but I documented that as well, while Economy Inn is engaged in state surveillance. P.O.C. That's criminal summoning. You're witnessing mental illness while the demon-possessed that try to conceal their mental illness through the corrupt and malicious system of gang stalking while they come apart at the seams. All manner of fire department, airport, helicopter, sirens sounding. These are demons that are exhibiting, first of all, you're going to legally analyze it. They're monitoring, threatening the life, psychologically torturing. But this is exposing their mental illness. This is haywire behavior while the entity is being proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And this is the prosecution this is going to serve for what is federal legislation targeting domestic terrorists and targeting domestic terrorism. This is relevant to surveillance that is very much indeed underway in the state of California under Gavin Newsom, under Joseph Lombardo in Nevada, which is relevant to the federal government, that has probable cause to investigate in all of the states because of the existence of this specific environment where surveillance is underway and for the protection of American citizens. It's changing the supremacy clause. And so insofar as you have probable cause under any circumstance because of the specific environment that's present throughout the United States. Because the state has the fake sun over me in Ontario, and there's also a fake sun in Florida, where the Miami-Dade Police Department is engaging in surveillance. And you're able to know that and investigate it, in other words. But it's a conclusion, a legal conclusion that I can let you know about because there's only one sun. The illusion of having a fake sun over me, which is speaking to the entity that's engaging in criminal surveillance. And they tried to engage in murdering me in secret and defaming me and psychologically torturing me before doing so. And this is a pattern of conduct that long existed. Gavin Newsom getting in office, Paul Leon, 20 years in office engaging in this system. And the entity is doing so pursuant to what is exposure and monitoring evidence as it's going on the internet. 9:46 a.m. The entity's keeping the fake sun over Tracy Banks' apartment at 408 West G Street. The entity's engaging what is keeping the fake sun over me while I am in Los Angeles, California, as well at Alvarado Gardens, like I stated. And at this time of year, I'm remaining at the 9750 Key Point Avenue, where I'm documenting just yesterday morning the fake sunrise. And I'm documenting in the middle of the afternoon the fake sun over my head through that hallway window of that hotel where Cal Fire is gang stalking. The entity is engaged, and this is evidence, you'll know what I'm talking about when you look at the evidence of what is a fake sun remaining over me as I'm in an entirely distinct region, and you're listening to 47 minutes of stalking me in a helicopter as I just so happen to be uploading evidence about the Ontario police. That's not a coincidence. That's a pattern of conduct. This is real surveillance, and the response is targeting domestic terrorists and disbanding, removing the Ontario International Airport, a national security threat, removing the gang stalkers, the domestic terrorists, Mike LORENZ, Alan D. Wapner, Paul Leon, Michael GERKEN, removing that fire department. They've engaged in multiple kidnappings. They're engaged in surveillance, not firefighting, especially while they're participating in this criminal activity, which I documented on video. This is the entity that's, again, the enemy of the United States. While they're engaging, what are you defiant about? What are you hostile toward? Because that's what this is. Oh, you're hostile toward the Constitution being enforced. You're hostile toward American citizens enforcing their rights to not be under surveillance. These are the domestic homegrown enemies of the United States. And Mike LORENZ and everyone else, a part of that agency, is being removed from the position, and it is being disbanded. The entity is doing so with, again, un-American and unpatriotic gang-stalking hypocrites who are the people of the state monitoring with corrupt law enforcement agencies. They're targeting together, engaging in un-American criminal activity together, committing murders and sexual violence, by the way, together, under the guise of the existence of a criminal justice system, picking out one person that may or may not have even committed the crime. It's a crime committed as an entity. And, by the way, they know exactly what's happening when there's psychopaths playing cops and robbers. This is all manner of malice. So you're going to target domestic terrorists. These are enemies of the United States Constitution. And such enemies, like the Constitution states, foreign and domestic, shall be addressed accordingly. Shall be addressed accordingly. You hate the United States, Gavin Newsom. You hate the United States, Paul Leon. You hate the United States, Mike LORENZ, L. Edwards, and so does A. Quesada and Alex Escobar. While you're engaging in terrorism as a C. Hazelwood and Owens, they hate the United States. They hate what it stands for. They hate the American flag. They hate the Constitution. That's what you're gaining from all of this, because the case against the state of California is already complete. And I want to be clear, evidence of stalking, evidence of harassment, evidence of just engaging what is a peculiar suspect on its face, 49 minutes, 50 minutes, pursuant to what is, all you did was drive by vehicles and police vehicles, with sirens on police vehicles, and all they do was stand around a building and claim that they're investigating something, and that's supposed to be the explanation for what is gang stalking, and it's not. And it's always happening in the specific environment. That's what they're relying on. It's called criminal summoning, and the entity thinks that it could manufacture any sort of narrative in order to engage in gang stalking. And by the way, it's always happening over me, and it's always happening over me in a specific environment, and it's also happening around me, which is shared by a plethora of domestic terrorists that are documented, masquerading as law enforcement agencies, and it is hard evidence and a very misinformed tactic. And I'm showing you exactly what it looks like and how it operates, and what is the federal response by those who actually love this country, those who are actually loyal to this country. And it is not the people of the state, and it is not the terrorist organizations that are engaged in surveillance, not law enforcement. The removal of the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, and the Ontario International Airport is necessary as a matter of justice. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. That's an afterthought. The entity is engaging in what is stalking 51 minutes. And doing so pursuant to, who is it that the entity would like to surmise is the emergency, the people of the state that are gang stalking with them. All right, it's 9:50 a.m. You're going to look at the evidence, which is never going to be superseded by the false narratives, the malicious narratives of the entity that thinks that it could stand around a building, engage in what is targeting with the people of the state, put a gun in their hand, claim that any sort of crime scene, they're playing cops and robbers. And it will never supersede the specific environment. It will never speak louder than the hard evidence that you, the federal government, have of a son remaining over one address for 12 hours. And you are supposed to look at what's happening in Florida. And then who's in Florida? The Miami-Dade Police Department. And what are they doing under a whole fake sun, including at the same time at 12:50 p.m.? Because the Ontario Police Department, under the sun that's in Florida, are engaged in state surveillance in California. That's the P.O.C. All right, it is currently 9:51 a.m. I just wanted to remind you about that. The entity's engaged in this, and it's a very poor tactic because the evidence is going on the internet, and the evidence of obstruction of justice is also going on the internet. And there is no way that one person can have that level of body of evidence and it be anything less than what is a pattern of crime. That's a clinical term. It's not a coincidence. This is the entity that engages in that, and it is only corruption where you are able to obviate, and that is deter, avoid, obstruct justice in the past. That's not going to happen, and it's serving for what is prosecuting those corrupt government actors that committed that in the past. Because this is clear evidence of targeting under all circumstances, proven through hard evidence. That's P.O.C. Every defamatory word spoken against the character of me, spoken against my character, it's while this entity, the Ontario Police, were gang stalking with the people of the state. They're going to prison. Audible activity, relevant positioning, light activity under a fake sun that's on the same Euclid Avenue. And then it's going to be over the OVITT Family Community Library, which is, again, facing the same Euclid Avenue. It didn't go anywhere. And it's still in alignment to me over my head at the entrance where you know it's present. The OVITT Family Community Library, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, after 6 p.m., the same venue where they're flying in circles right now. And then the sun, there's only one, not 5,700 suns, not 14 suns, one that's in Florida. How is that? How is it in Las Vegas, Nevada? This is the entity that engaged in what is 53 minutes of flying in circles over me by helicopter. Very imprudent and documented criminal activity. Everybody that defamed my character, you're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison. This is Title 18 federal stalking committed with the intent to obstruct justice. And it's all going on podcasts for the viewing pleasure of those that are going to witness what is the exposure of terrorism in the United States, not different from what's going on in Afghanistan, what's going on in Baghdad, and those that are actual exposed, that have been exposed as enemies of the United States, those that are engaging in what is betraying the United States, betraying what their role is supposed to be, and that is relevant to what is the malice behind targeting American citizens and engaging in what is the betrayal of criminal surveillance in the first place. Okay, and it is also demonic activity. P.O.C. Let me read you the license plates of the people of the state gang stalking with the Ontario Police. License plate 6VOF829, 4VGN826, stalking with impossible light activity, monitoring while they're engaged in presence under that fake sun. License plate. The same demon that's gang stalking under the 7 a.m. fake sun, sitting on that bench, which is documented today in screenshots and documented in images. This is relevant to the crime scene that doesn't change while that fake sun remains. License 6XRN555, 9MHN922, license 8VXF855. They're all engaged in criminal summoning. License plate 9HZG665. Wells Fargo at 240 West G Street. I'm going to prosecute them. They're engaged in domestic terrorism. License plate 8 PKD 541, 9 DRF 482, gang stalking on the roads and the highways, and the fake sun is over the same Euclid Avenue that it was this morning as I'm documenting. License plate. That's criminal summoning. License 97394C2. Remember the entities given the fake sun over me in Pomona at the Starbucks off of Temple, where the Pomona Police Department are engaged in gang stalking, while the entity engages in what is the Los Angeles Fire using their sirens, while the fake sun's over me. This is another iteration of the same P.O.C. American Medical Response are demons. And they're sounding sirens while I'm walking around. That's monitoring while I'm walking around right now getting license plates. 6JQY330, license plate. 7521R2, 8V, excuse me, well, I can't really see that one. License plate, if I haven't read this one already. Yeah, 95396R3. This is P.O.C. Remember, where the entity is stalked by helicopter right now, this is an entity that is, again, harming itself. This is a prosecution. This isn't some closeted bullying tactic where nobody's ever going to hear about it, where nobody's going to see the evidence, where nobody's going to witness the proof that was provided, where the entity is going to control the narrative. They're not controlling anything, and they literally are providing the evidence against themselves while you are clearly stalking for what is now 57 minutes. The people of the state are engaging in stalking as well with the corrupt agency that commits murder with them. Okay, stalking with the police. This is what they're doing at Alvarado Gardens, while the entity is engaging in what is psychopathic pacing over me at Alvarado Gardens, amongst what is psychopathic light activity, while they're engaging in surveillance. Those license plates, including this demon license 6XRN555, stalking with impossible light, while the demon is engaging in overtly being mentally ill, stalking, pacing, and a helicopter. The entity sounds sirens. That was American Medical Response, and that siren, those sirens are relevant to my moving around. I began walking. They're monitoring as they are engaging activity creation. So the entity engages in what is a federal offense, using an emergency vehicle as a means of monitoring. Monitoring is relevant to surveillance, and the proof that it's surveillance is because the sun doesn't go anywhere. So millions of people that are traveling on Euclid Avenue are sharing in surveillance right now under a fake sun that is not at the same time. Well, under a fake sun, it is, with regard to the documentation, that's how it would be possible. With regard to a fake sun, that's how you know that you're under surveillance in Florida. That's how they're engaged. That's how you know they're engaged in surveillance at the Economy Inn. Because at the same time, at 9:45 a.m., the fake sun that's over my head at the staircase of Economy Inn, while the entity has engineered light my shadow appearing in the depths of my hotel room as I open up the front door, which is all shade outside, while the Ontario police are engaging in what is stalking as an agency. That's the entity that's engaging what is flying over my head, which is not evidence rebutting that you're targeting. It is evidence corroborating that you're targeting. The entity engages in this while they're doing so with Tracy Banks at her apartment complex. The entity flying over my head while I'm at her apartment and the fake sun's over my head. The entity flying in circles around me while the fake sun is over my head at her apartment, Unit 51 at 408 West G Street, where the sun is not at the same time over her apartment front door, Unit 51, facing the direction what is south, while the entity is engaging in that P.O.C. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct. Again, it is mutually exclusive, okay? And the entity is doing so with regard to evidence being published on the venue of the internet where surveillance is underway, which YouTube shares in. YouTube is, again, a facilitating venue that should have aided an American citizen instead of targeting American citizen in furtherance of that American citizen that YouTube stole from, that YouTube violated, that YouTube oppressed, while engaging in what is interfering with a public investigation of the government, which YouTube is a third-party gang stalking venue a part of. Remember, gang stalking is a term of art. So you're engaged in facilitation while you're removing evidence off the venue of the internet, evidence that's not even violation of your guidelines. Remember, they're doing this as a term of the pattern of conduct, removing my evidence of the sun in the sky. What policy is that violating? What audience over 18 needs to not see the sky and the sun in the sky? The entity did so while I upload evidence, and the Ontario police engaging in this documented pattern, flying in circles around me as I would document routinely and upload the evidence, which is to save my life and protect my life. This is the YouTube, which is a part of the same entity. There is no prudent legal strategy, no investigation by YouTube. Any investigation that YouTube is engaged in, it is inherently biased and it is illegitimate. The entity engaged in, their tactic was to gang stalk me, to engage in more gang stalking, and that was supposed to support the criminally defamatory conduct that this entity committed after stealing from me, which YouTube is a part of. YouTube represents Google. Google, these are the people of the state. And the entity literally engages in this conduct. This is an hour. It's 9:59. They started stalking by helicopter at 8:59 a.m. And guess where the sun is? The same position that it was. Okay? The entity is engaging what is keeping a fake sun in the same exact position, and that is over me. While the entity engaged in what is flying for 1 hour over me, in helicopter while I just so happen to be publishing evidence about the entity targeting me, about the Ontario Police Department targeting me, and doing so in a manner that is impossible to make the LA Sheriff's Department look like anything other than a demon-possessed gang stalker as well, to make the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department look like anything other than a demon-possessed gang stalker, as well as the city of Hesperia, the city of Victorville, the city of Pasadena, the city of Pomona, the city of Costa Mesa, the city of what is Bakersfield, the city of San Diego, the city of Oceanside, the city of Fontana, the city of San Bernardino, the city of Rialto. You fill in the blank. The entity is engaged in what is targeting in an unmistakable manner. The sun is not a stationary pot. Even for 1 hour, the sun is not sitting still over one property. For you to be 3 hours ahead of us in Florida and have a sun over you, which you do, and by the way, I lived in Florida, Naples, Florida, the sun, it was sunny every single day. Every single day. The entity is engaging in, even in the wintertime, it was sunny every day. The entity engages in what is keeping a fake sun in Florida. Wherever you are, you're looking up at a light source speaking to surveillance that the Ontario International Police Department and the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Fire Department, and American Medical Response in concert with the people of the state, all of whom are demon-possessed, engaging in a fully exposed surveillance system. And they engage in this surveillance to get away with stealing from me. But it is improvident. It is imprudent. It is also unintelligent, while they do so as it's documented evidence of targeting. Clearly, that is not presenting evidence that somebody is imagining being targeted, while you engage in documented acts of targeting. Even outside of the evidence of targeting, like demons are with impossible light, license plate, stalking with impossible light. You know what that is, a body of thousands of videos of it. License 6FQZ353, stalking with impossible light. While the entity flies over you for an hour, that's Wells Fargo threatening, I'm going to prosecute Wells Fargo, I'm going to prosecute the gang stalking city of Ontario, I'm going to prosecute the state of California, I'm going to prosecute Herradura de Oro, Mule Cart, Smokehouse, the OVITT Family Community Library, which is representing the same city of Ontario. You're prosecuting the gang stalkers of the Ontario Downtown Ontario Downtown Luxurious Apartments, who are a gang stalking apartment complex, just like Alvarado Gardens, just like Woodside Senior Apartments. And the entity engages in an outright departure from the sun being over Tracy Banks' apartment, Unit 51. Along the sidewalk, that fake sun remains directly over her apartment, over me, and impossible light activity remains inside of her apartment. There's no sunlight inside of her apartment while it's remaining over the Ontario Town Square, like I documented, if this is the natural environment. And if that's the natural environment, then it's not over my head at the Ontario Town Square. And it's certainly not in Hesperia, over my vehicle, over my head. It's certainly not at in Palmdale, outside of my hotel room window, and remaining from sunrise until sunset. And there, you also have the pattern of flying in circles over me by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, specifically the Victorville office, the captain of the Victorville San Bernardino County Police Department, that's the San Bernardino County Sheriff, they're policing in Victorville. They're engaged in surveillance. And during the day under the fake sun, they're engaged in gang stalking as this surveillance surrounded me inside of that hotel. This is what the entity is doing while I am uploading videos onto the venue of the internet. Okay? The entity doing so, again, these are the tactics of an entity that's keeping evidence under surveillance, that is hostile because they've been outmaneuvered intellectually. But let me be clear, the pettiness of the demon-possessed is relevant to psychopathic conduct. These are murderers. They're both petty, they're also sex offenders, and they're also serial killers. These are also thieves. They will engage in what is conspiring to murder, target you as a whole government system because they stole from you. And they don't want you to tell anybody about it. This is what Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks have already committed. The Ontario Police Department committed it as well. The entity is engaging in this, and it is clear evidence of targeting. I'm going to play this in a courtroom, and it's in conformity to a pattern of conduct of targeting by the same state of California. It is a pattern of conduct when I'm in West Covina, California, and there's been no exposure or any conversation with me and any of these other police departments, but you have an unspoken, ongoing, consistent body of evidence, an ongoing implied conspiracy, which is acted out, which is establishing that ongoing conspiracy to engage in criminal surveillance, while you have a fake sun, a phenomenon. It's not on Amar Road in West Covina over my vehicle, aimed through my window while it's remaining over the Ontario Town Square at the same time. At the same time, no, it's not. And it's not remaining on Amar Road in any natural environment from the morning in 7:50 in the morning until after 5 o'clock in the evening. That's not the sun, not the natural environment. How is it in Florida? How is it over the Ontario Town Square over my head? or anywhere in Ontario when it's remaining over Amar Road. What's through my windows, what's over Amar Road is not over the Ontario Town Square. The sun is not an ubiquitous object that's over everyone, everywhere, throughout the entirety of the country all day long. The only thing that's ubiquitous like that is the sky. That's it, the sky. The sun that I clearly show over next to the clock is not behind me next to the Wells Fargo building. That's the sky that's ubiquitous like that, not the sun. This is the entity that is engaged in very highly unintelligent conduct. But while the entity is triggered because it doesn't like the way that I describe it, because they're sex offenders and pedophiles who are also racist, and they're embarrassed and they're also ashamed and frustrated because they're obsessed with a black woman's vagina, who they're embarrassed to be exposed as keeping it and her under surveillance while they're stalking, and they're again hostile to the evidence of what is being intellectually outmaneuvered, proven to be psychopaths and criminals who are engaging in an unexposed system of surveillance because the demons are petty and maniacal and unhinged like that. This is providing you evidence of what you're subject to in whatever state that you're in this country. And you're subject to it with the same demons that are all around monitoring me together as a population. The entity that's gang stalking as a corrupt police department is doing it with businesses like Wells Fargo. Everybody that's living around you is engaged in surveillance. Everybody that's engaged in an operation of a business is engaged in surveillance. Everybody that's making deliveries, everybody that's out shopping and eating, they're all engaging in surveillance, and these are demons doing so. The evidence of demons is the product of what is the sun remaining over my hotel room from sunrise until sunset. The evidence of demons is pacing, this psychopathic pacing conduct that I'm documenting as a body of evidence using helicopters in particular, while the entity keeps the fake sun and engineer light at nightfall. And that is shared by demons that are not in Ontario, California. That's not shared. That's shared by the San Bernardino Police Department. After they stole my vehicle, and then by a podcast, they're flying in circles over the top of my head. In the parking lot in San Bernardino, California. This is the entity that's engaging in that. And by the way, in San Bernardino, California, I'm documenting the maintenance of surveillance by American Medical Response. While the entity's keeping the fake sun over me in San Bernardino, California, while I'm documenting that, including in 2024, just to be clear, that same ceaseless pattern of conduct that I documented while this entity stole my vehicle. Then I went to San Bernardino. The entity kept the fake sun and the ongoing surveillance by the hallmark helicopter activity. The entity doing so with the people of the state who know who you are as well, who are targeting in concert with that entity as well. This is evidence that's already sitting on the record. What engages in stalking for an hour pursuant to what is no investigation? And it's also not an investigation, federal government, because they surround a vehicle, because they, a vehicle or anything, or a building, or because they do so with police vehicles and state that they're looking for someone or engaging in something or call it police training. None of that is the evidence that is superseding the pattern of conduct. This is what they rely on, though. And the entity didn't even do that. The entity just drove by sounding their sirens and kept on in traffic. The entity is engaging in what is surrounding glorious cochinas, and that's supposed to be the form for the same exact stalking by helicopter that they just engaged in for an hour. And they're engaging in that while the fake sun is over my head, showing that they're monitoring while they're not engaged in law enforcement. And it's also monitoring while those demons are engaging, oh, we've got a robbery in progress. Okay, guess who's engaging in the robbery? Guess who's sharing in that criminal activity? The very demons that are wearing those badges engage in criminal summoning together. This is an iteration of surveillance. You're looking at these car chases on the freeways in Los Angeles. They're doing it under the fake sun. You're looking at criminal summoning. They're keeping themselves employed. They're playing cops and robbers. They engage in what is killing each other. Yeah, when they have car chases and the people in the state engage in what is hitting other vehicles, even hurting themselves, running off of bridges, people getting hurt in car accidents, which is reasonably foreseeable to occur when you're engaging in things such as criminal monitoring and you're engaging in car chases. The people of the state, the demons, are the ones that are engaging in criminal activity. And you're going to have lawlessness when the police are criminals and you're trying to maintain law and order amongst the demon-possessed who you're engaging in criminal activity with. They're all monitoring together, and then they're also engaging in criminal activities such as we're chasing you down and because you violated some traffic or you've got a warrant and we're chasing. What do you expect? These are the demons that are engaging in criminal activity together. That's the entity that just engaged in what is and it's exposing everybody else, everyone else. The sun is never going to be outside of my hotel room window in San Diego, California. Understand that based on what the Ontario Police Department are doing. Never. But that's exactly what I documented. While the San Diego police, San Diego sheriffs are engaged in what is proven stalking, targeting by helicopter and by commercial plane outside of my hotel room window in San Diego, California. It's over my head in San Diego at the Fairford Inn off of Pacific Beach. San Diego, off a mission in San Diego, California, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. Engineer light present in the at nightfall, walking in the parking lot, and my shadow surrounds me. A gang of my shadow surrounds me, monitoring. This is the entity that just engaged in what is stalking by helicopter for an hour, and the entity does so as an act of fear. But you're going to, these are demons that are very fearful, and they're also imprudent. It's prosecuting YouTube. It's prosecuting Tracy Banks. It's prosecuting Jason Isaac Fields. It's prosecuting the people of the state, including the population. And guess who's getting deported? All the gang stalkers of the immigrant population in Ontario, California. Okay? The entity is gang stalking. Doing so while this is Amazon Prime gang stalking, engaged in the same conduct as the Ontario police, while a bunch of demons are stalking under a fake sun. That's again at the same location while they are having a sunrise at what is, I'm showing the fake sun. You can see it hovering over me at what is 10 a.m. And the sun's not over the entry of the OVITT Family Community Library. I already have video of that. The entity stalking, literally on video while I'm walking toward that entrance. At 10:13 a.m., the entity is keeping the fake sun as I walk toward the entrance. I've been documenting for years. And the entity is stalking by Ontario International Airport, which is to be shut down, and the Ontario Police Department, which is to be disbanded, and every demon of that agency engaging in kidnapping and threatening psychological torture and furtherance of murder, bearing weapons and maliciously exercising authority that they don't have while they're engaging in surveillance. That's a corrupt police department. That's federal prison. That's federal prison. And that's exactly how you're going to target domestic terrorists in the U.S. And the entity literally engaged in that while they are very much fearful and hostile, at the same time psychopaths, as a population of demons who are surrounded and outmaneuvered. And what do you do with regard to a federal case? You lose that federal case decisively. You lose that federal case before it even enters a federal court. By the way, the entity's been entertaining court cases that have to do with me that I have no part in, while the entity is simultaneously gang stalking. Everybody that participated in that is going to federal prison. The entity is engaging in surveillance while I'm showing you on its face targeting by a corrupt agency, openly engaging in harassment, a public nuisance for an hour, doing so. Substantive, the fake sun, the engineer light shared by the people of the state who are engaging in targeting with that agency that has a pattern of conduct under a fake sun, flying and harassing and threatening me in particular under that fake sun, showing who is being targeted, showing who is targeting. And the entity is doing so with regard to federal prison. That exceeds what is a prosecution for a public nuisance. Okay, the entities engaging in this, and the people of the state are not engaging in what is any case for a public nuisance at the elderly citizen, the apartment complex of Woodside Senior Promise, because they're gang stalking. They're not engaging in any complaint against the police department flying over the Wells Fargo for an hour because they're gang stalking. The entities doing so, they're not engaging in any sort of complaint about flying over my apartment and over the apartment complex and over my leasing office in Los Angeles by helicopter because they were gang stalking. Because it's clearly a public nuisance and an unreasonable violation of your quiet enjoyment in an apartment home. And also it's a demonic means of harassing you while the internet. Remember what's coexisting. The helicopter activity is supposedly creating an earthquake, and it's rumbling the building, and it's filling the apartment, filling the building with amplified helicopter activity. That's what the entity is surrounding me with when I'm inside of the venue. Nobody is complaining with regard to that because they're gang stalking. And they're also psychopaths who are targeting together while they're engaging in what is targeting one specific person, and everybody's acting like and none of it is happening. That's the entity that's going to be diagnosed for mental illness, and it is not evidence speaking to mental illness on the part of a targeted individual. That is, again, another unfortunate failure and misfire with regard to the misinformed tactics of gang stalking. They're going to federal prison. The hour-long ongoing pacing by helicopter is evidence that YouTube has been targeting for years, that Tracy Banks has been targeting. She is the one and the entity that is gang stalking me specifically, stealing my intellectual property, which is also evidence, targeting me and defaming my character while you know very well that I'm exposing you and documenting you, which is not mentally ill behavior, but the pattern of conduct is mental illness by that entity. That level of malice, trying to kill somebody that you're gang stalking and trying to falsely depict them while you're engaged in psychological torture, that's mental illness. That's a psychopath. That's characterizing a whole population, stalking in planes and stalking in helicopter while you're being documented, and it's unmistakable. Targeting conduct, that's unlawful conduct, that's on video and by a podcast, and it's going on the internet, and it's a documented pattern of conduct shared by other corrupt law enforcement agencies. That's the entity that's incriminating itself, okay? The entity that's been engaged in no investigation, The entity engaged in step back and watched the entity target me and is relying on what it didn't get. You're looking at me document it. You're looking at me not imagining anything. You're looking at me show and prove what is a pattern of conduct. That's not falsely depicting the character of myself, meaning your defamation is criminal activity for which I'm going to prosecute you for. It's a means of targeting and the sophisticated means in a corrupt court. But not only that, it's not serving for what is ever. This is establishing precedent. No American citizen is going to be defamed while an entity is proven to be targeting in the way in which my evidence shows. Because there's no sun in Florida while it's remaining over me at the Ontario Town Square. And that's evidence that no federal case and no federal investigation is going to disregard and ignore, especially while you're looking at what is an hour-long means of flying in circles over me while I'm at the Ontario Town Square. And it is very specific to me. The entity does the same thing, by the way, flying in circles next to me while the fake sun is over me at the address. But I also have evidence of the fake sun being at the same address over me into the evening, showing that that demon is indeed targeting me as a malicious psychopath that thinks flying next to you is not stalking you as it would be identified in a federal case for gang stalking, and it is. They're engaging in criminal monitoring. That's what you're recognizing. And they're engaged in a program of psychological torture. That's what you're recognizing while they are present, stalking in a helicopter, engaging in the elements of monitoring while a fake sun is over that property, showing who they are targeting while that fake sun moves as that targeted individual moves. That's what is putting psychopaths in mental asylums like the demons stalking a helicopter. The entity is going to produce the identity. You're going to prison. You're going to mental asylums while they engage in this. The asylum area of a federal prison where your mental illness can be adequately addressed. The entity that's gang stalking as a population is mentally ill as well. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. You are then summoning this department. You're summoning this department that's engaged in targeting with the intent to engage in kidnapping. You're also doing so intentionally while you are making up information. That's what's documented on June 16, 2022. Not only are they targeting gang stalking with the entity under the fake sun with this department, but they lied about what happened. And I documented on podcasts. That's also evidence of targeting. You're not just making up information for no reason. You're making up information while you're gang stalking, intending to engage in a kidnapping. They're going to federal prison. By the way, the sun is not going to be at the same library outside of the entrance doors of the same library at the Ontario Town Square in front of the OVITT Family Community Library 9 hours later. That's the evidence of a sun not moving. That's the evidence of the asin entity, where a demon-possessed entity is targeting one person, the person that identified it, which YouTube falsely assumed could be used to defame someone that they stole from. No, I'm going to prosecute you. I'm going to drain those pockets, YouTube. I'm going to drain them. And this is establishing federal legislation where corrupt companies like Amazon, like Southwest Airlines, like Wells Fargo, like UPS, like the entity that is targeting with corrupt agencies like the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Pomona Police Department, the Walnut Police Department, which is Los Angeles County Sheriff, the Pasadena Police Department, while they're engaging in what is gang stalking by the Costa Mesa Police Department, the San Diego Police Department, the San Diego County Sheriff, the San Diego Sheriff that are stalking, the Chino Police, the San Bernardino County Sheriff, while they're stalking. All of this evidence is connected with regard to what is a very connected pattern of conduct. While they engaged in this, that is under no circumstances serving for what is defaming the character of any American citizen, as surveillance is thereby proven, and also targeting amongst a corrupt surveillance system. While the entity engages in criminal activity, which is requiring surveillance. They stole from somebody very specific. They know who I am. The entity, the people of the state stole. They've engaged in what is profiting from theft from me. They are invested in targeting me in furtherance of murdering me. They are targeting with the demons that just engage in what is targeting as an entity for an hour in a helicopter under the fake sun. And the fake sun, by the way, is at the same Euclid Avenue that it was on video at 6:39 a.m., which is not in Florida, 3 hours ahead. And corrupt gang stalking officers like the Ontario Police surmise that they can stand around a building and aim light and use a flashlight and pull out a helicopter and say that they're engaging in an investigation and that that's going to suffice for what is rebutting the evidence of federal group stalking and monitoring, and it shall not. You're going to federal prison because the pattern of conduct is simultaneously underway. That's what public corruption is. First of all, it exists in plain sight. Second of all, it's coexisting with what the entity is doing, what it's expected to be doing. So no matter how quote unquote legitimate you think your cause is, it's not. Surveillance is simultaneously underway, and where you have a case for targeting an American citizen, you go into federal prison. And I said it like that on purpose, because you go into federal prison. All right, the entity is going to federal prison. Let's be reminded. The agency that's targeting, this is exactly what these demons who are going to federal prison deserve, while they're targeting as an agency, and doing so pursuant to what is very imprudent behavior. When you have evidence and you have a federal case speaking to targeting, to engage in more targeting conduct by that agency in the specific environment, this is evidence that is going to put you in federal prison, and it will be directly used against you in your federal case for domestic terrorism in the United States. Those that are going to federal prison for targeting with the Ontario International Airport, while they're engaging in the elements of monitoring, while they're flying over the Ontario town square, where you're not taking off and having any plane activity that's going to be audibly perceived, or hovering over this property, you're flying miles away from that airport and then hovering down. You're necessarily hovering down to engage. This is, again, the foolishness of the demons that are very highly unintelligent. And takeoffs from the Ontario International Airport would include none of that which you're listening to. The Ontario Police Department are gang stalking with that, and they're going to federal prison. It includes B. Hook, kidnapping on May 29th. Nathan Morgan, kidnapping on May 29th, 2025. C. Torres, kidnapping on May 29th, 2025. They engage in criminal defamation. They engage in a kidnapping pursuant to the fictitious exercise of authority under the Welfare and Institution Code, specifically Section 5150, where Tracy Banks, again, in conformity to a pattern of conduct of the people of the state that have a tendency to engage in documented lies against what has happened, which the gang stalking police rely on because they have to be summoned there when they're engaging in surveillance under the guise of masquerading as police, okay? They can't just show up and state that, hey, we just felt like stopping by any criminal conduct that we can, engage in what is our duties over or within. This is the entity that relies on criminal summoning. And Tracy Banks lies on video, stating that there's a prescription, that there is mental illness, that there was a rape. Never talked to her about any of that. And by the way, there's never been any of that ever discussed, and it's not in existence either. The entity's engaging in this, and I want to be clear, she's going to federal prison. That's audible activity while she's monitoring and falsely depicting my character and doing so. And doing so is also not going to establish mental illness, because you're lying on video with the gang stalkers of the Ontario Police. Stalker with impossible light. License plate 98819C2. Engaging in surveillance with Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue, and also with the City of Ontario that's gang stalking by American Medical Response, the Ontario Fire Department, and the Ontario Police, who engaged in 60 minutes of stalking by helicopter by flying in circles over me, which is a very well documented pattern. I believe the week before last, while I'm in the midst of publishing evidence about this same entity, the entity engaged in what is flying over my head, while the fake sun is over me at this venue, which is speaking to targeting specifically me, and doing so while I'm engaged in the same thing, publishing evidence on the venue of the internet. And this is relevant context. The entity is doing the same thing at 3 o'clock in the morning, flying in circles over me, not even flying in circles over Gloria's Cochinas. They followed me on video while I am at the back portion behind Gloria's Cochinas, flying in circles over me. And then while I walk around back toward Euclid Avenue, the demons are flying in circles over me by helicopter while I walk around that building. And the demons are all of the Ontario Police, delusional psychopaths who are engaged. That was a demonic ritual. They're engaged in what is failed witchcraft. Satan has failed them. Satan is also laughing at them while they've embarrassed themselves. And they've also provided what is the handiwork for prosecuting any state for state surveillance. As the Ontario Police, the City of Ontario, the State of California shall be the template for recognizing it. And why? Because the entity kept the fake sun over me in the cities of the city throughout the cities of the state of California. And there is only one sun that would not be remaining over me in any city, at any location in any city, for the duration of the day, which is how you know what's going on in the rest of the states. The entity in that specific environment engages in a hallmark of stalking and monitoring psychological torture using helicopter activity, which is, again, evidence of targeting, not evidence that's directly rebutting what the government would like to contend and cannot maintain any tenable position, that you're engaged in anything other than targeting. While you're in that specific environment, while the evidence against you is being published on the internet, while you are engaging in that pattern as a documented pattern of conduct. You're not engaging in anything other than a documented pattern, and to engage in that is not helping. Mental illness is supposed to be, she's not imagining anything when she's getting it on video. She's not hallucinating about anything when she's getting it on video and on podcast. She's not imagining anything when we're looking at you in a series of videos and in documentation engaging in this same pattern. And the entity is doing so even more so detailed in a supernatural environment where you're looking at demons that step into court wearing police uniforms, and they assume that you're going to believe what they state and what they testify to because of their position. And you're going to target domestic terrorists and put them in asylums and prison where they belong. Their co-defendant Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. So is Eric Spencer, Shanita Ramaya McClain, Ariana Elena Lopez, Edwin Lamont Grant, Anthony Williams, Anthony Jawan Kennedy, Morgan Amanda Smith, the entity that's targeting Carrie Heberlin, Tommy Allen Banks, he goes by Pete Banks, Tracy Banks's husband, but I don't know how many husbands she has because she secretly was involved with Jason Isaac Fields as well, married to Leroy Lomaxis Spencer. This is again my biological father, my stepdad, Tommy Allen Banks, a convicted sex offender, and he's also a sex offender gang stalking me. Upset, understand all the sexual violence inherent to gang stalking. These are just demons that are masquerading as your family. They're violent sex offenders engaged in sex trafficking me, obsessed with my vagina, engaged in masturbation and group sex while they're looking at me in the nude on the internet, while they're targeting me with the Ontario Police Department, engaging in kidnapping, which I documented in 2019. They're all going to federal prison while they're targeting as a statewide P.O.C., and they thought that they were going to profit from it, and they thought that they were going to get away with having already committed this criminal act. Gang stalking shall not result in what is criminally defaming any American citizen in the United States. And gang stalking shall be the ways in which you are identifying domestic terrorism, because that's what it's exposing. And surveillance. That's what you know, that you don't have the privacy that the Constitution provides for in the United States. And Gavin Newsom has been lying to you while the Ontario police are engaging in surveillance in Ontario. What is Gavin Newsom standing under when he's giving you a speech? Because he's not in Ontario. And while if he were to travel to Ontario, while he's in some other location in Ontario, he's under a fake sun while I'm showing you what's remaining over me. The entity is under all circumstances exposing surveillance, and it's demonic. And this is revealing what is the illusion of privacy. You don't have privacy, and the people of the state are not private citizens. They are targeting with the Ontario police, who just provided evidence against the whole state of California. And those that engaged in defaming my character, every gang stalking judge that permitted theft of my property, you entertained defamatory testimony, perjurious testimony, while you knew I was not in that hearing, while you knew while surveillance is underway. So that means you know that you are engaged in gang stalking, relying on perjurious testimony in order to justify, which does not under the law, does not justify what is a violation of my due process. I should have been in that courtroom. I should have been able to testify to the fact that I am perfectly competent, and that's my money, that none of them have the right to, and none of them are even responsible enough to handle it. What do these little ghetto birds do with it? They tricked it all off. None of them have anything to show for it. They're totally irresponsible ghetto birds. They don't know what to do with actual property. They don't know how to invest anything. None of them have engaged in accomplishing anything. They're frauds. They're engaged in criminal activity as a lifestyle, which they also kept a secret from me. I've been surrounded by criminals my whole life, surrounded by sex offenders my whole life. And the entity thought that they were going to target me. I'm the only one with a higher education. I'm the only one that's engaged in achieving anything in my personal and professional life. Literally an achievement as a woman, while they try to depict me as a prostitute. That's Tracy Banks, who's had sex with those on the Ontario Police Department, who's had sex with those of the Sheriff's Department, who's had sex with those in the courts that are targeting me, lying against my character, having sex with anybody that she can recruit. Okay? And by the way, the entity's engaged in all manner. This is what Jason Isaac Fields is. He's a sexually recruited demon. That's the prostitute. While the entity is gang stalking me by the Ontario police, and by the way, in any federal case, you're going to look at what she's talking about and who she's acting with. The Ontario police on May 29, 2025, she's going to prison. C. Torres, L. Martinez, B. Hook, and Nathan Morgan are going to federal prison. That's the entity that's not prepared for a federal prosecution regarding evidence that is not going to be somehow just ricocheted and witchcraft and hoodoo, voodoo, and we're just going to disregard that and you're mentally ill. No, that's not, none of that is logical. None of that is legal reasoning. None of that makes it is absurd with regard to the corruption that I've exposed. It is direct evidence of a body of evidence showing harassment, and that's just on the surface level. With regard to the public nuisance conduct at every apartment that I'm in Ontario, at every venue that I'm at in Ontario. And then in substance, these are demons that are engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, gang stalking, which is committed in furtherance of murder. You're going to federal prison, first of all. And you're a whole demon, a violent sex offender, trying to conceal and failing by gang stalking. So your logic is that you're going to engage in documented criminal activity, and that's how you thought you were going to get away with stealing from me? You thought that your documented criminal activity was going to result in my being defamed? I'm not imagining anything when it's on video, when it's on podcast. When a fake son, as psychotic as that makes you seem, while I document that while you're stalking me in that environment that I do not control, I'm documenting it. That's speaking to presence of mind. That's speaking to, by the way, glory to God, a level of genius that the demon-possessed were not prepared for. You're going to prison, psychopaths. You're going to prison, pedophiles. You're going to prison, thieves. Who is it that's trying to steal and has engaged in identity theft? That's Tracy Banks. That's the entity that's engaging in what is targeting me. Demons that are walking around trying to steal my identity, trying to act like they are creating the P.O.C. Those are the same demons that are stalking in helicopter for an hour right now. They're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. And this is, again, what is the actual return to sender? Targeting domestic terrorists. That's what's actually happening. That's what's actually going to happen. It is not a coincidence as you would analyze any stalker. The ongoing documented act of harassing by helicopter at the Ontario Town Square under the fake sun is legally relevant with regard to the timing when you're also recognizing targeting. And they're doing so while I'm publishing evidence on the venue of the internet. The Google Drive is evidence that you're going to use against the entity that is engaged in federal stalking under Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. And they're engaging in Title 18 federal stalking with the intent to obstruct justice. And these idiots thought that gang stalking, while it's documented, was going to bear negatively against the evidence that the targeted individual is collecting. These are imbeciles. All you have to do to prosecute, even under traditional traditional stalking, criminal stalking is proven by documentation that of a pattern of conduct. And where you are documenting that pattern of conduct, that is not making the plaintiff that presents that evidence of a pattern of conduct of stalking mentally ill at all. You are speaking to, and by the way, the evidence of stalking is actually presenting mental evidence against the mental illness that needs to be assessed regarding that stalker. And no superior court is engaged in that, absent what is evidence of something that's absurd. But you're not even going to get past, you're not going to get very far when you don't even have evidence of a pattern of conduct. It's not even going to get that far, okay? With regard to a prosecution. Clear evidence of targeting, which is what the entity is doing. This is what I'm stating through and through. It required corruption. It required ongoing complicit conduct. This is exposing unprecedented public corruption, unprecedented hypocrisy. A lot of people that are invested, a lot of corruption, and then you have a lot of people that's invested in my demise, gang stalking, a whole government system. And this is, again, giving you tangible evidence of that which may be something that you cannot perceive or handle or fathom in your mind. That demon-possessed people, so many of them exist, but this is the evidence of it. Every city that I'm going to. The evidence of the fake sun is letting you know that demons surround me. Demons that whose knowledge you also have evidence of. That fake sun is letting you know they know who I am, they know where I'm at, they know what I'm doing. They know what I'm doing as I do it. The evidence of the fake sun lets you know that, and this is the evidence of the demon-possessed, who are engaging in what is masquerading as normal, everyday citizens, law-abiding citizens, engaging in what is civilized society, while they're engaged in all manner of depths and layers of corruption, murdering people. You don't know anything about it, kidnapping people, setting people up, while they're engaging in what is a surveillance that you don't even know is ongoing, but you know now. And while the Ontario Police engage in obvious harassment, which I could prosecute for a public nuisance right now, the entity is engaging in what is even deeper than that. It's going to exceed that. I'm going to prosecute for the documented evidence of targeting and kidnapping upon targeting with their co-defendant, the people of the state, the legal framework for that entity, that civilian population that's targeting in that same exact specific environment pursuant to a same exact pattern of conduct. You're going to federal prison. All right, the genius that thinks that that's it, I've been documenting it for years. The demon-possessed are dumb. They never get smarter. The entity is very, very petty. If the entity is interested, oh, we just don't want you to walk. Literally, this is the type of conduct that you're going to prison. You played stupid games. And if that's what the pettiness of the demon-possessed is speaking to, a hard and fast prosecution, actually. It is solid through and through. The entity engaging in this, thinking that, oh, okay, well, she's going to stay outside and she won't go into the library directly at 10 o'clock and that way we could, whatever it is. It's totally irrelevant. It's showing you what is not the sun over the entrance of the library. It's showing you what is not the sun, meaning the natural environment, which is evidence of surveillance. What is not the sun that's still in alignment to me, over my head, being in alignment to me, rising on the east side and setting on the west side of my person, while I'm documenting the sunrise at 6:38 a.m. on video. It is 10:34 a.m. I'm still looking at the Euclid Avenue where I documented that sunrise. That's not the sun. They just provided you an hour of evidence of psychological torture that domestic terrorists rely on while they're targeting American citizens who don't know what they're being confronted with, who don't know why it's happening to them, who don't know for sure. They are suspecting because you have gut instincts about demons that are spiritually attacking you. You just don't know that you're subject to psychological warfare and spiritual attacks. And that's psychological torture as well. Whilst those who are ostensibly strangers, but you know that they're not, but those that are, again, presenting as strangers with the intent to psychologically torture you, while they stalk you with impossible light activity, while they are all stalking you under a fake sun, and while they're stalking you with a gang-stalking corrupt law enforcement agency that likes to use helicopters to follow you around and play mind games with you, fly in circles around you, next to you. Are they stalking me? Are they not stalking me? I don't know. That's psychological torture. Okay? The entity is engaging in this everywhere that you're going while they derive pleasure from that. The entity is doing so preceding what is murder that is committed as a government act. Meaning it's not some crackhead that's killing the target individual while after they kidnap them and do so in a white van where then on the news they're documented as this is the license plate ABCD1234 and this is what they were wearing, and the Ontario police are going to investigate and arrest them, and they're going to be subject to a prosecution. Understand that those third parties committed kidnapping as an entity that's engaging in surveillance. Those demons that are that same police department then committed an arrest of the demons that they already knew were targeting that targeted individual in furtherance of an ongoing criminal conspiracy to target and take the life of that person that was targeted from the beginning by the police that are not engaging in an investigation, by the way, and they're engaging in surveillance of a corrupt entity that already knew who committed that kidnapping as an entity. They already knew who committed that murder as an entity. They already knew who committed it while they claim to be engaging in an investigation. The same demons that stand around a building and aim light and flashlights claiming that they're looking for somebody and then just pull out a helicopter when it's the P.O.C. Those are the same demons that engage in that. And they already know what happened. And your knowledge about what they know is under the fake sun. The fake sun is where surveillance is happening by demons who know what's going on between your legs. They also know what crimes you committed. They know what you're doing. Okay? They're engaging in this pattern of conduct and they commit crimes as an entity. Psychopaths engage in that. That's what Satan does. Satan thinks you don't know. Satan is, again, treacherous, getting away with as much as he thinks he can because he thinks you don't know. He thinks you're a fool. He thinks you're going to believe whatever it is that he says. Those are psychopaths. And they're also delusional to engage in that targeting conduct on video again. And with regard to your pettiness, because you don't want me to walk inside of the venue at 10 o'clock in the morning because you think that I'm going to behave or react in one way or another, I'm going to document you're going to prison. And that case is already done. The demons that are gang stalking on Euclid Avenue committing kidnapping at 7:15 in the morning. And I'm on the same Euclid Avenue. It's 10:37 a.m. The July 4th, 2025 kidnapping is resulting in federal prison for L. Edwards, Alex Escobar, and C. Hazelwood. Excuse me, L. Edwards, Alex Escobar, and A. Quesada. Okay, C. Hazelwood is engaging in attempted kidnapping with Owens at the Topor Professional Building on video, where surveillance is underway. And it's proven through that specific environment where nobody even has to call you about being on camera. You're, first of all, stalking me everywhere, including by helicopter, in the same manner that I just documented right now at the Topor Professional Building. You're a whole psychopath talking about somebody called you and that's why you're here molesting me with light and engineered light. Those are the demons that are gang stalking in furtherance of murder and committed attempted murder on July 15th. And they engaged in criminal summoning this morning at 3 o'clock. Hazelwood and Owens are going to federal prison. And the entity is subject to what is a diagnosis, mental examinations upon a prosecution for gang stalking. All right, the entity is doing so in furtherance of murder. Police officers, this is targeting domestic terrorism and the domestic terrorists in the U.S. That is what is behind and what is intellectually inept conduct, failing to recognize your time is up and it's been up, and I have given this so many times, I stated this so many times, but this is letting you know that YouTube is targeting. This is what YouTube is targeting me with. They're targeting on the internet. While I'm publishing on the internet, they're targeting a relevant position. I documented even monitoring inside of Tracy Banks' apartment regarding what it is that I'm doing in her apartment while demons are monitoring in concert, in sync with the demons' irrelevant position and on the internet, okay? They're monitoring with regard to ads that do not generate on the YouTube feed, and they're interrupting the feed with ads while they know that I'm sleeping. Okay, first of all, that's uncharacteristic of how the platform performs. They're doing so pursuant to knowledge of what I'm doing, sleeping, with regard to also the content of those ads, relevant to what is obsession with my vagina. Content ads in a manner that is not a characteristic of the YouTube platform in the feed about pubic hair. And the next commercial being aeropostatale, when you're looking at a whole fake sun. That's the entity that, again, thinks that it's funny to be documented as engaged in gang stalking. That evidence is going to circle around and put you where you belong in a cage. It's going to circle back around. That's the entity that's engaging in surveillance on the venue of the internet. The entity, you're dealing with the spirit. In San Bruno, California, I believe YouTube headquarters, Google headquarters, this is a spirit, and they know what I'm doing while the demons around me at Woodside Senior Apartments, while the demons around me in helicopter at the Ontario Town Square are sharing in that. You're dealing with a spirit. I have proven this to you while you're looking at a whole specific environment. Okay? It's demonic. And so you're understanding what is supernatural with regard to the demonic activity underway on the internet and the demonic activity underway where gang stalking is underway. And gang stalking is in relevant position. And gang stalking is a term of art. Okay? It's happening on the internet. It's happening in the courts. All right? It's happening with regard to any means of facilitation. You help the government. You engage in removing evidence. You can claim all day long that you're not gang stalking. You're going to be prosecuted. And by the way, it's happening at YouTube is a third party in the state of California. They're under the fake sun. These demons are monitoring. They're thieves. They engaged in very specific targeting with their co-defendants, Tracy Banks acting like she's me stealing my intellectual property. YouTube is fully engaged in that. While I'm documenting impunity, there's no federal investigation. They're clearly biased. While you're stalking in this documented manner as a body of evidence amongst other corrupt agencies in the same specific environment for an hour, oh, you're not fearful of anything being documented. Oh, because you're counting on this investigation going a certain way? Because you're biased? Because you're engaged in that criminal system together with the Ontario police that's targeting me in Ontario, California? All right, very specific. I want to be clear. YouTube is being prosecuted by this. YouTube is engaged in targeting me and removing evidence that's a threat to my life and safety. While co-conspirators to murder are targeting me, stalking me in helicopters, stalking me in the middle of the night, while they are hovering, pacing all around me like cockroaches, because they just want to be next to me, pacing all around me, hostile about what I'm exposing about them. And they think that they can do that by just stating, oh, we're having an investigation, so we're gonna stalk in the path, because that's what they're doing, relevant positioning, light activity around a specific building. We're gonna look at that building and not look at the target individual. So that means that we're not stalking, we're not targeting you, while they're engaged in the same exact pattern of conduct. Those delusional psychopaths are going to prison. Highly unintelligent. And that's the evidence, again, the irrebuttable presumption of public corruption. You're not going to take at face value anything that the corrupt entity that is engaging in surveillance claims and asserts. You will be investigating as the federal government. You will be investigating, because surveillance is hereby exposed. And where you have surveillance, you're not actually investigating anything. You know what happened. And you think that nobody knows that you know what happened. And you think that nobody's going to question you based on what you present, based on what you claim. That's called malice. Malice of those who are sharing in criminal activity like the Ontario police have, stealing from me, sexually violating me, stalking me, kidnapping me, and defaming me, with their co-defendant, by the way, Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, okay? This has been the P.O.C. It's currently 10:42 a.m. The entity targeting and doing so pursuant to a pattern of conduct. So my battery did not fail. Actually, my, it didn't fail insofar as my phone turning off. It went really dark. That's what, if you're aware of the Androids, when the battery dies, it gets to a certain level, then it dims the screen even more. And I could not see the screen, so I mistook that for being dead. And actually, when I was able to get a good vantage point at it, I could see actually the screen was still on. And so the battery is low, but it's still operable. So the entity is again at what is 10:43 a.m. keeping the fake sun over me, and I'm going to show you in video the absence of the sun being over the OVITT Family Community Library, and it's also not remaining over me at the Ramada by Wyndham, over the roof over that venue where the Ontario police are gang stalking, where again at 12:32 and 12:52 with the same demons that are engaged in criminal defamation, San Bernardino County, are gang stalking on G Street under that 12:32 p.m. fake sun. And the entity is engaging in this while that fake sun is remaining over 1841 East G Street at 12:32 in the afternoon. The entity is engaged in targeting as you're looking at that, because that's not the sun. the body of evidence. That's also, again, same time of year. Use the Holiday Inn in Palmdale. Use the Holiday Inn in Victorville off of Palmdale Road. Use the Holiday Inn in Hesperia off of Key Point Road. Use the Town Place Suites by Marriott in Monrovia off of Huntington. Use the Courtyard by Marriott off of Dean Martin in Las Vegas, Nevada. Use the Fairfield Inn and Suites. That's another Marriott venue, Marriott Bonfoy, the third party that's engaged in surveillance as a third party gang stalking innkeepers. Use the San Diego Fairfield Inn and Suites off of Mission in San Diego, California. Use what is the San Diego Police Department at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in its zenith over the top of my head at what is 1401 Broadway. The fake sun's in its zenith. That's not what's happening when the entity's keeping the fake sun over the Ontario Town Square right now, not over the entrance where it is when I enter at 10 o'clock in the morning. Like clockwork. When I entered on video at 10:13 and the Ontario police and that fake sun follows me to the entrance. But I've been sitting here speaking the entire time, and this is where the entity is keeping the fake sun adjacent to the same clock that it is when I'm showing you the image of that demon-possessed gang stalker sitting at the Ontario Town Square on the bench at 7:35 in the morning. It's 3 hours later, and bigger picture, the fake sun is rising on this same Euclid Avenue at 6:38 a.m., where the fake sun is still along the same Euclid Avenue over me along the same Euclid Avenue. It was rising in alignment to me on this same Euclid Avenue at 415 North Euclid Avenue, where the people of the state are monitoring, including license plate, stalking with impossible light, 7CMG586. The entity is engaged in this pattern of conduct and is doing so with regard to a very specific pattern of conduct. So I'm going to show you, for example, that which is reflecting off of the passenger side of the windshield is not that which is over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library. It's not that which is ever going to be in Hesperia at the same time of year. Over my hotel room, outside of my hotel room window, which is what I'm documenting. That's also combined with the impossible light activity, because even the fake sun documentation is not the explanation for the dynamic engineered light, for the multiple shadows, for the ongoing floating shadows inside the shadows above your head, inside of the buildings of the hotels, of the engineer light. Well, the people of the state, just like that third party whose license plate I'm documenting, while they're driving, the entity is keeping a fake sun over me, and also it's combined with the dynamic engineer light. They're monitoring, and they're engaging in documented acts of psychological torture. This is haunting you, terrorizing you, harassing you, stalking you as a demon-possessed and corrupt entity invested in your demise, psychologically and physically murdering you. And this is what is going on when you're looking at what is a third party that supposedly committed a crime that a local police department is investigating. No, not in the specific environment. And the entity is engaging in criminal conduct that the federal government has probable cause to investigate under all circumstances because of the specific environment providing PC. For the entity to engage in the hour-long evidence of stalking in a helicopter, this is showing you the violence of the Ontario Police Department, the hostility of demons that are accustomed to engaging in violence, brute force, the toxicity of the corrupt law enforcement agencies that are actually engaging in criminal surveillance. They're actually terrorist organizations. That's the relevance to the toxic culture of what is quote-unquote law enforcement. It's not law enforcement. These are bullies that engage in surveillance, and they think that they can dictate how things are going to go while they have a whole secret shadow system in operation under the what is the illusion of the Constitution. This is exposing that, and this is actually going to be targeting of domestic terrorists who belong in prison. Okay? The entity is engaged in this, and I just took a picture of it. So you will see the evidence of that fake sun, and this is where the entity is engaging in that in an hour-long episode of terrorism, harassment. It's also on its surface a public nuisance, but it's beyond that because the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking and furtherance of murder. Doing so in concert with Tracy Banks, doing so in concert with Jason Isaac Fields, doing so with third parties like Google, who have committed criminal acts against me and thought that targeting me was going to result in what is substantiating their criminally defamatory speech and acts committed against me in order to justify. And like, again, defamation doesn't justify criminal activity. So they are criminals at the outset. So then the criminals engage in more criminal activity, which they then use amongst a corrupt system to justify what was unlawful at the first place. Well, she's mentally ill anyway, and so she's a prostitute and she's a drug addict and she's incompetent. And this is, again, on the one hand, stealing my evidence, profiting from it. So you're complimenting it, calling it genius work, and then on the other hand, in a court, you're trying to defame me with it. And by the way, nothing about the P.O.C. is defamatory toward the target individual. I'm the one capturing the fake sun. I didn't put it there. I'm the one that, I'm not keeping it there. I'm the one capturing that impossible light. I'm not doing anything to make that happen. I'm not engaging in anything other than recognizing patterns. And because of your inability to recognize that level of a pattern, you're going to defame? No, that's called envy. And this is an extreme level of envy. In fact, it's demonic. While the entity thinks that it will engage in any method, any psychopathic, any satanic criminal conduct, you're going to be prosecuted for it. These are literally, the defendant thought that we're going to engage in demonic activity, and you have the ability to identify that demonic activity. Oh, we're going to call you crazy because of that. That's the long and short of it. Okay, that's the entity that's engaging in that P.O.C. Look at that video. Look at the Ontario Fire Department clearly demonstrating and communicating that they are a threat to the United States. A domestic one. Look at the city of Ontario using that jet, flying over in concert with the Ontario Fire Department, while I am capturing the Ontario Police Department engaging in what is an hour-long episode of criminal activity, unconstitutional, inhumane, an extraordinary level of documented violence, which is a pattern of conduct, while the entity, the local government, the state is communicating very clearly. You could not be any more clearly informed about what you need to know about the demon possessed in this country. They hate you and they hate this country. They have no loyalty to this country. You're putting this in the position of billionaires that exercise a lot of influence in the United States. They could not care less about you. They could not care less about our relationship with those international relationships that are a threat to American lives, that are a threat to American privacy, that are a threat to the constitutionality of what this government and what other people from other government regimes and other countries are doing in the United States, are doing to the United States for any amount of money. Where you would betray an American citizen for money? This is letting you know what's going on. If you are not paying attention, it is to your own demise. The Lord God has given you a warning. And it is a warning, basically, what is about his return. He's coming back, and he's coming back in judgment. Satan's doing what Satan's supposed to do. Oh, but Satan's not getting away with targeting me. Satan's going to be prosecuted. Satan's being disbanded in Ontario. Satan's being removed as a corrupt airport. Satan's being removed as a corrupt fire department. Satan's being removed from office. And Satan is being prosecuted as a terrorist, a domestic terrorist that hates this country and will engage in the way that you're seeing violence perpetrated against an American citizen that's exposing it in real time. Understand that with that same passion and disdain for your constitutional human rights, I am not playing. There is absolute hatred for American citizens. And you need to understand why, because first of all, it's satanic. Satan hates you. Satan is a spirit. Satan's using this government that's betraying its own American citizens. That's demonic. And it's operating through the government, and it's operating through the population. Satan hates you. Secondly, the government that is engaging in the satanic system hates the United States, hates America, hates what it stands for, especially when you have these principles, these ideas regarding God-given rights. No government gave me my right to human rights, to privacy, to pursue whatever it is that I want to do, not violating another person, not unreasonably invading upon the rights of another. That's God-given. Those are the nature of the ideas that bind us together as American citizens. The entity that's gang stalking is totally opposed to that. And you need to understand that they're demons, and they are the ones that commit mass murders in this country. They're the ones that are going and shooting up schools. Those are rituals, sacrifices. They like to focus on having sex with children. They like to focus on also sacrificing them through killing them. There is a reason why in the United States you have this over and over and over again. These are happening under the fake sun. And the entity that's engaging, then we're going to report it on the news, and then we're going to investigate it. Those demons are acting when Satan tells them. They're demon possessed. They're sleepers. They're filling this country. They are homegrown terrorists. And they are terrorists that are granted the privilege to be here. Gang stalking immigrants. Terrorists. And they act pursuant to what is the ritual acts of sacrificing people, including little babies, where they shoot up their schools. And then you'll see their parents crying about it. Okay, now you're talking about what is a very small sector. I represent that small sector. But you're talking about what is filling this country? The terrorist organization, the demon possessed that are engaged under a fake sun, sacrificing children, shooting up schools. That's an act of a sacrifice. It's demonic. It's like American Airlines and Southwest Airlines that are engaged in plane crashes. Those are sacrifices. It's demonic. This is understanding the acts of terrorism. And in the United States, the entity that's engaging in terrorism under the illusion of a constitution where we're going to have a hearing, a congressional hearing about what happened, how did Delta Airlines crash into that helicopter, okay, what happened with regard to this shooting at the elementary school, what is going on with regard to the entity that is targeting, well, you're not going to use that term because it's happening under the illusion of the United States Constitution, which is supposed to be different and distinct on the surface with regard to all the other barbarians throughout the country that maintain despotic regimes, and that's nothing that the United States would engage in because we have the Constitution. This is defying all of that, and the reality is showing you that specific environment where terrorists that hate the United States engage in documented acts of terrorism like I just documented, and a threat to my life while I'm enforcing it, while I'm letting you know that we are under siege in this country. This is not, I'm not some pro-anarchy activist. That's not me. I went to law school. I studied political science. I believe in the notions of the Constitution and the system in it. It is designed to work beautifully. It is actually designed to work beautifully. That is not me. I'm letting you know while the entity is gang stalking me and you think that it's funny. First of all, you have some mental illness. You have a spirit. That's a spirit that is the same spirit that's targeting. And you need Jesus. You need help as well. I want to let you know that this is a warning regarding what's going to continuously increase in aggression, what's going to continuously increase with regard to malicious means of sacrificing American citizens, murdering, deceiving you, brainwashing you in order to make sure that they are able to make you a part of the quote-unquote majority. The only minority and majority are those that are in darkness, the demon-possessed. And I want to be clear, the majority is based on what is numerosity, but I want to be clear, as you're witnessing Christ Jesus through one, outmaneuver the quote-unquote majority, all you need is Christ Jesus. That's it. And thousands upon thousands upon thousands will fall to your side, but it shall not come nigh unto thee. Okay, paraphrasing. Okay, if you know scripture, I want to be clear, that is the absolute truth. Those that know Christ Jesus, he is coming back, and this is a warning. This is relying on the government should not be your God. The government should not be telling you and informing you what you think is right and wrong. The government should not be impressing upon you how you think, what you think is moral. Oh, they legalize abortion, so that's moral, that's fine. I'm going to go to heaven because in California, the abortion is a legal right, okay? Or however you're exchanging, this is a false God. This is run by Satan, and he has a limited amount of time. And I'm giving you example after example of what Satan is doing. And there's going to be a prosecution for what the entity has done because they failed to take heed to a warning, a very specific and detailed warning. And the entity is going to federal prison. The entity is going to be disbanded. The entity is being removed from office. The entity is going to be prosecuted as terrorists in the United States. And I want to be clear, these are terrorists that are under no circumstances loyal to the United States of America. They make money off of the murder of American citizens. And I want to be clear, it's Satan. So this is, again, the country that actually hates you. And this is just the reality with regard to translating the spiritual significance of what the government is doing. This corrupt system is demonic, it's Satan-led, and this is speaking to what is inherently hatred for human beings made in God's image, whether you believe in God or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change. In the same way that the fake sun is a fact, it doesn't change whether you want to believe it or not. It's tangible evidence, and that's not changing. And it's also evidence submissible in a federal case against the government for proven hard evidence of targeting. Okay, the entity is engaging in this, and this is relevant for what is a warning. Satan is going to continuously increase with regard to what is threatening conduct. These are sacrifices of babies when they're shooting up these schools. This is satanic rituals. The plane crashes, the helicopter, these are satanic rituals. Gang stalking, these are satanic rituals. Sacrificing. Millions of people are of this condition. Millions are lost, in other words. And what you're witnessing, millions refuse to repent. Millions are also going to answer. You're going to answer, okay? It is currently, by the way, 10:58 a.m. That image of that fake sun is remaining, and it is not over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library. It's also not relevant, it is directly relevant to the targeting by the Ontario International Airport, that stalking where that fake sun is remaining, capturing images of it right now, hovering over that Ontario Town Square. And the Ontario police are pacing like maniacal psychopath on B Street, on Euclid Avenue. They're pacing back and forth with the population under the fake sun. That's over the same street that it was at 6:38 a.m. It's not over the OVITT Family Community Library entrance like it is when I'm walking toward that entrance, where a bunch of homosexual women are stalking me in the bathroom, where the sex offenders that engaged in what is congregating around glorious cochinas in the middle of the night while they were engaging in what is a failed exercise of witchcraft, which is documented tangible evidence of criminal activity, a threat that's, again, unlawful and impermissible with regard to my evidence of you engaging in criminal surveillance as a corrupt police department. and doing so in furtherance of murder. The entity is doing so with those sex offenders that are monitoring my vagina in the bathroom. That's the same entity that's stalking by plane, by helicopter, by police, by sheriff, by courthouse, by population, by community, in other words. That's shooting up children at schools. This is the Satanism that's underway in the United States. You're looking at the school shooting. You're looking at the person that engaged in it. He is nothing other than, and I'm speaking about the latest shooting, this young man, he is nothing other than what is another product of the demon-possessed that are gang stalking me. You need to understand that. These demons are the ones that are engaging in shooting up the schools, shooting up elementary schools, and they do so at the, what is the sign of Satan himself, which speaks to them. These they're demon-possessed, and when Satan says, go shoot them up, that's what they do. They go shoot them up. It's a sacrifice. It's demonic. And the demon-possessed in this country, the corrupt government, the United States government that's routinely practicing sacrifices unto Satan, they are engaging in what is reporting it on the news, conducting an investigation. There's a whole comprehensive system of sacrifices. I've shown you all the ways in which it's underway. I've discussed it. Okay, this is the P.O.C. It is currently, as you can hear, 11 a.m. and that's the fake sun over me at the Ontario Town Square. I'm documenting the fake sun over me at the Ontario Town Square at 7 o'clock in the morning. And remember, Ontario Town Square is nothing other than an example showing you how an entity is stalking as a population under a fake sun that remains from the beginning until the end of the day. If I stay here, so does the fake sun. And the entity provided more evidence of stalking under a fake sun by the Ontario Police Department that is specifically targeting me with the intent to obstruct justice, while I publish what is evidence of demons stalking in the specific environment, psychopaths that arrive out of nowhere, monitoring on a communication device, smart wave technologies engaging in what is monitoring, another sex offender sitting right next to me under the fake sun, gang stalking with the psychopaths of the Ontario Police. That's a pedophile. You want to put it in the physical? A white man molesting with impossible light, stalking a black woman and monitoring her vagina in the bathroom, while a bunch of homosexual women surround me in the bathroom of the OVITT Family Community Library, of my hotel room at Ramada by Wyndham, of my hotel room at Economy Inn, of the bathroom inside of Tracy Banks' apartment, of the bathroom inside of the Stater Brothers on Hope Boulevard, of the bathroom inside of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, of the bathroom of the Starbucks that's inside of 706 West Hope Boulevard, of the bathroom inside of 111 North Vineyard Avenue, that's Starbucks, the bathroom inside of my hotel room at the Motel 6. Okay, this demon-possessed gang stalker, Satan doesn't have a race, but Satan is using this white man that plops his butt down, gang stalking the moment that I unlock my phone. That's a psychopath. And those are the ones that shoot up elementary schools. They're demon-possessed. It's another means of a sacrifice. It is not a small thing. This is something that federal law and the entity, the United States, is going to appreciate with regard to federal legislation and what is targeting domestic terrorism, targeting domestic terrorists. Okay, this so-called war on drugs that happened in the 60s, that was, I'm not even going to go into a debate with regard to that, but it's disingenuous, I'll say that. But I want to be clear, what is a war on actual terrorism, domestic terrorists? This is a legitimate cause, and this is actually a real concern regarding innocent American citizens that are being targeted. And even, I want to be clear, the demon-possessed people of the state, they maintain a right to not be targeted because even these demons are products of this targeting system. They fall on the wrong side of Satan, and they easily become the target. Satan's not your friend. And you rapidly, when you're not useful anymore, or you cross some line, you will find yourself being taken out by the same. I want to be clear. Under the law, they have the same constitutional right, but they don't have any right to engage in targeting. You're going to prosecute. But in other words, this is law that's serving to be enforced under for American citizens throughout the country. But I want to be clear, American citizens are engaging in gang stalking. But it's the ability to enforce your rights, okay? So I want to be clear on that. I'm documenting this sex offender that's gang stalking, doing so sitting next to me under the fake sun. That's a psychopath. That's a sex offender. You know a lot about the entity that is gang stalking, okay? All of that which is encompassed within the pattern of conduct. There's no sun that would be on the same Euclid Avenue at 11 o'clock in the morning. That was almost 5 hours ago. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm no mathematician, but that's almost 5 hours ago. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct of stalking, very clearly stalking under a fake sun. The fake sun is in the same position that it was when the Ontario Police began flying in circles over me at 8:59 in the morning. It's 11 o'clock. The fake sun's in the same position, and it's not in the position that it would be where I am showing you that pattern of conduct outside of what is my hotel room of Economy Inn, above Tracy Banks' apartment at Woodside, outside of my hotel in Hesperia, California, in Victorville, California, in San Diego, California, in what is Pomona, California, while I'm in my car in West Covina on Amar Road. And the entity has the fake sun where the West Covina Police Department and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department are stalking me by helicopter. Very specific, over my head, through my sunroof, on my car, the roads and the highways. We're keeping that fake sun while the entity, LA Sheriff, flying right over me, while that fake sun is right over me. This is what the entity is competing with. That's the foolishness behind providing evidence of domestic terrorists. Domestic terrorists are going to find themselves targeted by federal law in the United States. The Ontario Police is being disbanded, okay? This is P.O.C, and this is what the entity responds with. These are enemies of the United States, and they're no longer hidden. Those that actually hate this country, those that are disloyal to this country, those that hate the constitutional norms, that hate law and order, that hate what is the God-given right to be a human being and be free from oppression from the government. Because we're supposed to be different from other regimes throughout the world, excuse me. But this system of federal group stalking and monitoring is showing you the exact opposite. And you need to, okay, with regard to appreciate, I just want to make sure that you understand this. It's very important. With regard to the spiritual issue here, the demon possession that is gang stalking is the demon possession that shoots up elementary schools. It is the demon possession that crashes planes into bodies of water, into skyscrapers, into helicopters in the sky. It is the entity that's engaging in what is targeting its own family and friends or co-worker or your own boss. It could be somebody that's a superior. You're gang stalking your boss. You're gang stalking the company owner. You're gang stalking. Oh, you've seen that. You've seen that in California. These the owners of these companies in California murder. It's murder as an entity. I just want to be clear. They take out. They are murdering each other. That's all I'm going to say. They are engaging in murdering each other. This is massive surveillance that's underway, and there's nothing happening anonymously. There's nothing happening ignorantly or coincidentally. Okay, loss of life that's happening under the fake sun in Oakland, California, and San Francisco, California, is loss of life that's committed as an entity. They know what's going on. They're engaged in surveillance, and this is all exposed to you while I'm showing you the pattern of conduct that I'm subject to. This is massive evidence revealing what is, this is a massive amount of information which is relevant to a comprehensive body of evidence that you are able to use to inform your life, and also the federal government is able to use to inform what is federal legislation and how you are dealing with what is surveillance. And again, the federal government is also corrupt. I'm exposing that. I'm subject to it. The entity's been targeting me since I was a child, but I want to be clear. The entity is going to provide justice. What the Ontario Police Department has been engaging in, including not just today, but has been engaging in, it's because the federal government is corrupt. Okay? And Jason Fields and Tracy Banks are on the top of the list. They're going to federal prison. You're not avoiding that. You are not. The ordinary targeted individual is subject to this, and they are being tortured. They are being tormented. They are, again, rapidly disintegrating, coming apart at the seams. You're watching the entity come apart at the seams because it's not working against me, but I am advocating on behalf of the ordinary targeted individual, okay? Somebody has to be able to withstand it in order to prove that it is real, in order to prove and also provide the resolution to it, what you must do. This is how you respond to this. It's not just criminal, it's satanic. This is how you disincentivize this. This is what you must do. The entity is engaging in this, and I want to be clear. The entity is doing so because the federal government is corrupt as well. The federal government's engaged in this. All right? It is currently 11:07 a.m. This is P.O.C. at 224 North Euclid Avenue, where I'm documenting the fake sun at 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, near 7 p.m., where that same agency, by the way, is pacing around me at the Ontario Town Square under the fake sun, stalking by the Ontario International Airport, stalking by helicopter. And they, again, the evidence is also speaking to who's going to federal prison because they're very detailed. The documentation is very detailed. All right, cracking up their engines. That's audible activity under the fake sun, stalking by the Ontario International Airport, dipping and diving, doing donuts, license plate. 8WQL705, stalking a woman, a sex offender stalking and monitoring her vagina, doing so in furtherance of murder. 8KBL786, again, gang stalking and moving. While I am, this is again a population that's stalking. So while I am on G Street walking, remember the entity has the fake sun rising outside of the American Inn hotel room at 7 and 11 a.m. The fake sun is over the Ontario Town Square. Okay, the entity that's not outside of the window of my hotel room. 7R83671, proven to be a demon who is stalking as a population. And this four-eyed, demon-possessed, sex-offending psychopath is gang stalking, holding a communication device while the demons are stalking with commercial plane. Okay, license 9MHN922, 8VXF855, still gang stalking. All right, at Wells Fargo, who is gang stalking. That's why the fake sun is over me at Wells Fargo in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. License 8R72579, while the corrupt business practices of Wells Fargo provides a crime scene for people to be both patrons and domestic terrorists. License 8SJX157, stalking on camera at the Wells Fargo ATM while they're gang stalking with the demon-possessed employees inside of that venue at 240 North Euclid, where I will show you the fake sun right over the top of my head, where a bunch of demons are gang stalking by maintaining relevant position in engineered light under the fake sun, like they were where the Ontario police were flying in circles where a bunch of sex offenders monitoring a woman's vagina as homosexual and predatory gang stalking males do so as a statewide P.O.C. Okay, license plate. Gang stalking, federal stalking all the way around. Okay, she needs to be obsessed with and stalking a treadmill instead of stalking me. License 8GRT491. She could barely fit beyond her steering wheel while she's stalking somebody. 30650B2. It's disgusting. 9SWJ737. A bunch of demons. Murderers. Okay, sitting up, feeding your face instead of getting on a treadmill and minding your business. License 60NS846, 9RPZ629, and this is the entity that's stalking with the Ontario Police Department. 6MQU797, license 9KQR409. Stalking. All of them sitting around in their vehicles under the fake sun. Let me show you the fake sun. Here it is. Okay, over my head now. I moved from the center of the Ontario Town Square. So does that fake sun. Where the Ontario Police for 60 minutes flying in circles over me. License plate 6JDH353, driving in an impossible light activity. And they're doing the same thing on this street after 6 p.m. where the fake sun is right now at 11. I've already captured on video demons driving in engineer light monitoring while the fake sun is right here at this same exact parking garage. 8GRT491, 9HET787, 17124J3, 9SBM258, 7WAT867. And let me show you no sun over the entrance where CUTEBOW is stalking. This is the fake sun that's over me, and it's not over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library, and that's also not sunlight while it is touching the staircase beside the elevator, which I traditionally capture, while you're looking at a bunch of demons who are mentally ill, who routinely practice sacrificing American citizens. These are serial killers. These are pedophiles that like to sit outside of the building talking about Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah Witnesses, that's a cult, and they're engaging in the satanic criminal conduct of monitoring. That's also how you know that their false God is not the true and living God, Christ Jesus, who is not engaging in a routine pattern of conduct of targeting American citizens, nor the satanic gang stalking system, while they're under a fake sun. Okay, and the entity is engaging in this, and there's the fake sun remaining over me as I arrive. I've documented this, by the way, in latter part of June, where the Ontario Police, a gang of demons, are engaging what is keeping the fake sun at later than this, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where the fake sun is also not remaining over the entrance and also over Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. That's the P.O.C. All right, the entity is going to be prosecuted federal prison because they engaged in kidnapping at the OVITT Family Community Library, which is the evidence of the Ontario Police gang stalking and the evidence of the fake sun and the evidence of the entity stalking inside of the library. They're going to prison. This is P.O.C. Whole bunch of demons inside of the library stalking incessantly of all races and ages and varying mental incapacities. You're understanding they're all special needs while they're demons gang stalking, all of them. That's P.O.C. That's getting beyond, again, the malice of the entity that's engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, like one person versus another being so-called mentally ill. In the practice of medicine, that's establishing, again, propaganda regarding being mentally ill. The entity is actually mentally ill, regardless of whether they're Down syndrome, walking around on a cane, stalking in engineer light, stalking with activity, all the same. Maliciously targeting in the same way. A demon that doesn't have any medication, never been diagnosed, special needs is the same. They are actually mentally ill. With regard to this satanic pattern of conduct, that's the actual mental illness that's been closeted, and it's not. They're not sane at all. This is P.O.C. Inside of the venue, it's 11:15 a.m. Okay, it is currently 2:50 p.m. and you will see images of the fake sun over the same entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library located at 215 East C Street in Ontario, California.
The entity has the fake sun over me at this venue as I am approaching the entrance, and I'm approaching the entrance this morning at 11:13 a.m. Again, documentation already on the record. The fake sun is over well before even 9 o'clock, but over the entrance over my head when I'm customarily entering at the point of open business hours, which is 10 o'clock at the library. So the fake sun is over me as I am walking toward that venue, which I capture at 11:13 a.m. And I stepped out at right now at 2:46 p.m. And remember, the entity has the fake sun over the United States Postal Service at 1555 East Hope Boulevard at 2:44 p.m. And I juxtapose that with the fake sun being over 1841 East G Street, Ramada by Wyndham, in the same manner over the top of my head while I was on the 1st, September 1st at that venue. And the entity engaged in what is harassment, targeted harassment by not providing an early check-in, which I requested, and then I was denied it upon my arrival, documenting the fake sun, which is not going to be over the entrance. I'm not able to capture it over my head at Ramada by Wyndham if it's over the United States Postal Service at 1555 East Holt. And it's the same with regard to the fake sun that's not only present at 11, and it's already present as I'm documenting at 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning. It's over the same entrance at 2:46 p.m., where the people of the state are monitoring, engaging in a sex offense, stalking in the path with flashing of light. This is mental illness, criminal surveillance committed, and conspiracy of murder in concert with as an entity, license 7GDZ754, who has a minor child pacing, monitoring me, doing so by returning a book to the OVITT Family Community Library book drop and walking back to the vehicle. That's a demon that's pacing, and using a demon that's under the age of majority while the fake sun is over the same entrance. This is where OVITT Family Community Library is engaged in what is also monitoring. The laptop kiosk is providing what is evidence of what is monitoring on the venue of the internet, controlling the use of communication devices. And when you're engaging in surveillance and monitoring in ways in which the ordinary target individual, American citizens, don't know, you put up an out of order sign on what is a device that's being used to monitor you. And here the entity is engaging in what is displaying a sign that first says the patron doesn't exist when I correctly enter all my information, and then seconds later stating that the SIP server is not responding. And this is again happening under the fake sun and an engineered light that the entity has flying through the library, terrorizing me on an ongoing basis while the employees are monitoring. And the entity is also hostile to all of the criminal activity that was documented today. And it's currently published, by the way. As of 2:52 p.m., the podcast is published right now. This is P.O.C. This is documenting of Title 18 federal stalking and not a genuine malfunction. And there is no such thing when you're aware of surveillance and all the ways in which criminal monitoring with the intent to obstruct justice is also executed. This is P.O.C. Hi, I have a question. I was trying to use one of the laptop kiosks.
Yes.
Do you know if there's something wrong with it?
I haven't read, let me ask, has the laptop kiosk been out of function? Okay, not yet. Do you want me to walk over and, do you have your library card with you?
I have it memorized. I put it in there, and it told me this patron doesn't exist. And then the
Okay.
second time I put the same number in, it said the SIV server is not responding.
Okay, tell me your,
My library number?
if you needs an address check or, I don't know.
Okay, maybe.
Sometimes it does stuff like
Go
that.
ahead, I'll go with it.
Yeah.
It's 225-200-603-7029.
Erica Lorraine.
Yes.
Address check. So, that's easy. Is your address still for?
Oh.
Dang it. Thank you. I probably should have seen that one coming.
What do you have?
408 West
Did you
G
guys-
Street, apartment 51.
Oh, that was like a filler address. You can put an updated one. Well, I mean, what is it? What does that mean with that address? That means you need a new one or something, or what?
Every 3 years.
Oh, I need to update it?
It just asks for an up. It
Okay,
says,
'cause,
is
yeah,
this
that's-
still current? If not, what's the new one? That's
can
all
update
it wants
it.
to know. Yeah.
1555.
Do you have anything to show me the address?
Yeah.
Like something on your phone that,
Yeah, it's not working. It says could not dispense SIP server. Yeah.
oh, so it's not your thing, it's the machine.
That's what I figured.
Okay.
So I don't
leave
need to
this for
update
another
that.
day?
Okay, I was just gonna say.
Be right with you guys. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me just put another month So it doesn't stop you from anything else. I'll just say, check again in a month instead. Normally we tell it 3 years when we update, and I need to see something like proof of that. But because it's been writing at this, I'll just put it for a month. And then in the meantime...
Well, I don't know. That might create a problem when there isn't one, if it's just the machine.
Well, no, right now it's blocked. It's gonna ask every time you try to use a computer. It's gonna say, "How come this address hasn't been updated?" So I'm giving you a month to like find a utility bill or whatever, bring it in, and then we'll just.
Oh no,
update
I don't
it.
have one. If I'm a
Okay.
transient
Yeah.
and I have my ID, which has my last address on it, that's what I have. But the Ontario address, this is the one that I had. That's how I got my ID. My not my ID card, my Ontario library card.
Right. Just put it for a month, and then when you have, or do you want to just change it now to put it to the one that's on your ID?
Because I have a current address right now. It's a post office box.
But if it's on your ID?
No, it's not on my ID. My LA address is on my ID.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I need something on paper that I can input. Otherwise, I can't input a new one because they'll say, well, how do you know that's a real address? It's about identity protection.
Yeah, no,
So
I didn't.
Your identity protection.
No, I get it. I never provided a utility bill before, though.
Well, it doesn't matter to me what it is. It could be you had a package
No, I'm saying I
shipped
never
or
provided a document. They had me my address and they entered it into the system.
they
And
didn't get it off your ID?
no, that's address isn't on my ID.
Oh. Well, technically they shouldn't have done it.
Okay.
Because other people use other people's addresses, and they take a lot of materials, they never come back, and the bill goes to the...
Whatever
To the
address is
other
on the record.
person.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're trying to avoid that. So that's what I'm saying.
So do you know how long the kiosk is going to be out of order?
No.
No? Okay, so
Our
there's no
ticket-
other way to use those laptops then?
Not right now, but you can use any of the other computers. They're mostly empty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Am I still welcome?
All right, that was all monitoring. It is, again, relevant to the pattern of conduct, and that was all monitoring. The conversation is audible activity, the use of a kiosk, and the inability to dispense a laptop. The entity engaged in the same conduct, putting up an out-of-order sign last week, and the entity did so, again, as I was walking upstairs, completing publishing documentation, which they're all sitting around monitoring. Okay, these demons are sitting around downstairs stalking with noise while I'm in there. They're all monitoring. They're walking in all around in engineer light. The fake sun is over the library. It is P.O.C. And it's, again, a manufactured malfunction, if you will, in the same way that you don't need a phone number to create a Google Drive. The entity is monitoring online. It's Title 18 federal stalking for purposes of just trying to stop your access to the internet, stop your operation of your device in one way or another. This is monitoring conduct, as I'm showing you all the ways in which the entity is engaged in that, while surveillance that you are also aware is underway. It's not genuine malfunction because the entity is engaged in surveillance and it is fully operative, okay? This is a means to block you while you are under surveillance in ways in which you're ignorant about, okay? So anyway, secondly, the entity is also engaged in what is monitoring through that conversation. That was audible activity, and that audible activity, the substance of it is she's asking me about something, then that went into something else about an address and whatnot. It's all monitoring, okay? All of that was serving the criminal purpose of monitoring, and it's happening under the fake sun. And the entity is doing so with regard to last week, as I stated, I had just finished publishing some. The laptop battery was low, so I went upstairs to get another one, and they had an out-of-order sign on the machine, but it wasn't actually out of order. And I entered in my information, and it immediately gave me another laptop. So you have the demons that are engaged in what is, again, a failed effort of trying to just stop me from publishing evidence on the internet. These are the desperate demons that walk around in engineer light. They're psychopaths, and they're very foolish. The entity is gang stalking for an hour by helicopter. Everybody in this library is gang stalking. All right, it is 2:59 p.m. This is P.O.C.